First, Foxy Brown.
She was in?
She was in the car with him.
Okay.
And he told her we need to handle some business. So she got out and I jumped in the car. He had a little secret compartment. The thing popped out.
Okay, let's work up to that real quick. That's important.
Well, but there was. He said that you were there. There was numerous conversations. The first one taking place in Anaheim, another one at Greenbacks.
Yeah.
What other conversations took place where you and Puffy were talking about, doing this stuff?
So fucking long, man.
So just to jog your memory, you're down in Anaheim. Puff gets up. He says, I'll do anything to get rid of these guys. Everybody kind of, cool, that's cool, whatever. He takes it to another level. He's more serious. You meet him at Greenbacks for dinner. You guys step off to the side. He talks about, hey, how much you want? I'll give you $1 million.
Yeah, we went downstairs.
You say, cool.
Yeah, consider it done.
All right. Now, what conversations between Anaheim and that conversation, or that conversation and the incident? Any more conversations in there about getting it done?
On the phone or in person, either one? Does Zip ever call you on the phone?
No. I know after it happened, he kept calling, that us? Yeah, that's us, motherfucker. Yeah.
Did Zip ever try to push it like, hey, the boys still talking about, getting this done?
Yeah, he just said that's our perfect opportunity.
That's it. But in between, he never said nothing. Like he was trying to almost broker it. Like, yeah, I talked to Puffy, asked him, y'all gonna do that still.
No, he didn't say that.
Who brought up the amount of $1 million?
Shit, he did.
Puffy did?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it you?
No, it wasn't me. $1 million. Yeah, take it for 50. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So he brought up them $1 million.
Yeah. Them project dudes will kill your ass for $1,500. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Tell me about that.
So basically, all right, then you guys geared up to go to Vegas. Y'all had planned to go to Vegas a couple weeks, got the hotels.
Yeah.
And then who all driving out there? All you guys is.
All of us, yeah. Zip, we had left from Greenbacks.
Give me 1 second.
No.
Okay, so y'all, is everything good?
Yeah, everything.
So y'all gear up to go down there. Y'all caravan down there.
Yeah.
How many cars?
We went to Greenbacks. It was me, Zip. It was Zip drove that Benz. Kevin drove that van. And I drove
Kev?
yeah.
Okay.
And I drove what was that, a Malibu or something? Not a Malibu, but a Century. What's that, by a Buick?
Buick Century?
Yeah, I drove a Renner Century.
And y'all left from Greenbacks like about what time? A couple days before?
Maybe about, was it Thursday night? I think it was a Thursday night. We left from there.
Fight was Saturday.
Okay, it was probably Friday we left. Friday evening when Zip looked like he got picked up by a helicopter how fast he got there for us, So once we got there, started kicking it, partying and all that old shit.
Y'all staying at the Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
Okay. And who got the rooms for y'all at the Monte Carlo?
My wife, it was in my wife's name.
Okay.
Y'all paid for them?
They had comps. Lane had comps at MG, not the MGM, but Excalibur.
Because of gambling.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Greg.
No, that's right. I got thrown off track for something. We were in Greenbacks. They have the discussion, everything. How long before you guys go to Vegas is that?
I think this is another time at Greenbacks or the same time that Puffy said y'all had.
This is different time.
Okay.
That's our headquarters. We meet there.
Okay.
Every time they come out, we meet.
So Puffy had said they agreed to the $1 million, and then that Friday before they were going to Vegas, they met at Greenbacks with Zip. They caravan from there on that Thursday, that Friday night.
Okay, so there's another incident. You guys meet at Greenbacks.
That's when we go to the fight in the September '96.
Okay.
And you leave from Greenbacks to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
And that's when Kevin's driving the van.
Corey, Detroit, the dude from Detroit, Tracy Session, Wynn, all of them was in that van. Me and my girl was in the Century. Zip rode with somebody else.
Who's driving the Cadillac?
Lane and them didn't come to the next day.
They came on Saturday.
Yeah.
Like, what time did they arrive on Saturday about? I know I'm getting ahead of it, but just trying to clear it up real quick.
They rode about 2 or 3 o'clock.
And who came with him? That whole crew was in the car, nobody else?
Nobody else.
Just those three? Minus the two people minus you? Dre and T?
Yeah.
Hey, real back at Greenbacks, when you and Tuffy talked about $1 million, you said you walked downstairs. Did he say, come meet me downstairs?
Yeah, he said, come on downstairs and talk to you.
Okay.
And asked me, why was we laughing at him and shit like that? I said, man, don't be coming out here just getting anything, dude.
Right.
If you want some broad, just let us know.
So he asked you to come downstairs. Did you guys talk about anything other than that specific thing?
We ordered some more bottles. Then he took me, it's like a 2-part thing. It's like the deli part right there. Then you walk back and look for the bottles. And then we go over there and talk when we were looking for the bottles. Got the bottles and shit.
So you think, so in your opinion, the specific reason he asked you to come downstairs and talk to him was about that thing, not about liquor or anything?
Yeah.
It was about that?
About
Okay.
that, yeah.
Okay, so then another incident, you guys are at Greenbacks, you go to Vegas, Kevin drove the van, he's got those other guys with him, you're with a girlfriend, Lane and Dre and T Brown come the next day in the rented Cadillac.
Get
It
there
wasn't
about 2.
rented, was that a rented Cadillac?
Yeah.
Get there about 2.
Who rented that Cadillac?
T Brown,
Yeah, T Brown.
his mom, right?
Mother-in-law.
Right.
Okay. Staying at the Monte Carlo, you said your girl had him in her name or Paula?
Paula.
Okay.
You all right?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
No, we'll get to that later.
Ask it, ask
No, that's okay.
Come on, now you make us curious. Just ask.
No. It was something, it's too far ahead, so I'd rather just stay intact. Like Greg is trying to write fast to get majority of the stuff down there. I don't want to get too far ahead.
Okay, so you guys are out in Vegas. You're there the night before the fight. The next morning or the next afternoon, Lane and them guys show up in the rented Cadillac, and you guys are all at the MGM. You guys go to the fight. Right, so lead us through it from there.
Okay,
You meet Zip out there.
yeah, it was Zip. We all rode together. Me, Zip, Kev, and what's his name? But he just took off. His Benz was faster than our bro.
Oh, okay.
And we got there.
Did he stay at the same hotel as you guys?
No, I think he stayed at the MGM. He like, some dudes, fronted his ass off right in front of us.
What happened?
He's like, motherfucker, this motherfucker's a snitch. We like, what? He like, yeah. Damn.
What did he say?
Huh?
What did he say?
He didn't say nothing. He just, his eyes just got big. Then, the next day, we got our tickets from the little dude named Shorty. He from 60s. Shorty from 60s.
How did he get the tickets? For the fight?
He's a scalper. He be at every
okay.
anybody can get tickets. He be at every event. And I was in prison with him in Soledad back in the days. And he was a little youngster. And he started selling tickets, scalpers. When we got our tickets, woo. And our tickets was like separated. Lane went in, everybody else went in, and boom, we went to eat. We was eating, and Lane, they came and said, he just beat up Lane.
What restaurant were you guys at? Were you at? You remember? You was in the hotel lobby?
We was in the hotel, yeah,
Yeah,
at the MGM at the restaurant. Was it the cafe up there or something? They didn't change. Huh?
Went to eat after the fight?
Yeah.
How come Lane wasn't with you?
Because we, the scalpers had different locations on the tickets.
You couldn't get them all in one.
Yeah.
So you got separated. He went his way after the fight.
Yeah.
And he got caught up over there. Then
Yeah, we was ordering our food, and they like, man, Lane just got beat up. We like, bullshit.
Where was Zip at that point?
Zip and them was in the lobby part where you register. That's where we ran into them. Him and Richie Rich. I heard of him before. I know.
He's an older cat, right?
Richie Rich?
Yeah.
Nah, he probably like 43.
New Yorker?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was there a redheaded dude there?
I know Richie Rich was there, and Richie Rich. There was a few New Yorkers though with Zip. Like, man, y'all need some help. We got this.
That's what they said?
And
all these other cats?
yeah.
Well, how come everybody else was at the restaurant with you? Everybody knew to go to the restaurant, but Lane was on his own by the doors.
Yeah.
Well, why? Something's missing. Why is he at the doors and everybody else is at the restaurant?
We all went. He was supposed to come to the restaurant too.
He just forgot or something.
They seen his motherfucking ass and beat him up. He couldn't get there. Yeah.
Okay.
No, in surveillance, it seems like he's standing there
He's just
waiting.
hanging out.
He's hanging out. Like he wasn't on his way nowhere, walking.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant?
Well, yeah, they got video cameras all over them.
But him, he wasn't. He was.
Y'all seen me
He's like posted up.
It looked like he was looking at them when they walked by.
Yeah.
Well, like he was waiting for him, you think?
I mean, I don't know whether he wasn't waiting for him.
That's what we're asking you. A lot of this,
You know, we be after the girls, man.
Yeah, but it seems like so you guys get your tickets from Shorty, you give them out. All right, we can't sit together, so let's all meet at this restaurant afterwards. All right,
Yeah.
everybody bolts after the fight. Everybody comes back to the restaurant except Lane. Lane's standing by the
Yeah.
doors. Why is Lane standing by the doors and everybody else is on board, knowing to go to the restaurant?
I don't know what his thoughts was.
Okay.
Really.
And, but before that, before the fight, before Lando had, the beatdown or whatever you want to call it, no beef with nobody as far as them. Did you guys even see Suge and them at all?
Yes.
Didn't see them, didn't nothing?
Yeah.
Nobody said they here, them dudes here, nothing like that.
Nothing.
And then, okay.
See, it would seem to me that Lane may be working his way over to the restaurant where he's trying to find you guys, but then he sees them. He knows automatically he's going to have beef with them just because of the mall incident.
Yeah.
So he may be just trying to
Post it up.
trying to wait for you guys to pass by. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He probably was. Yeah, you're right.
That would make some sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he just got separated.
Okay. So
Y'all seen us at the restaurant?
No, the film, casino was
shit, Darren was the waiter.
Y'all seen me and
I can't believe you don't remember seeing me at the house on Compton and Bay, all that, man. I can't believe it, man.
This task force has been around a long time.
I can't believe you don't remember seeing me, man. I shook your hand a couple times. I'm like, what's up, man? What's up? And just kept moving like you knew me. And I'm like, what's up, man? How
Yeah,
you
you
doing?
know, because you seen
But you was just keep so.
Shady man.
So dope.
Anyway.
All right.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant too?
Yeah, I just got the name of it because it's been so, like you said, it's been so long ago. But okay,
Y'all seen me and Zip in the Benz too?
I did.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it.
I don't remember seeing it. Okay, but who was in the restaurant with you?
The crew, it was me, Bubba, all of us. Kev.
Was Devion and them hanging out with y'all at that time?
No.
The Vegas dudes?
No, it wasn't.
They knew nothing about this.
Nothing about this.
Y'all didn't hook with them at all. Nobody, Qatar, Carol, KC, whatever his name is. None of them dudes. Y'all didn't hook up with none of them from
We
Vegas.
seen KC down there.
Okay.
We didn't see Doug Carr, the other boy, Chin.
Okay.
Where did he go?
Huh?
There you go.
He ain't no T.O.
Yeah. He just got hit about 5 months ago. From victory.
Okay, so Richie Rich and Zip are in the lobbies with some other New Yorkers. You guys read, blah, blah, blah. Lane gets into a fight. And then Zip and his boys are like, y'all need any help?
The East Coast asked us first. And my boy.
Who?
And. One from Paramount, man.
Oh.
And.
Oh, Anthony?
Anthony Triggs. Yeah. He was down there?
Yeah, he asked me, y'all need some help? We like, no, we good.
Did Treggs hear any of the conversations between you and Puffy? Was he there for anything?
Who?
Treggs.
And.
And.
And?
Yeah, the one you talking about right now.
No. He didn't.
Is that
Did he?
Cadillac? Is that Cadillac?
Yeah, the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he there for any of the other conversations or anything?
The
like that?
Cadillac was Reed. That's true.
Oh, that's
Trevor, yeah. The other one was.
Ant was the other dude that came with the other car.
That's right. You gonna leave.
We seen him first. He like, he jumped on lane. Woo, what's up? Y'all need us? We like, no, we cool. Then we ran into Zip them in the lobby. The light-skinned kid that stopped us to talk, that was Ant. When y'all was watching, he stopped us to talk to us. And when we met Zip them in the lobby, we went all out to the parking lot to get the cars.
Okay, let's stop right there. The whole crew?
Yeah.
Alright, you get cars and then Zips in his Benz.
Yeah.
And who's in there? Foxy Brown?
Yeah.
And does she get out, or he tells her to get out, or what?
Yeah, he told me to get the handle something. Because he told me in the lobby that he had some jimmies.
Some what?
Had a jimmy.
You need one?
Thanks.
And you get in where Foxy Brown was sitting in the front seat.
Yeah, and she got out. She was wearing pink, little pink thing, and I jumped in the car. He gave me the gym.
Who was Lane and all them? I'm sorry, Greg.
He was waiting on the cars.
So they was in the valet waiting for the cars. You had already gotten in his car. And hold on a second.
Where does he get the gun from in the car?
A little secret compartment.
Popped up.
Pop up, yeah.
In the armrest?
Yeah. He gave it to me.
Was it a Glock?
Yeah.
40?
Yeah. And I ain't ever told nobody that story, man.
Doesn't it feel good, man? Get it off your chest? It's been weighing you down, man, for 20 years.
I don't know who can I ask you one question though?
Oprah's gonna be like, Mr. Davis, we really appreciate it.
And then you give me like this, read my book.
Hey, but I just want to ask one thing though. One thing. Y'all heard that story before though, before I told you.
Not that part? No, never heard that part before. No, I haven't.
About Zip?
I knew about Zip.
You know about Zip.
Gave the gun? We done do that.
Yeah, but not about the pop-up thing.
Pop up. Little particular things in between. But we're on track.
I'm just saying y'all knew.
We knew Zip had given the gun, but we didn't know that you went to his car to get it, so.
Stuff like that.
Let me tell you,
This dude punked me though that morning in the garage though, I ain't gonna lie. He got me good dog, I ain't gonna lie. You gotta pray we good, he good. He like, well, that's some shit gonna break your heart. Gonna break you to your knees.
That's what bothers me.
That's what got me, dog. Other than that, I would've went out hard. I'm gonna lose my house, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that got me though, dog. He said, some shit gonna break your heart, gonna break you to your knees. I already knew what it was. I said, oh, they got me, dog.
I gotta write that one down, man. Put that in the book.
I got some shit gonna break your heart, gonna break you down to your knees, keep you
See,
deep.
he can deliver it. I'd be like this. I got some shit that's gonna break her. It wouldn't just sound right.
You got me on that, dog. Other than that, I was like, fuck, y'all, I'm gonna go on in, man.
Because I am you. I know how you think. I'm from the same place you from.
Oh,
So I know kind of what to
Where
say.
you from? You from the
We
neighborhood?
don't need to talk about that.
you don't even want to know.
You're so proper, man.
You know what? That's about education a little bit.
Yeah,
Right?
so proper now.
You got me on that one, dog. Then I said, break my heart then. And I thought about it all over that week. I said, oh, they got me, dog. They gonna give me the death penalty.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's been a stretch, man.
Huh?
Yeah, it's been a stretch. But okay, but we agree.
Okay, so we get the gun out of the armrest. Zip gives you the gun. It's a 40. I assume you check it, loaded. You get your own ammo. How's that happen? It's already loaded or
It's
what?
already loaded. You just put one up.
Okay, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then?
What's that?
Do you tell Zip, hey, we're gonna go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, they asked like, do y'all want us to come? We like, we know where them motherfuckers at. They was telling us that they gonna be at the 662 club.
Who was saying that?
Everybody.
Everybody out there?
Yeah, everybody. They give us a concert.
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Does he tell
He
you?
told us in the lobby when I met him in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask him? Do you have one, or it just tells you, hey, I got
Yeah,
one?
that's when they asked, do we need some help? I got some gym. Like, yeah, okay, cool.
All right.
But only one he gave you.
Yeah. And so KC went to go get some guns, but he never did get back with us.
So it was a lot of people out there and asking you guys, Southsiders or Orlando, like Trey and who else?
Just the East Coasters asked us first, the East Coast Crips.
Uh-huh.
Then the New Yorkers asked
That's
us.
it, okay.
We like, we don't need y'all, we good.
Yeah. Okay. Then y'all, you get the heat. You get out of the car with Zip after everything. What do you say to him? Like, man, we're gonna handle this. Like,
Yeah, we're gonna go out. Boom. He's like, yeah, it's your perfect time, you know.
Okay. Then you jump out of the car, and then what happens?
I got in the van with the buskers. You know what I'm saying?
Who's in the van?
Where do you put the gun? What do you do with it?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Keith, you get in the van with who?
Corey, Wynn, Kev, Wynn cousin Tracy Sessions, and some dude from Detroit. And they was, Lane them said they had a gun up under the hood.
In the rental car?
Yeah, they put one up under the hood. So, okay, that's cool. So we go to the 626.
I'm sorry, real quick though. Lane's in the van too at that time or no?
No, they in the Cadillac.
Okay, so Lane in Cadillac with T Brown and Dre.
Yeah,
You know who's driving in? Who drove off from the hotel?
T-Brown.
T-Brown was driving this film.
yeah.
And y'all go with the van. This is 2 cars go to 662.
Yeah, the van and the Cadillac.
Go to 662.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go on, Grant.
So when you guys leave the motel after you get the gun from Zip, you guys never go back to your rooms to discuss anything or anything at all. You go from the MGM, or I'm sorry, from the MGM out on the hunt for these guys. You guys never go back.
We
to
went drop the girls off. Me and Lane did.
in at what point? Before you met with Zip or after you met with Zip?
Well, that's a long time. I know I gave Paula money to go gamble and rush. I don't know what rush.
That was Lane's girlfriend, Rashid, or whatever.
Yeah.
Rashida.
Yeah. I know I gave Paula the money to gamble on. But yeah, then we went looking for them we went
Just the 2 girls that you got. That's what you saying. You said the girls. Just those 2 girls, or just a lot of girls who were out there. Just Rashina and Paula.
There was a few girls out there.
Okay, with them, their whole crew.
Yeah, they cool.
Okay.
I gave her money to go gamble. Boom. We get in the car. We get in the fucking van. Go up to the 626 club. And Corey, they gonna kill us, dog. You know that motherfucker. You know, got the police killing motherfuckers and all that. Man, you crazy. And fuck, dude, I know dude since we played fucking football. He's a bitch. You know. They got you scared.
And did you get in the van in the valet area of the MGM?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who was driving that van? You probably already answered.
It was either Kev or Corey.
Okay.
And when we went up to the 626 club, they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes. They didn't show up. So it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van with their ass and jumped in the Cadillac. Them motherfuckers buster, they scared.
Where was the liquor store at?
What's that street? It's a highway. What's that big highway there?
Las Vegas Boulevard?
No, not that one. It's east of it.
Oh man,
Highway.
what's the one that runs behind all the hotels?
It went Craig.
They may or may not be on that map.
That's just the intersection where the killing went. Yeah.
This east of this.
Just a little liquor store.
Yeah. It was a little, what's it, 7-Eleven or something?
Real close to the 626 club?
Yeah.
662 club?
It's a big highway. It's in Merlin Boulevard. One of them.
All right.
Okay, so you guys go to the liquor store. You're tired of listening to Corey whine. You jump into the Cadillac, and you what? You go to the liquor store. You get out of the van. You jump into the Cadillac with Lane and them guys, And then what?
We rolled up, what was that? Was that Harmon?
There is a Harmon on there. Harmon Street's on there if you can see it. Should be a Harmon Street on there. Koval, Harmon.
And where did he get shot at? On Harmon, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. I think it's Flamingo and Harmony right there. Something like that.
No, it's on this street in Harmon. He got shot. Yeah, Koval. We was, I think it's Merlin Parkway or something like that. Is it called that? Yeah. I think the little liquor store was right there. Then we came up Harmon, got the Las Vegas Boulevard, and shit. Here they come in that BMW, a gang of cars, and brawls, Tupac. And we like, there they go. Made the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. We just wanted the U-turn, and they was in the middle lane, and we just pulled up on the side, checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac. He gave himself away. Otherwise, they would have got away. He all hanging out. You know how he do. Oh, they go down to the finish. And we got him.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys were in the car. Have you already handed Lane the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know, that's my little nephew. I'm going to look out for him, you know. And he pulled on their side.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, if we would have been on my side, I would have blasted.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear Lane.
I gave it to Dre, and Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, give it. Pop it to him.
Now, when you first talked to you a few weeks ago, you did say that Orlando was in behind the driver. Is that right?
No, Lando was behind me, the passenger.
Okay.
Dre was behind the driver.
Okay. So when you passed the gun, you passed it to Dre?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was the closest to him. He you know.
He didn't want no part of it?
Yeah, he was scary.
All right.
I known he would be scary, but when I got out of jail, they said he was a bad motherfucker.
Dre?
Yeah, I'm like, is that right?
Could
He
be.
used to feign all that shit. All that shit. Oh, what we gonna do?
Could be Duke had his girlfriend like to kill him.
Huh?
His girlfriend killed him, didn't she?
No.
I think you're...
No, she didn't. He just had a sinus problem.
Okay.
Okay, so Lane, so you guys pull up alongside. This is essentially, I think, what...
Yeah.
You guys pull alongside, that's essentially what you see.
Yeah.
So you had
But he had the window open. The window down up.
Oh, was it tinted or no? Or
No, he had the window up.
Okay.
So he wasn't out yelling at the girls at that time?
No, he was there, rolled back up the window when he went on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Should looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looked at me.
Okay.
Why are you looking right at me?
Fucking known each other since we were 7, 8 years old.
When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In
of
the
the line.
back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside of their
Jumping
car?
in. I seen a bullet going Suge head. I thought he was dead.
You see his
He must have
head?
scraped him or something in the head or something.
He a piece of glass went into his neck right here.
And he had a thing in his head
Yeah, a
too.
little gray.
Yeah, he got a graze wound in his
Yeah, I
head.
thought he was dead.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the bowler stop the car and just let him get off?
Yeah. Then we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, while he boom, 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 got off, then he took off.
Then we made the right, and some bras in the sea breeze was following us. Stupid bitches. And we shot their window out, and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what's Suge doing? Just ducking?
Ducking. He couldn't really duck because he was too big. You know? Yeah.
So you try to pass the gun to Dre. He says, "Fucking, I don't want it." Does he? And then you say, "Fucking," or Orlando takes it.
Yeah.
Or wait, you give it to Dre and Dre gives it to Orlando.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
Dre didn't want to do it.
and Dre's doing like this when he's shooting, just when he's getting on,
yeah,
lean it back.
yeah. And once we got out of the car, he was acting like a bitch. Then I'm like, get a hold of yourself, bitch.
Right.
Fuck, yes.
What was he saying?
Oh, what we gonna do, big on here? Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. What's wrong with this, you know?
Well, where did you go after the shooting?
Went to the Monte Carlo.
Do what?
Real
Before we get
quick.
there, yeah.
Okay, so the shooting goes down. He's trying to get in the back seat. Suge's ducking out the way. You guys pull off, and followed by Sebring.
A sea breeze, some broads. They ain't call y'all or nothing? The broads?
I don't know. Can't hear you.
Hey, come on, man.
We were talking over it. Man, we're gonna be doing this so many times, man. Not even try.
Seabreeze.
It all comes out.
Lane starts blasting back on him.
Yeah,
So he had bullets left.
yeah.
How many rounds did you say he shot in the Tupac in the car? If you had to,
About 6 or something.
6. And then how many times did he shoot at the girl?
Twice.
Just twice. Okay. Afterwards, when you guys are rolling, just rolling to the hotel. You go straight back to the hotel
I went to park the car by the carriage house.
by the carriage house. Y'all dumped the car and just left it there for. I mean,
We left it there at the carriage. It's a parking lot on the opposite side of the carriage house. We left the car there and put the gun on the tire and left.
on the tire, front wheel tire, back tire,
The
what?
front tire
And then left.
and left.
Was there any bullet holes in the car? Because somebody said somebody shot back at you from.
No, ain't nobody
Nothing like
shot
that. No, there was never no bullet holes in the car.
Never.
Okay.
Which tire on the front? You're the passenger side of the.
Passenger side.
When Orlando was shooting, was the gun all the way out of the car? Was it in the car at all? Do you remember?
We got the shells out of there, though.
Did I just?
Yeah, we did.
On your way to park the car? When you were leaving to go park the car?
The next day.
I'm saying.
Both of them
So the next day, oh, you didn't go back the next day.
We rolled back the next day.
The gun was gone.
The gun was on the tire when I left.
The next day though.
I got in my car was, I was in a rental car. I don't know what they did with it after that.
Oh, Keith, man, you just got this gun from Zip. You don't want him implicated in the shooting. Now you've got a loose end because you put the gun out there on the street like that. Could come back to Zip because we don't know, and you don't know at this time whether it's registered to him, his people, whatever.
I understand.
That's kind of lame.
No, let me say something.
Okay.
He don't give a fuck about Zip.
Yeah.
He just
At
done.
that time.
No, he don't think like, you know what I'm saying? He ain't thinking like that.
Well, why would you leave a gun?
He's not thinking like, y'all thinking intelligent like
in Las
that. They ain't
Vegas,
thinking like that.
you just killed, they just did a big murder with it.
They're not thinking like that.
You want the truth or you want me to tell you a lie? You want me to lie?
No, I want the truth.
Okay, we left the fucking gun on the tire, dude. That's all. That's all. That's the last time I seen the gun.
That's the last time you saw
Yeah,
it.
they don't think like that.
You want me to lie? I can
No.
throw them
We don't get us anywhere.
I just
Okay.
can't believe you do that in Compton.
What's
No,
that?
that's what they did.
They don't think like that.
We just left it on the tire. I guess I don't know what T Brown did with it or whatever. What he got? It wasn't our concern. We did what we had to do. Boom. And
Plus they don't
I drove back in
my.
my. Me and Lane drove back in the car. Went on home.
Immediately after that?
No, the next day.
So what y'all do
At the gym.
after y'all left the gun on the tire? Where'd you guys go?
We smoke weed and drink.
Yeah.
Where? At the
What?
hotel?
It's all
And
there.
Stay
party.
in the room?
Yeah, y'all see the surveillance?
I don't know.
Okay, the carriage, you guys park it in that parking lot. Do you walk or does the van come by and you get in the van again?
No, we walked.
Okay, you walked over to the treasure or the Monte
We
Carlo.
walked right upside that Coca-Cola place. And it's a little crosswalk that goes straight to the Monte Carlo.
Okay, so you guys go back to your room.
And they pulled up in the ambulance while we was standing right there. Take our bullshit.
You guys on the street with
We on Las Vegas Boulevard at the crosswalk, and they pull up at the ambulance right next to us.
with him in the car already?
Pops in the car.
Tupac and Suge in the car.
And y'all just
This is
walking.
close.
Did they see him? Chug see? He couldn't see out the ambulance because he wasn't really hurt.
They don't
They couldn't
care.
see. We didn't give a fuck. We
They know
was
they
right-
can say
I'm
that.
talking about the ambulance was parked right here. Right next to us. That shit was as funny as a bubble. God.
So you guys continue, you party at the Monte Carlo, you go someplace else that night, you go strip club or anything like that?
We was at the Monte Carlo.
Okay.
And you all four stayed together? Y'all four stayed together?
T Brown and you
Brown,
and Lane.
Ray.
All of us there, we stayed together.
By that time, the van had come back around.
And, yeah, they came back.
They came back. They met you at the
They
hotel.
didn't even know we did it.
Y'all didn't tell them nothing. Y'all just act like nothing was going on.
Nothing was going
Let me say
on.
something real quick. It's weird. I know how, like the way Greg probably said it, like y'all just did this big thing, but to them, that dude's nothing. Y'all don't care about him. They're
Yeah.
like, yeah.
I'm
They don't
just
look at him like he's a
yeah.
big thing and nothing. They like he's nothing. He's dead.
And when we got back, the war broke out. Y'all come.
We'll get to that. So you guys go back, you just party, drink, smoke. It's not really discussed. Nobody's making a big deal about it. Everyone goes back to their room to go to bed. You talk to the girls about it at all?
You tell anybody?
I don't know, man. I don't get down like that, man. I ain't tell nobody shit. That's like I tell my nephews them stop saying that shit. Don't be on that internet and MySpace, man. When you saying that shit, they come. Then they get that dude but make it ever 30 years later. Yeah, don't say that.
I think someone went to the bathroom.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh no.
That's strong already.
You guys do that. Go back to the hotel. Do all the south side. Who all was in the room afterwards? Is everybody? Corey, Kev.
Corey came later. He said, "You heard Tupac dead." Like, is that right?
Y'all laugh.
Huh?
Y'all laugh.
Yeah.
So he came in with the news that he brought the news that he had died. They thought he had died.
Right, yeah. They said they both shot up.
Okay. All right. So that night goes by. The next morning, you guys go get up. You go back down to the Cadillac.
I didn't ever go back to down to the guy.
You didn't.
Some other people went.
Okay.
T. Brown, he had to go get the car.
Okay. I thought you said you and Lane drove back.
Oh, we drove that a Century back.
It's you and him?
Car.
And your
Me
wife?
and wife.
And she was his girl in there too?
I think she was, yeah.
Okay, so 4 of y'all.
Yeah.
But during that night, after the shooting, was there any phone calls between you and Zip or you and anybody?
No.
Nothing. It was dead that night. Nothing
Yeah.
happened.
The
No
next day-
communication.
We met at that, right here on 3rd and La Brea at that hot wing place.
So
Melrose?
Cole was like, "What up?"
Yeah,
All right.
Oh, okay.
So you get up the next morning, and what happened? You turn on the news. You see he's
Yeah.
dead.
We already knew.
You already knew he's dead. Any phone calls? You call anybody? You call Zip?
And,
The next day, you mean?
The next
Yeah.
day, he was like,
Zip called you, or you called Zip?
call me. And he said, "Was that us?" Poke him, yeah. Then he called while we said, "Is that us?" Yeah.
Wait. So Zip called you and said, "Is that us?"
Meet me at the hot wing place. I met him at the hot wing place. And,
So
he
wait,
said-
but you said the hot wing place is here in LA.
yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to Vegas. So
Yeah.
you're in Vegas. You wake up the next morning.
Yeah.
All right. You turn on the news. You see he's dead, or you knew he's dead. You get a call from Zip, right?
In Vegas?
Yeah, in Vegas. I'm talking about. Walk me through that morning. Who called you, or what did you do that morning?
The next morning, someone called you. Whoever was in Vegas,
Right.
from Vegas.
Yeah, we left. We got on about 10 o'clock. Then I got a call once I got back to LA. And he said, "Come meet him at the hot wing place." And he said, "Poke him on the back." And he told me, yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to Vegas. What were you gonna do about the car?
What was I going
What
to
were
do?
what were you gonna do about the car? Or what did you know was gonna be done about the car or the gun?
It wasn't my concern.
You didn't care about it at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
My mother-in-law had rented my car. I had to worry about her car. And he had to worry about his car and shit. And I swear, Highway Patrol was going to pull his ass over, man. Y'all was
Do you know if he had the gun with him still? 'Cause he had the
I
car.
don't know. I know the Highway Patrol was on his ass for about at least 10, 15 miles. I know he was shitting bricks. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn.
And you never know what happened to the gun.
Never
T.
knew.
Brown never talked about,
No, I never knew.
Okay. So you get back to LA the next day. Zip calls you, says, "Meet me at the hot wing place." Where at?
on Melrose.
Picture my peaks.
Melrose and Brand.
You know where peaks is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Place to this.
All right. So you guys go over there. Zip shows up. You guys, what happens after? What's the conversation with you and Zip?
He said, Paul kept on calling, "Was that us? That us?" And he told him, "Yeah, it was us." Faye called him. Ooh. I said, we'll go get our little money. I said, all right, I'm gonna go back out there. Woo, woo.
Okay, so Puff called Zip and said, was that us? Faith called Zip and said, was that us?
Would you talk to Puff too?
Yeah.
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 Oh, when you're talking to Zip, when you're at the hot wing place talking to Zip,
Puff called. He
Puff
called.
calls.
Yeah.
On Zip's phone or your phone?
Oh, Zip on.
And Zip gives you the phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
People said, was that us? Zip was like, yeah, that's us.
So everybody was happy.
Yeah, man. They wanted, we needed some money, man, because y'all raided our house and took all our guns. You know what I'm saying?
So that when you talk to Puff on the phone, does he ask you, was that us?
Yeah.
And then you say, yeah.
Yeah.
What's his response?
He was happy as hell, shit.
And did you ask him then about his money? About
What?
your money, I mean? When you gonna get paid or whatever?
No, not to say that on the phone. Zip, go get our cash. Shit.
Zipline handles that part.
Yeah.
Okay, so you tell Zip we need to get paid. What does Zip say? I'm going to go back home and have
Yeah,
it.
I'll get back with y'all. Yeah. I said they just took our raided our house and took our guns and all that shit. So, yeah.
Okay, the raids occur.
Then I gave a meeting. That was stupid as hell. For the South Side, we gave a meeting and all them motherfuckers told everything.
Well, that's when everybody in the whole hood started, you guys.
Yeah, man. I shouldn't have did that. That was the fucked upest move I ever made.
And was that after the guns were taken from the hood? You know, police was raiding the houses, or was it before?
It was before I don't remember. I know we gave a meeting at the park in Cerritos. Them bitches went and told everything, man.
And everybody, both clicked. I mean, was it a temple and whatever?
All of us clicked, yeah.
All
We came
of
back together, yeah.
Yeah, man, a park in Cerritos. What's the name of that park?
Regional Park on Bellflower. It's all in that first affidavit anyway. We read all that shit.
Okay, so you called the meeting though?
Yeah.
Okay.
We read that whole affidavit. You know what I'm saying? We know what's up.
So you called the meeting to discuss the incident?
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
And everybody like, we heard you got your $1 million, man. We gonna kick in. You gonna get your punk ass out of my face, bitch. You know?
right.
Yeah.
Alright, so, meeting takes place, people are complaining, they want the money. You, at some point, you reach out again for Zip, or how do you try to get paid?
I kept calling his ass. And, the next time we seen him was, where was his ass at?
Was he avoiding you?
Yeah. We met him at Roxbury.
On purpose? You ran into him, or you guys had a call?
We had a meeting.
Who set that up?
I did.
So you called Zip, you finally got a hold of him, you told him I love
He
you.
said I'm back out here, meet me at Roxbury. That club on Sunset.
Yeah.
And they was shooting pool, and them Don Woo Riders ready to beat their ass.
Who's they? Zip and who else?
Zip, D-Mac, who was that? Fleetwood,
Fleetwood?
yeah,
Do the hand with Flint?
yeah.
Was Flint out by then?
No. No.
Okay, then y'all meet, and then what?
We meet?
Now, when you have a meeting, is D-Mac and Fleetwood all of them there with you guys?
No, we didn't. It was just me and him. I was talking to him. What's up with your cat? And he ain't gave it to me yet. And D-Mac told me that shit. He said, man, Zip got that money. He like, huh?
He didn't tell you that night, though, because you thought he was still trying to get some money, right?
Yeah. I'm talking about he told me this past summer. And they fell out behind all that shit.
When you guys met at the Roxbury, how long, how much time passes before I'm sorry.
After that,
After
Halloween place?
No. After the shooting in Las Vegas, how long is it before you guys meet at the Roxbury? Like months?
About a month and a half.
And so he tells you that Puffy hasn't paid him yet, right?
Yeah.
All right, and what do you tell him? That,
What's up?
the fuck? I need money.
Yeah. We need money, motherfucker. They took our guns, all that shit. We need some money.
And you want to
This
make
motherfucker got millions, and more than,
and your business shut down. You wasn't doing no business, nothing.
Y'all ran like Colombian out of town, man. I mean, we did. We should have did that shit. We shouldn't even met Puffy. We should have just stayed rolling, man, Y'all was on my ass since 93, though.
Gave us a good run.
Yeah.
Okay, so you at what point do you lose touch with Zip when you just realize you're not going to get paid? At some point you realize.
Once y'all got on our ass, man, that watch shit. I was on our ass, man.
Okay. So 96 comes and goes, 97, then you end up you pick up that case.
97. Man, y'all, after that shit happened, we couldn't breathe. You know that. Y'all put the heat on our ass like a motherfucker.
Okay. And then so you end up going to prison.
Yeah.
Since you've been out of prison, have you talked to Zip?
Not one time.
And then what about Puffy?
Not one time.
Okay.
I tried to call him several times, though. That little daddy out shit.
You got messages?
Hell yeah.
Then they call back.
I think if he would have just gave us half the money, you know what I'm saying? I would stay strong, like fuck it.
Okay, so a couple months ago you say you run into D-Mac. And D-Mac's, he tells you.
I like, man, call your boy, Cause they went to Howard together or something. I like, man, call your boy. He like, man, what's that name still mad? What's Zip behind that shit? Zip got that money. I like, what? He like, yeah, man, dude gave Zip the money.
Where'd you run into D-Mac at?
What street is that? By your boy, the tall guy with the Cadillac truck. What street is that off of?
Florence? Where's the Cadillac truck?
The blue Cadillac truck, man.
Oh.
I'm at a loss.
1, 2.
The 900 pounds.
I don't know.
Oh.
We got a lot on our mind, just like you, man.
No, off of Topanga. I met him off of Topanga at the 76 station. Yeah, Cadillac truck.
Anything? Is that their name?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
No.
You know what guy I'm talking about. Dudes, Detroit Pistons.
Oh,
You motherfucker.
Oh, out there in the valley. That's where you run into Darius. Okay.
Yes, the bitch.
Let me tell you what he did to me. I'm gonna tell y'all another thing I know something. Did I tell y'all? On the 40-some thousand. This motherfucker, I threw the money in the back thing. The motherfucker say, hey, let me talk to you, dog. Went over there and talked to him, and he
Court, Part 2 is now in session. The Judge Curtis presiding.
Good morning, everyone. You can all be seated. We're on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Welcome back, everybody. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Your Honor, I do have some concern with regards to the state's current presentation of evidence in this case.
Okay.
There was some discussion, I believe, that was on recording. That was something that I did not believe should have been included. Some prior bad act that was in the first, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 minutes of the recording that we listened to on Friday. I did not make an objection to that particular point because I was trying to figure out whether it came in under some motion practice prior, and I don't believe it does.
And specifically, what bad act is that?
Is that Mr. Davis is talking specifically about criminal history, and he has mentioned something along the lines that he was involved in a shooting, and that and it was also because of drugs. We've always known about drugs, that's in his criminal history, but with regards to his reference to a shooting, I think it's highly prejudicial in this case. And I don't know where it's at in there. I was trying to figure out with my people over the weekend where it was exactly, but we don't have this exact recording.
Okay. So in my motion regarding the bad acts and regarding essentially all of the evidence that was going to be admitted in this case, there was a caveat that there would be certain things that would be excluded, that could be redacted out. Was this something you were familiar with in your previous listenings, or it just kind of took you by surprise when you heard it this time?
Well, we don't have the proposed redacted version of this.
There is no redaction done to this whatsoever. There was no request made to redact it, but our motion specifically addressed that his first criminal conviction was a misdemeanor for shooting into the occupied structure.
Can I finish with Mr. Samft real quick,
Sure.
and then I'll turn to you, Mr. Giacomo. Mr. Samft, go. You may finish.
Oh no, I was listening to Mr. Giacomo. So I mean, to me,
Okay.
to me, the bigger issue is that we have this recording now. I mean, obviously, if there's things in there that is potentially going to be a problem, there would be, at least in the state, some effort to reach out to me and say, hey, here are the things that we think that still falls under the purview of what the court order was in this case, and maybe there's some things in here you want to discuss. I would think that that would have been a discussion prior to the publication of it. I just presumed that what we were hearing up with this particular witness on Friday was the stuff that we had already heard. The problem is, like I said, there's a reference to a shooting in here, there's a reference to another, I can't remember what the other act is that's in there. But once again, it goes back to the fact that there was some motion practice done on this, and I agree with the court. The other part of the problem is that, we've had reference to the Biggie Smalls murder. The state, in their own motion practice, had indicated that they weren't going to, that the Biggie Smalls murder had nothing to do with the Tupac investigation. And to me,
I think with Mr. Dwayne Davis had no involvement in the Biggie Smalls. And
Correct.
we've admonished the jury that there is no indication that he has anything to do with that at this point. But ultimately, the nexus of this investigation was such that they were investigated together, for better or for worse.
right. And I mean, we could sit here and talk words all day with that jury waiting outside, but I think what we're proposing the court to do, what I would propose the court to do, is just have some type of limiting instruction to the jury, in indicating to them you may be hearing other things that are not the focus of this particular investigation of Tupac's murder. Something along those lines. Just a limiting instruction.
Sure. Mr. DiGiacomo, do you have an objection to the limiting instruction?
No, I actually think before every witness, maybe you just read that Tavares instruction to them
Okay.
each time.
So just to remedy what we're talking about now, I'll have Mr. Samp propose a limiting instruction, and then I'll, from here on out, given the party's dual request, I'll read the Tavares instruction, unless it's a witness that has nothing to do with, if it were, for example, the gentleman who'd taken the photo. He wouldn't have anything to do with the bad acts that we wouldn't have to read. But if it were anybody else, anybody, probably law enforcement at this point,
Yeah.
I can read it.
Yes, Judge, and that, just so that there's complete candor to the court, we did a motion on his prior shooting. It sounds like to me it's not real clear. We didn't do a motion on his 2015 conviction. I didn't realize until it was rolling and you hear it's actually being spoken that he does reference some police contact in 2015, and I do realize he was convicted of that. I didn't know or recognize that was in there. If the court wants to, since we're past that portion where he talks about it, we can have somebody redact the audio so that the one that goes back to the jury removes the reference to the 2015 conviction. Because he talks about the last time I was in the feds or the last time I was in prison, and then he mentions 2015.
Okay.
And that has to do with an event that's completely unrelated to our investigation. I just didn't realize, I didn't tie those two together, so I heard the audio being played with the transcript.
Okay. So we'll have that redacted when it does go back in case they spend more time with it. Mr. Samp, what is the proposed instruction that you would like at this time for me to read to the jury when they walk in?
You're asking me to put words together?
Yeah. That's your job.
I
That's
know,
what you're good at.
It is my job. Here's my famous people.
Okay. I'll let
would think-
Colleen make a proposal.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would think it'd be something along the line.
I'm going to let him propose it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me propose it.
All right, then we can have some discussions about what it actually is.
Okay, let him propose it, and then you can object. But I think it's cleaner for the record if he proposes it.
I don't know that it matters for Tavares, but okay.
Huh?
I don't think it matters for the purposes of Tavares, but okay.
This isn't a Tavares instruction. The Tavares instruction's already been determined because this isn't something that's being let in for the purposes that I let in bad acts. This is something that they're asking just to disregard.
That's only the 2015.
Yeah.
The
Correct.
shooting should still come in because the court ruled upon that.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about.
So what is the shooting is there for credibility of the statements of defendant, motive, and identity?
Yes.
In his book, he starts off with, my first criminal conviction is shooting into an occupied house, and describes the event. That comes in. What shouldn't come in, and if he wants a limiting instruction on, is the 2015. I don't know if they would want a limiting instruction since we're going to redact the audio before the jury gets it. We'll also redact the transcript before the jury gets it. So I don't know if he wants to draw attention because they may not have caught.
I'm going to let them
Yeah.
talk, and then I'll let you guys weigh in.
I do have one other further matter, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm done with this particular issue. The other issue is this. With regards to Mr. Dorsey's testimony, we have a record from Detective Mock who interviews Mr. Dorsey prior to his testimony. His testimony, though, on the stand really made things a little bit more easier to understand in terms of how his relation is with this case. In essence, what happens is that BET is asked by the district attorney's office to produce documents. Maybe it was through MOG. Maybe MOG is the one who does it. But in either event, BET says, okay, here's what we're going to produce. And they produce the actual finished product as their production.
Right.
They don't introduce B-rolls. They don't do anything other than that. And they basically said, that's all we've got. I think Mr. Diaz or Rios or whatever his name was prior to this had said something along the same lines that, hey, this is just how they do. The problem with what we're doing now is this. Mr. Dorsey gets up there and testifies and he says, look, my job, from what I understand, was to listen in to the interview that's being conducted between Mr. Davis and the interviewer, whoever that person is. And he's supposed to be there to really sort of make sure that Mr. Davis is not lying or saying something that's off from what he understands the 2008 proper session to be, the recording. Here's the problem with it. At the end of what he does, and what he's proposed now, what the state is now using, is surreptitious recordings in between the official recordings by BET. Now what does that mean? That means that while Mr. Davis is sitting in that room, he's sitting in that room with the interviewer, and at some point he's going to be asking for breaks. He's going to be asking for time to talk to somebody else.
Okay.
Which we understand it to be Wayne Higgins, his
His
attorney.
attorney.
Those conversations are not hot mic conversations. They are conversations between attorney and client, and there is a reasonable expectation of privacy there because of the fact that it's done off camera, because BET does not record it. And on top of it too, that as that's happening, they're talking in a tone, they're not yelling and screaming it out loud, but they're talking in a tone to say, hey, what do we do here, whatever the issues are. I think those parts of this recording that Mr. What's his name again? Dorsey had done, I think those are parts that need to be included from the jury's understanding, because here's the thing. I understand he's not a state actor. I understand that it doesn't fall under this idea of, hey, well, he wasn't ordered by a detective to do that, and Dupree is definitely not a detective at this particular point. However, it is still a crime in California to record someone's conversations that they believe is private. Regardless of if we're in a room and having a conversation, if I'm having a conversation with this individual sitting right next to me and I believe that is private, under California law, that is still illegally obtained material.
But ultimately, the remedy for a private actor acting in a nefarious, illegal, whatever you want to call it way, is not exclusion against the state because the state's not the actor doing that. So that was sort of my comment when it was brought up that way. I think the attorney-client privilege argument is definitely more interesting and is new. Or any final word on that before I turn to Mr. DiGiacomo?
Well, I mean, because here's the issue that we have. Right now, what we have is an individual who basically takes his iPhone out, plugs it down on a speaker next to where he's at. He's hiding in a room to avoid detection by Mr. Davis, and he's recording the entire time. You hear other people communicating or having some type of discussion on top of his recording, which means that it's done openly in front of this mic or whatever he's at. He doesn't see a screen or monitor. He doesn't know what is being recorded or not. He just records the whole thing. The concern that I have with it is right now, as we're watching and listening to what's being played by the state, we don't see where exactly it is that they're going to bring in the parts that are not in the transcripts that we have from the recording. That's the official BET operating versus the stuff that they have that would have the additional thing on top of it, the surreptitious recording by Mr. Dorsey.
Okay. State.
Two things. Mr. Dorsey had a transcript of his recordings that has been provided to the defense.
Okay.
And there's a transcript of the official BET recordings, which, if you notice while listening to it, even the BET transcripts does not pick up background conversations or transcribe background conversations between other people when Mr. Diaz is asking questions.
Okay.
Mr. Dorsey will testify, because I specifically had asked him about the attorney-client thing. He will testify at no point in time when Mr. Davis is talking to Mr. Higgins is there not a third party present from E1 Entertainment. So there is no privileged communication that occurs between Mr. Davis and his attorney. Even at one point you're going to hear Mr. Davis say, hey, hold on, this is a hot mic.
Let's bring him in and do a short evidentiary hearing then on that issue of attorney-client privilege.
Sure.
Okay.
I assume he's back there.
We'll have Mr. Dorsey come in real quick. We'll have him resworn, and then we'll just proceed on this limited issue outside the presence, and then ultimately I'll make a determination. I understand it's your proffer, but that's what he's going to say, but I'd rather have it fleshed out.
That's fine.
Bring in Mr. Dorsey. Just Mr. Dorsey, no jurors. No jurors yet. Okay, Mr. Dorsey, we're going to have you sworn real quick. Raise your hand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, it's Michael Dorsey, Michael Dorsey.
All right, thanks for coming back, Mr. Dorsey. I hope you had a good weekend. We just needed to do a quick outside the presence sort of hearing so I can determine the legality of some things that are coming in, okay? Sure. Or not, potentially not coming in. So I'll let Mr. DiGiacomo ask some questions about the issue we brought up.
Mr. Dorsey, I know there's times on this recording where you capture conversations that involve the defendant, Wayne Higgins.
Yes.
During those conversations, were they ever alone in a room having a conversation? Was there always a third party present?
I believe they were always in the studio, and there are, I think most of the time you actually hear Mario talking with them. It's like a three-way conversation. So I understand like how privilege works. to some extent, and it sounded to me like always he was still in the studio, didn't go outside into a hallway, and again, you can hear Wayne Higgins talking with him.
And not just Mario Diaz. Isn't there a number of people
Yes.
to do this production that have to be in that room?
Correct. There would have been another producer. There's the sound recordist. There's at least one videographer. There's probably at least a lighting person in there. There's at least a good half dozen people in that room with them.
And at one point, does Mr. Davis make some comment about, hey, careful, this is a hot mic?
He does, yes. He's kind of whispering, this is a hot mic.
And so at no point where you're capturing or recording there's not other people within, and describe the size of the studio.
Sure, it's a very small studio. It's probably a quarter the size of this courtroom.
So it's a very small room with 4 or 5 people in it where he's having this conversation.
That's correct, yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Dorsey, where are you when these conversations are taking place?
I was in an office down the hall.
Okay, and so you had eyes on the studio the entire time?
I did not have eyes on the studio, no.
Okay. You could hear people speaking as to everything that was being said in there?
Yes.
And how were you recording again? Remind me.
I had a pair of headphones, and I had my phone, and I just hit record.
Okay, and so it's essentially the studio audio that you're using?
Exactly, the live audio coming right from the studio, yes.
So it's a room. Do you know if the studio has signs that they're recording at all times? Like signage that says something like, this is a recording studio, you are subject to record, things like that.
Yes, recording studios typically have the signs up like that, plus of course he would have signed a release, so he knows he's being recorded.
Okay, got it. Anything further? Sorry, I sort of hijacked that a little bit, Mr. DiGiacomo.
Not from the studio.
Mr. Sam, you may cross.
Okay, Mr. Dorsey, you've never met Mr. Davis before.
We've never met, we've seen each other before.
Okay, so on the day of the recording, you made it a point to not run into Mr. Davis, fair?
Correct.
You were actually in this other room.
That's correct.
And you're there just with headphones on.
Yes.
So.
And I saw him walk by. I know he's disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by.
Sure, and that's fine.
And he looked at me.
Okay, are you done with the answer?
Yeah, sure am.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, I want to make sure I'm clear. Are you working as an employee of BET?
No.
Okay, what are you at that point?
I am a contract employee, work for hire, as a technical consultant for specifically this production. I'm not hired by BET, I'm hired by the production company.
By the production company?
Yes, sir.
And that's Entertainment One?
Entertainment One and Creature Films, like a subsidiary of Entertainment One.
All right. And then in terms of your work with Entertainment One, that was bound with a confidential agreement, right?
Yes.
Do you have proof right now that you're no longer bound to that agreement?
I do. I have a letter from an attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET, approving me sharing my information. And then I also have an email from Mark Ford, the head of Creature Films, also saying he had no objection.
Okay. So in your work with Entertainment One, what you basically do is you have your phone or whatever recording device down next to the monitor in which you're listening to a conversation.
Correct.
You cannot tell us who's where in your recording, correct?
Correct.
You just hear noises, right?
That's right.
Now, in terms of the actual recording itself, as the individuals sitting there, are they sitting with mics on their lapels as they're sitting there being interviewed by that person?
What you mean, the person conducting the interview, is he wearing a mic?
Is he wearing a mic, and is the person that he's interviewing wearing a mic?
I don't know if the Mario Diaz, for example, is conducting an interview. I don't know if he was wearing a lapel mic, but there would be 2 mics in the room minimum. There would be a lapel mic on Keefe, and then there would be a shotgun mic over him that is kind of capturing everything else in the room.
Right. And so in terms of what you're recording, you don't know, for instance, if the cameras are on and off because you're actually just listening to sound.
That's correct.
And in terms of the interview, you understand that Wayne Higgins was in the room as well as
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, he was there for the entire first interview, and then he was like 10 minutes late to the second interview.
All right. Now, before we were listening to this, are there any moments at all where Mr. Davis is talking loudly during what you would think would be a private conversation?
Loudly. He's just using a normal indoor voice is what I would say.
Okay. And then when you say that there was this statement that this is a hot mic,
yes,
fair to say that that was a reminder to whoever he's talking to that, hey, this should be kept private.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So there were times where there was an understanding, or at least an idea that what they were going to have a conversation about.
There was one time, that was the only time.
Now, after you had recorded what you did in this
Yes.
case, which is the entire thing,
Correct.
you never had his permission to record all of it, right?
I didn't need his permission.
Why?
Because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him. He has lights and a camera pointed at him. He's in a production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No.
And-
Let's back up here, but make sure I'm clear.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything along those lines.
That's correct. I could
Now-
not put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure I'm clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made and give it to either Entertainment One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No,
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
that's not true.
Okay, well, back up here. Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview, not ready for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this so that I can make sure we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only reason I made this recording.
But you're not the contract person. You don't have a contract with
I
this.
apologize. We're way afield of the issue that the court needs to rule upon, and this sounds like cross-examination for a jury.
Oh, I'll get back into it, Jerry. I'm just saying as of right now, Judge, we have a problem because, thank you. And just to make sure I'm clear, you take that recording and that's the recording that you're now publishing here for this jury, right?
Publishing, no. Playing for the jury, yes. Publishing suggests publicly. I'm not putting this out to the public.
That was a legal terminology,
Okay.
but you're playing that for the jury now.
Yes,
right?
sir.
I have no further questions.
Anything further, State?
Not from the state.
All right. In general, the attorney-client privilege under 49.095 is broken when you speak in front of a third party who's unrelated to the legal team. Here, it appears as though Mario Dorsey and there others were potentially present for the conversations. Additionally, the setting of the interview itself does not lend itself to a belief that the conversations would be privileged and or private. It's a recording studio. The purpose is there to be recorded. A release is signed so that the person can be recorded. The entire room is microphoned up. Additionally, there are microphones on the people participating in the interview. In general, this isn't a situation that would lend itself to private conversations. I think based on the testimony, they are not privileged conversations. Circling back to the issue regarding the instruction to the jury, Mr. Sampt, is there anything? Did you want me to reread the Tavares instruction, which I can add something related to the unrelated shooting to? That proposal for that would be this. You have heard testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a federal conviction, gang affiliation, and an unrelated shooting.
Judge, that's not an unrelated shooting. In 2015, he lets the cops come into his house and they find a gun and I think some drugs, and that's what he goes to prison on in 2015. The shooting he's talking about is his teenage shooting that's written about in his book. So Mr. Shams was conflating the two.
Okay.
The 2015, I think,
So how about
I believe
just
it's
instead of federal conviction, prior criminal convictions?
a conviction in 2015? Because that's the only one that wasn't
My
part of the
point in
motion.
saying that it was unrelated is saying that it's unrelated to this incident.
Correct. Unrelated 2015 incident.
Okay. So what's your proposal, Mr. Sampt? I saw you had a piece of paper.
Yes, Your Honor. Myself and the defense team worked on a Tavares instruction that says you are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered for propensity purposes, but instead for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements.
It's not only not to be considered for propensity, it's not to be considered for any outside thing other than those narrow exceptions that we've delineated.
Okay, that's the propensity purposes was the...
So if you're okay with that defense, you want to add or any other purpose somewhere? Okay.
Yeah, we can add it on here.
Okay, let them add that and then bring it up to me and I'll use that as my master. And we'll ultimately end up giving this instruction to the jury in their packet.
Thank you.
So that's your suggestion, and that is granted, Mr. Sampt. As soon as Ms. Panduke finishes looking at it. Almost there, Mr. Dorsey.
Great.
Give us a minute.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Check if there's any testimony and or evidence introduced about too many? About take them two out, yeah. Any unrelated shootings and murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity of the persons except for the purposes of motive intent to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Let's see if you can read it, Judge. It's some Banu's, some Pauline's handwriting.
God, guys. You should both be doctors here.
I know. I'll rewrite it for you.
No, it's okay.
You sure?
I think I got it.
Okay. Have a little.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to read. Tell me if there's an objection. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purpose. It is admitted only for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Any objection?
No.
Perfect. All right, I can read it. So as soon as we bring the jury in, I'll apologize for being a little bit late, my fault, and then I will read them the limiting instruction and we'll get going.
Should we leave Mr. Dorsey on the stand?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right, so as soon as that jury's ready to go, we'll go.
Stand for the jury.
Did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend. I apologize for the delay. We had a legal issue that I did need to decide before we brought you in, so I do appreciate your patience in that matter. There's a limiting instruction that I need to read to you, and then we're going to resume with Mr. Dorsey's testimony. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purposes. It is admitted only for the purpose of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. All right, Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Dorsey has already been sworn, and so you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, in that first portion, the first 35-17, and we're about to get back to it. Let me ask you this. After 2019, did you become aware that Mr. Davis published a book?
Yes,
Did you read the book?
I did.
Were there historical facts he provided you in 2017 that were included within that book?
Yes, there were biographical facts from his childhood. They were in both.
And do you recall what those various biographical
I do.
background, if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen?
Sure. One of the stories was how his first time hanging out with the Crips when he was 9 years old, and he was shooting dice, and his dad drove by and saw him and ended up, punishing him for that. He talked about playing Pop Warner football with Suge Knight, and not just that, but also he talked about going to Suge's house after they would win for parties in their backyard. like pool parties. He talked about a baseball coach at the Compton College who was dealing drugs. I think he was like in middle schooler, and he started running as kind of a courier for that guy. It was his first introduction to the drug game. He talked about being in the Upward Bound program at UCLA, and there may have been one other detail in there, but all details that I've only ever heard in that interview and read in his book. So I conclude that the author could have only gotten those from him.
All right, Judge, I'm going to do a little bit to fast forward this to 35:17, I think we were at.
And we put on record. We put on record when you paused it. Did you write that down?
It was 35:17 was where we paused
Okay.
it. And so I'm trying to get there. This program doesn't make it real easy to just jump that far.
Sounds good.
Nope, went a little too far.
Hey, you don't think? Man, my boy Vic was rolling up, he's going to the club tonight, rolling up weed in the neighborhood. I guess they don't.
Sorry, Judge, the transcript won't come up if I don't start it at.
Start it over?
I'm not starting it over. I just have to roll from here to wherever we're going.
Okay.
So I'm just going to have to guess, and hopefully we're close.
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues.
Sorry. One more time here. We may just have to listen to a little bit more than we.
Just that night, seemed like dude stuck his head up our ass on him. You know what I'm saying? He's a special agent in charge of the major crime. It was just that night that dude was going to make my life miserable. You know, I did a 5.5. Came up here at least 10 times.
I'm going to stop this.
Before his interview in 2017, had you ever heard of Special Agent Holiday?
I don't think so. I don't remember hearing much about the federal investigations into him. That was new information to me.
Told the warden, we got up here, he's a serial killer. Like, oh, fuck, you know what I'm saying? Kill them rappers.
How did it, evolve? You guys were cool, and then you hung out a lot together.
When these people come to California, usually we meet up and have fun. I was a baller, in fact, I was doing better than him back then. Shit, fun, man.
Did he ever talk about sugar? Did he ever talk about getting scared?
You fucked up. Is that?
I said, did he ever talk about sugar? Did he ever talk about being scared and all the bullshit, go back and forth, the East Coast, West Coast shit?
You didn't talk about this until later on in our relationship.
That's right. Well, that's what I mean. When did we get to that spot, that place, when you guys were talking about that?
I remember my boy Zip was rolling up, he was going to the club one night, rolling up green leaf in the neighborhood. His phone rang. He was like, I guess they must have fucking played it. Something, I don't know. He's like, man, let me speak to Keepy. Got on the phone. What's up, dog? Like, man, I'm giving a concert out there. We're on a tour on the West Coast. Asked me would think it's cool to come out there. I said, why it wouldn't be cool? He's like, the big CEO guy. CEO guy? He's like, yeah, the big guy. I knew what he was talking about. It was like cold and shit. So I guess he was like scared of the guy. So we went to the Irvine Meadows. It was some jam. Concert. He had the hottest song out in the world. You know what I'm saying?
shit, that song was One More Chance. Pulled me in on the stage. Suge was right there. So I came off the stage, he asked me, man, how you know that? Same way I know you. So after that, then after that, we went to the San Diego concert. As a matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel we stayed in.
It's good he's down all the same
Cool,
details. He was 10 years ago.
Aikman and all the balls would go all around that mother for the Dallas Cowboys.
Football team every
Ready for Troy Aikman. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we'll get you in trouble or not, but the balls were all around the Then we went to the Anaheim. That was on the Halloween night.
Perfect. Halloween.
Halloween night. Was cool there too.
Did he just give you passes for everyone? Like, everyone would go concerts?
I just go get the tickets with the little homies. I was riding in the van. I was on the stage with him every time.
You get to hang out with Big E, obviously, right?
Yeah, Big E was cool. Cool dude and everything like that.
So when did Puffy start talking about, Suge on a real serious level?
He was back there? We already established that.
Yeah.
Now, what'd you say?
I said, when did he start talking about Suge, like, on a real serious level? Puffy.
Oh, being scared of Suge?
Well, or doing something more than that.
I ain't really comfortable talking about that right now. When you see me in that suit, you got me. All right?
Okay.
I've been thought that out.
Okay. So let's take a break. You can go smoke. Can you be back here in 10 minutes? I want to get more before the 2 o'clock.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to give me to my wife. Because she did take me back. I couldn't. I might have not been here.
What do you mean? Do you want me to?
I said I might have not been here.
Oh, of course, yeah. But she's not down. She's not down there with you, right? She's in the hotel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like.
Well, I got to take care of her.
Yeah, of course.
After
After lunch, we'll do a little more, and then you're done. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna go smoke.
Is that cool?
Fans is watching. Fans is watching.
Mr. Dorsey, is that an example where maybe the tape was running before you now restart the recorder?
Correct, yeah.
And that is 3532, Judge.
Okay.
Get rid of this problem.
Can you tell me what he told you? Like his exact words? Do you remember?
We're gonna do that on the next one. I have that pretty soon on. All right.
All right. Hold on. So, say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he ask you to do? So say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he want?
I guess he wanted to get rid of them dudes, his problems. He wanted to get rid of his problems. Yeah.
And who were his problems?
CEO, the big guy. Yeah.
And when did? Because you said hit him up was a big deal for him, right? Like that was
that was
too.
Man, that was totally disrespect. You don't think so?
Yeah, I told you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think he even said something about us. To me, he didn't say our name, but he said whoever down with him, fuck them too. I'm like, damn.
And so you guys were cool with that, with helping him.
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues. This is Pop. Ran into him at the House of Blues. Him and the guy Big Sight, the Outlaws. And he had just made that record. Long Beach and Rose band. One of the homies went up there and
shut the fuck up.
Put him in a little thing right here. Say, man, you know what the fuck that mean? Homies a rose granny. He's like, no, I'm just rapping. And Syke's like, yeah, he's just rapping, man. He don't know nothing about that stamp of blood, motherfucker. Stop, brother. So, he was kind of scared that night. You know what I'm saying? And we go out in the parking lot and whoop about 5 motherfuckers' asses. You know what I'm saying? And got into it with some dudes out there in the parking lot. And he's in that shit. He's like, yo, them dudes ain't no joke.
Sorry about that, guys. So how much did Puffy offer you? How much did Puff offer you? Wayne's gonna give the green light, right?
I'll have a good answer for you when I have on that suit on. I'm gonna take it through for you. Exactly, you know what I'm saying, the rate.
But he offered you, can you just say he offered us some money or something like that? Can you say that it was money at least?
Yeah, it was money, yeah. Oh, it was money. Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of scared of that. He was really scared of the dudes, you know what I'm saying? Because Puff wasn't no gang. I mean, he was out of college and all that, walking art school and all that shit. He knew what that street like. But the really beef should have had was, he should have been with Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang them the one was doing the damn food at the food at the Swords concert. They was calling you out. You two was picking some fucking kids, junior mafia. These are kids. You a grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? The beef should have been with the Wu-Tang. He wanted to take it out on the bad boys, some kids, you know, start up. You know what I'm saying? Push his way around.
Well, that's because Tupac was having that shit.
Lit.
Biggie.
Yeah. He was lit.
Suge hooked up with Tupac. Alright, we're going against it.
Just before he got out of jail, though, remember the Source Awards? He was like, every once in a while, like, you ain't got no love for two, you ain't got no love for the West Coast. Remember him saying that? Yeah. All that shit really, I feel it was a jealousy thing. He should have just been happy, Suge should have been happy. You making money, and this dude's making money. Be proud of each other, you know what I'm saying? We want to bring each other down for it.
So why'd you want to get involved in that?
I didn't want to get involved in that shit. They brought it to us. You bring something to the gangsters, I told you that already. It's a cap to it.
Yeah, I hear you. Is it true that Biggie and those guys from Bad Boy used to hang out?
They never really got it.
Never.
Really, it's they had some bad cops around shit.
I read something about them hanging out in your girl's house in California. Is true.
They never
No pictures of that?
never hung out there. Promise you. You know what I'm saying?
So let's cut to let's talk about Orlando. We have 10 minutes before we cut out for lunch. So I wanted to know like who your nephew is. Like you know, not a lot of stuff to know about. You know, who is he? How old is he? What kind of family? You know, tell me a little bit about him. Who are we talking about?
He's well respected. Intelligent.
Who, Orlando?
Orlando. My nephew Orlando. Well respected. Good student in school. Everybody loved him. You know what I'm saying? He's just a likable guy. Everybody loved him. And he liked the Tupac too.
So what got him involved in gang life? Yeah, was he involved in gang life at all?
I'm not no gang.
Yeah, that's cool.
So there's a difference between gangs and the gang.
You want to talk to me about what happened at that Lakewood Mall with Trevor Lane? Thing about the chain?
I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know. But you can tell me the story because there's only so many people who know it.
The guy, One of my little homies wanted to play college football in Arizona. Scholarship. He was at the going to help him get some stuff, like tennis shoes and sweats and clothes and stuff so he can get something in the college. So he was there waiting on it. And then the homies come up here. And Trayvon, the three death row guys were there. I guess they was mad dog, you talking shit to him and shit like that. Shit. And some homies came to the door, he seen them. Nice. First thing he did was sock the dude there and snatched his chain. I'd have never snatched that guy's chain. Never. Marcus snatched his chain. Chains wasn't worth fucking for $300. Petty ass bullshit ass chain. Just smash a little fucking what's the name like this? That fucking chain, talking about this bounty and little punk ass chain. Yeah.
This bounty.
Yeah, that little punk ass chains on me, come on.
So he didn't do it.
Orlando did not snatch that man chain.
So why is it that Tupac then saw him and said, "That's the guy who snatched my chain"?
All this stuff was building up. It just went from the mall. One day we was on Sunset. Shook pulled up in this Rolls Royce. Him, Snoop Dogg was in the black one. Tupac was in the white one. I think we was at the Roxy. I was where we went there. And they pulled up in their Rolls Royces. There's about 30, 40 clips out there. And listen, he got that DVD. Oh shit. Jumped out of his car and talking to me. Sure, you like, is it cracking up here? Like, no, dog. He said, oh, well, Paradise is cracking. This club been thrown on Hyatt in Santa Monica. Went around here. Shit, when we hit that street there on Santa Monica, some dudes just started shooting. Shot up Sugar's Rolls Royce to a red dot while it was laying in the street. I guess he figured that we was behind that too, you know what I'm saying? We was with you, pulled over to you, you know? It's all kind of little different angles on that shit. We just went through it.
So talk to me about, because I'm really interested in knowing about that a little more. Like, how does the gang stuff feature into the story? Like, how was it building? Is I guess what my question is. Like, the mall thing, what you just told me about Suge. What else? What else was like building up?
We seen them brawls at Luna Park, little club on Santa Monica and Robinson. And them brawls just talking shit. And we just kind of push them around. We didn't beat their ass, man. Let them know. Get it fucked up. And this town's always been our town. The Crips. They know they out. I just left the state prison, and I was a MAC rep up there. There's 51 Crips, 4 Bloods. You know what I'm saying? So they know they outnumbered and they can't win out here. Crips are more dominant than they are, and they know that.
But what made it kind of tense? Because, you know, before Death Row, there was always tension, right?
Between Crips and Bloods?
Yeah.
Yeah, our neighborhood's always been into it. Because we on the same side of town. You know what I'm saying? Like the Ludus Park, Mob, and Ham. They go against the boys on the laundry. You know what I'm saying? But we always been dominant over there, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's why I don't understand Chris Brown, Justin Bieber, and what's the other dude name? What's the tall, skinny guy that came in Compton the other week? What's that tall dude name? Came to Fruit Town.
Lamar?
No. What's his name? You know that Loving Hollywood show. Soldier Boy and all. You know what I'm get in trouble out here, go to a state prison, Crips is gonna rape y'all. Justin Bieber, Chris Brown. You know what I'm saying? Y'all tripping on me.
Yo, but I'm just trying to understand what happened back then. Back then, was it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
Hmm?
Is it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
I guess money can you cocky. I guess money can you cocky. You know what I'm saying? They even beat up a rolling 60 and killed the guy at the club. Said DJ Quick and they jumped on the dude and all that shit. That's what I figured that shooting was about on Santa Monica that day when his hat was in the street I was just telling you about. Damn, I guess they gonna get his ass.
So this is more gambling than anything. It's not just East Coast, West Coast.
I can't tell you really behind it all. You know what I'm saying? Because it's some mafia shit, man. Family's still out there. Yeah. Yeah. Some of that shit out. Okay, no, I'll be right there. She had the same boss. Feel me? I was just a street man, he was just a studio man, business one. The FBI thing created him because he stopped being the boss. That's why he jumped on it so fast. Hey, you know, I can't really put him out there like that because he's still out there. You know what I'm saying? He like my family's go back since the 30s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there ain't no Harry either.
Yeah, no. But I mean, Suge might
we in the same boat.
Suge might be in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah, you right. No, I think the police in this gonna come.
Good.
All of them gonna go around. All the crooked cops and shit, we was really up against it, homie. One of the city of Compton, they got Reggie, right? Reggie Jr., Sergeant Reynolds, the mayor, all these dirty motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? So we was gonna eventually have to have some shootouts with them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They just got busted too. I loved it. I like, yeah! They didn't get the main one though. They didn't get the main fucking dude. He just running around. He's still his job too.
They got Reggie and his dad.
Huh?
They got Reggie and his dad.
I said they didn't get the main one though. His name Reynolds.
Oh, really?
Sergeant Reynolds. Pulled over my 60 keys. He's making my life miserable. Buying some broad. Getting jealous of broad, man. Dirty. They didn't get his ass.
That precinct was dirty as fuck.
Yes, it was. And we was lived out there with him. Even the mayor, his councilmen. We up there eating at IHOP in Lane. And here come the mayor. Man, you better sit your ass down, fool, and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Stupid bitch. You know? That dude was stupid. Wasn't that Bradley? Omar Bradley? Yeah. That dude was stupid on him.
Let's eat some food, man. All right, thank you guys. We're back in 45. Are you leaving?
No. No, my thing
You're just there looking dapper?
Wait till you see my suits, homie.
Thanks.
All right, sure.
You got a big murder rap? Yeah. Can I see it? Yeah. Where were you eating? Was it? Just bring it to where we eating. Oh, yeah, okay. Where are we eating? Oh, it's in there, okay. Okay.
You talking about K's book? Okay. Yeah. Don't say nothing about no people. That's mine. emails and.
Once again, Mr. Dorsey, and that's around 52 minutes. There's a break where you missed some of the transcript, what the transcript shows.
Yes.
I'm very to go back and drink and shit. Go back and party. Just to fight and shit.
And then what happened?
What's that?
Then what happened?
Then I'll tell you that when I get on my suit.
Oh, come on. You can tell me a little bit. Just,
What's that?
you know, tell me a little bit of, you know, I mean, this is why we're here. We want to hear the true story of what happened that night.
Yeah.
Wayne, we need your permission.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
What? Yeah, I want to talk about that one later. You want to go to the aftermath?
Yeah, can you talk about, before the aftermath, can you talk about that, like, generally, just to give me something to work with? And then we can do it again in more detail. Yeah, like a summary.
Well, let me consult with him.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
That's okay. Ray, the guy over there.
I thought we weren't going to say that, dude.
Okay.
he just trying to switch people. You know, you say make the
What?
I'll turn it on, yeah.
The train ready to go?
No.
It's okay.
I ain't. You need to tell him that. So we got to, that's some shit we got to discuss.
I mean, I want to.
Hello. Hello? What are you about to do? What? All right, I'll be through there.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Is that in my pocket?
Just tell him come here for a minute.
You don't have to go into
Listen. We got to consult with the U.S. Attorney. You don't want to get me locked up. You don't want me locked up. Do you?
No.
Okay. All right. We got to consult with him. So by the next time, you know, I didn't. He asked me to come down here last week, but I never did get a chance to talk to him. That's why I wasn't ready for it. But y'all push me hard. I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. So I got to discuss that because that dude can put me in fucking jail. Give me the death penalty. They can give me the death penalty, homie. It just wasn't him. He was just a fucking. He was just like a fucking. He was like my dessert.
What you say?
You hear me?
Yeah.
It's way more than him.
The thing I think this is an area where he may not. He wants to have his words straight. Right.
So let's do this on the next one.
Okay.
Once I get told with him and he tell me what
you can do.
yeah.
Okay.
You don't want me to get me locked up.
No, he's still going to address it. It's just that he's saying.
Yeah, I just got to go to some with him. I didn't want to tell y'all that this morning and stuff like that. But dude said, come talk to him before I do this.
If he didn't do it, why is he afraid of getting the death
Because if I make him look like an asshole, they're going to lock me up.
But he's going to address it.
Yeah. Okay?
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to consult with him first.
Yeah.
Y'all pushed me to do this.
So where do you want to pick it up? The story.
Where do you want to go right now?
Because he said.
You want to do the aftermath?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You might as well go away.
Look.
He's got to. The man's got to eat.
Real.
Did you? We got food, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing he just said that.
All right, so we're gonna take this. After the fact, after the murder, yeah?
Got the man. We go, we get home, so we on my street. It's about 4:15. Reggie Wright Sr., you know, he was the captain of the Compton Polices back then. I guess he must have did his war room with the oncoming shift. As soon as he did that shit, that motherfucker jumped in that police car, came on my motherfucking street, ran the stop sign and everything, bro, about 70. Pulled up on the wrong side of the street, jumped out of his car, said, listen here, you motherfucking PVD. You motherfuckers killed my motherfucking son, the belts is coming off. I'm like, man, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, you heard me, motherfuckers. I'm like, damn. So, with my immediate crew, I said, like, they been trying to get into it. Trying to get in. So we got to watch these motherfuckers. So we stopped hanging around there right then. We seen they had the back of the police.
What does he mean by, like, my son?
His son is fucking children, man. He's Suge's man. You know what I'm saying? All them, they from the same neighborhood and everything. David, Mack, all them dudes, man. So we really had it rough. So we might have to go to war with the police. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just the gang members. They had the police, shit.
Right.
Feel me?
Who else? Was there anybody else after you?
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of deranged fans and everything. You know what I'm saying? Shit, some girl might. You know what I'm saying?
When did the cops finally get to you?
No. When we got back, the Moon Man on MTV was like, TVD nephew. So it looked like Suge told from day one. You know what I'm saying? So like that motherfucker told from day one, TVD nephew. Why the fuck do you use my fucking name? You know what I'm saying? I just didn't understand that, you know? TVD nephew, Moon Man coming on every hour. You know the little Moon Man? Like, damn. You know? Kind of fucking out. My connection called me. Come meet me. Goes to condo and that's a public. We met him at the Chevron right there. He like, dog, I'm going to jail. I said, what? He said, yeah, y'all going to jail. I'm like, no, homie. He like, man, I'm out of here. I ain't seen that motherfucker since that day, you know. So, you know, I kind of hate I met Puff. Something destroyed my life. Now these super rich motherfucker ain't even send me a pair of Sean John drawers or nothing, you know what I'm saying? God damn. Or noodling while I was in jail. You know what I'm saying? Just left me for dead out here. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't the way fucking, you know what I'm saying? That ain't the way the game go. You know? Shit. Had your back, you ain't out my back though. You know? Yeah.
When did you talk to police?
What's that?
You gave them a statement at some point, right?
I gave them a statement?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Well, I mean, the proffer deal is a statement, no?
Yeah. Dun 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 dun. What's up, man? You just ain't gonna say nothing back there?
I don't have to. You already don't know the position.
Yeah.
This has been part of the same thing. It's like,
You think you said you
you're
just gonna
saying
sit
at some
back
point you
there?
did talk to police. Is that not true?
I think that's what he
Was that?
said.
Remember what I told you outside? That's why I didn't want to do this today.
Right. Well, I mean,
You know, some shit would give me motherfucking, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, I hear you.
Well, yeah. Dude, asked me to meet him last week, but I wasn't able, man. My wife was sick, homie. I could have had all your answers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I didn't want to tell you all that, all my business like that, you know, but force my hand.
I blame Tara.
All right.
Yeah. Let me just see what I can talk to you about that, because a lot of the stuff I have here is about that night. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna have all the answers, though. I swear.
So you're not talking about it? Is that what we're saying?
I think.
Can you talk about Zip and talking to Puff afterwards?
Zip and Puff?
Yeah, I mean, at some point you needed to talk to them about shit. Is that the same shit?
Yeah.
Was it? Well, did you, so after that happened, did you get in contact with Zip?
Man, Zip was together. He was with us at the point.
No, and afterwards you can see him. And he didn't come back to LA with you, did he? You did?
Yeah. We went up to Wingstop, Wings, LA Wings right there on the 3rd and the bread. Right there on the side with Pink's, you know, Pink's is. They got the LA Wingstop right there on the
He
side.
was Zip.
Yeah.
It was Beverly, though, or
What
Melody.
did you talk about?
All kind of shit. Money.
Yeah, so that we don't waste our time, can we do something where you can talk to me and then you can get approval? You get approval whether you use it or not? Because otherwise...
We only can answer 3 questions on it. I only go into full detail with you and everything on it.
No, you don't have to do...
Once I get the green light where I uncover, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't make them look like a goddamn asshole downtown.
So how did you guys lay low afterwards? What'd you guys do?
You want to know the truth? We didn't lay low. We was, after they asked, Mr. Man laid low. He the one who flew out to the Caribbean and shit. But we some mafia shit, man. Yeah, don't, we didn't lay low. We had to stay sharp, man, because we had to watch out for the police, had to watch out for them, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we didn't lay low.
So, I think this you can answer. Why didn't they bring up any charges against Orlando?
They can't prove it.
Give it to me in a complete sentence.
Why they didn't bring up charges? Because I know they can't prove it.
They talked.
Yeah, they raided everybody else. I think it was October the 7th or something like that. Raided everybody else. Just so happened, one of my homies, he's a grease trap guy to pick up the old cooking grease. He came, knocked on my door about 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock. Said, KPD, the FBI, and about 100 police is at the donut shop. I told him, wait 1 minute. Grabbed my shoes, I put on my pants, grabbed my shoes and shirt and stuff, left my car and everything. I jumped in the truck with him, told him to drop me off at the Metro Red. I missed the raid by 5 minutes.
Huh.
Otherwise, they would have got me.
Did he say somebody tipped him off?
Mm-hmm.
So
Who
let's
was
go back
it?
to Orlando.
Yeah,
'Cause he passed away, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
maybe you can talk about what he did that day without mentioning you. Is that something you feel comfortable doing?
Oh.
Because you can't implicate him. He's dead. There's nothing that can happen.
What's that?
Can you talk about what Orlando did that night
I just
The
texted
night
in Vegas? Yeah. Without mentioning you at all? Just talk
He
about
went to
him.
the hospital. He went to the hospital to get his shoulder fixed and stuff like that.
No, but I'm talking about before that.
We got to consult. There's 3 questions that stuck on. I got to go consult with this man. Because
I'm just saying he's not. There's nothing. Wayne's a lawyer. Wayne, can you confirm that? Can he talk
Can't
about Orlando
confirm
without mentioning his name? Without mentioning Keefe's name?
That's what I asked Mario. I said, see if he'll talk. What does he know about what Orlando did that night without including himself in that? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because Orlando's
So,
dead. Been dead almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Did Orlando go after Tupac that night after the fight?
Huh?
I got to do my job.
No, he didn't go after Tupac.
He did not.
Mm-mm. Man, wait till I get on the suit, man. Keep on. Let's go somewhere else. You want to talk about pub? Something like that?
What's that? I did. He didn't want to answer, but I'll ask you. Okay. Did you try to get money from Puffy after the fact for the deal that you had arranged with him?
No, because it was hot. You know what I'm saying? You just can't jump out there like that. You have to be smart in this game. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they'd take your ass down. They would have bent your ass down. You know what I'm saying? And,
So what was your plan?
I seen him about maybe like 6 months later at the House of Blues right there. And he invited us to the Pretty Pictures Museum the night before. And we went up there. He was up there partying. I'd seen him at the Pretty Pictures Museum. And he like, TVD, the FBI is all over us. I'm saying, if you want to catch our heat, you know what I'm saying? Said they up in this party right now. I'm like, for real? He's like, yeah. So that's why I didn't understand how the fuck Biggie can get killed. You know what I'm saying? If the FBI all around here, you know what I'm saying? Said they up in the party and everything ever since we got off the plane. Fuck.
God, I just thought of something I never thought of.
So we'll talk about Biggie in a second, but did you ask him for?
That's why there's
the
no
money
way
that-
Keefe
that
and the
he owed you?
Southside Crips kill Biggie.
What's that?
Did you ask him for the
Fucking
money
Puff
that
Pull
he
and
owed
the
you?
FBI are all over.
No,
him. So the Keefe would
Shit,
have
if
been
we
like,
got the
fuck,
FBI
the
around,
FBI are
fuck
outside
around,
right now,
fuck
murder's
around.
off. We can't kill him right now.
Yeah,
of course. God, I never put that together before.
And what's is it true that there's a rumor going around that Zip got half the money?
That's what the FBI said.
Say it again, because I don't.
That's what the FBI said. That Zip got the money.
Do you believe it?
He's a motherfucker. See Donald Trump. Trump Jr. right now in trouble. About some fucking emails and shit. Yeah, motherfucker. You know they're motherfuckers.
Did you talk to Zip about the money?
No, yeah, man. As soon as I left, I told you that man, Ted Holiday had his head up my ass on me. I still got hemorrhoids from him. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that dude's a motherfucker. He head of the major crime unit, shit. That dude's a motherfucker, dude. You know?
So, but here's the thing. You're not upset about not getting paid? Were you not upset about not getting paid?
It's the time to get paid. I was trying to pick the perfect spot, dude. You know what I'm saying? trying to just pick it those.
Perfect spot.
All right, let me just backtrack here for a second.
What does he mean by that?
Yeah, you can switch over. Yeah,
He's
got
afraid to talk in this office building.
Yeah, he wants like this.
He wants to be in like a warehouse
He
or
wants to
somewhere.
be like, yeah. He wants to save him. Like his. I don't know if they come up with a spot or what, but yeah, he doesn't want to be here.
Right?
What you gonna do with some money in here?
Right. No, I mean, because you were saying like, yeah.
Well, hello everyone. See us up there.
Welcome. It's bird's eye view.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. My name is Devin Knight. This is our Beginner to Pro, Power BI Beginner to Pro Learn with the Nerd session. We do this usually once a year or roughly once a year. Yeah. And today you have myself. I'm Devin Knight. I'm the president of Pragmatic Works Training alongside with Allison Gonzalez. If you want to introduce yourself for a moment.
Hello. My name is Alice Gonzalez. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer here at Pragmatic Works. I train on a lot of things, but I love Power BI.
That's
so
awesome.
I love it, yeah.
Yeah, you do a little bit of everything, I think, for us. I don't think you're going for the infinity gauntlet of technologies.
That's what I joke, that I take of all. Yep.
Yeah. Well, we're really excited to have you here live today. This is a live session, part of what Allison's going to be doing with us. We're going to have a number of folks, shout out to our Power BI team who's going to be answering questions in the chat. But in addition to that, Allison's also going to be bringing questions up live during today's session. So if you do have questions, we're not going to be able to get to all of them, of course. There's going to be probably hundreds of questions that come through.
Bring it on.
Yeah, but if there's some really relevant ones that come through, we will pause here and there and be able to answer those questions. So do interact with us in the chat. We'll also have some giveaways at the end of the day around some of the conversations that we have. So make sure that you interact with us in today's chat. But today's focus, and actually before I jump into our topic and our agenda for the day, I do want to mention a couple logistics things that are very common questions. I've already seen the questions come up a few times in the chat. This is recorded. Yes, you can go back, you can rewatch it, you can slow us down. If you miss a step, you don't have to ask, can you show it again? Just speed us up. Yeah, just drag it back in the YouTube video play editor there, and you'll be able to go back and see how we did something again. So yes, today's session is recorded. Also, a common question that we get is after you complete this class, you are welcome to fill out a form to receive a certificate of completion. That way you can recognize that you sat with us through this lengthy class. We are going to be together for quite some time. We're going to be together for at least 3 hours. I want to prepare you. It could go a little over. This is live, so we might go a little over. But we have a lot to cover. Power BI is, Power BI is a topic that you can spend a week or weeks learning about.
Yep. Yep, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're excited that you're here to join us live today. If you're watching this as a recording, again, check out the description of this course or this video, and you'll see things like class files that you can download. We'll talk a little bit about what are in the class files. You'll also be able to find the link on the certificate of completion in the description and other interesting things about Pragmatic Works. Pragmatic Works, very briefly, if you're not familiar with us, if you're finding us for the first time, we are a training and consulting company all around Microsoft technologies, and we do these free live events on a regular basis, usually once a month, to be able to share what we know, and hopefully maybe you'll find interest in what we do, and we might be able to work together in some way. So we're really excited to either introduce ourselves to you if you're new to Pragmatic Works, or reintroduce ourselves if you've been with us for some time now.
Girls, trek? Excited?
Periods. Of all days, it had to come today.
It's a long trek, Nits. What if you get tired?
Look at that climb.
That means heavy flow too.
I will have to check my pad again and again.
Periods may come with a lot of tension. But the tension of when to change your pad, not anymore. New Stay Free Secure XL with double leak lock technology. Till the first lock, you're fine. But the second lock means it's pad change time. Let's go. Stay Free Secure XL. Zero tension, double protection.
Well, today's topic, Allison, is Power BI Beginner to Pro. That name implies that you can be a total beginner to Power BI to join us today. So if you are new to Power BI, that's okay. If you've attended some of our training classes before, we may be even showing some things that you've likely seen before. If you've attended a training class with us before, you're likely not a full beginner. But we're
if you are a beginner, let me know in the chat.
Yeah, let us know. Tell us in the chat if you're a total beginner with Power BI. Maybe you've worked with Excel, maybe you've worked with other tools, but Power BI is new to you. Let us know in the chat so we know how many folks that we have that are total beginners here. That'd be interesting to find out.
Little brand new Power BI babies.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. So our goal today is to really take you end to end through the process of building a Power BI solution. It's not going to be a very complex solution. While we do have 3 hours together, and that seems like a lot, we could really, if we were going to do this right, we could do it over the course of weeks or months.
We're going to be moving pretty quick to get everything in here, for sure.
Absolutely. So that being said, there is lots more to learn, and that's where Pragmatic Works can come into play, and you can find out there's more training courses that we offer, whether they be more asynchronous learning through our on-demand learning, or we also teach these classes live. But let's jump into what our real goal today is, which is to teach you that end-to-end process of Power BI. For many of you that are new, let's talk first, what is Power BI? So Power BI is a reporting and analytics tool, of course. It is part of what is known as Microsoft Fabric. So let's share our screen here for a moment. And for those of you that are brand new to what Power BI is and what Fabric is this kind of larger ecosystem of data analysis tools, data ingestion tools, to be able to, whether you're on the business side or more on the IT side, you have this suite of tools to be able to help and guide you through building out a data architecture. Power BI is more of the data visualization side of things, although it does more than just data visualizations. We're going to learn that today. There's a lot more you can do than just building visuals, although that's what a lot of people think about when they think of Power BI, right?
It really is. Yeah, you think it's a visualization program, let me just get started, but there's so many components that you need to set up first, and that's what we're going to really cover today so everyone can really have a successful report.
Yeah. So while Power BI is part of Fabric, and you can see there's lots of other things that are part of Fabric, that is really going to be our sole focus today, is on the Power BI aspects. We will talk a little bit, assuming we have some time. That's where I told you, hey, we might go a little over 3 hours, is because I really do want to show you some of the really cool features you can do inside of Copilot for Power BI, for example. So there's some neat things that would be fun to show and that we're prepared to show. So hang tight towards the end, the little teaser there towards the end of the session, as we will look at some of the Copilot capabilities as well. Now, as it comes to working within specifically Power BI, there are a number of phases or parts to a Power BI project. We talked about Power BI projects having a lot that goes into them. And when it comes to building out your Power BI solutions, you're not just jumping straight to building those visuals. You have this process you're going to go through where you're going to connect to the data. You're going to get access to whatever data sources you're working with. Power BI has hundreds of data connectors that are built into it that allow you to connect in and pull information in from the variety of sources you're working with. Now, it's not unlimited. There's not every data source out there. However, if you are connecting into a data source that Power BI does not have a built-in connector for, it is possible, I'm not going to say it's easy, but it is possible to build your own data connectors into those different data sources you're working with. So once you get connected into your data, your next step is going to be to cleanse that data. I'm sure many of you that are watching this today work with data that's not perfect, that's not clean, that's not something that you would stick into a report right away. Likely many of you are working with data that is user entered. Someone's actually entering it in, and because it's entered in by users, it's very likely that they can make mistakes. And so one of the major processes when it comes to working with Power BI is to actually go through a data cleansing process. This is done using a tool called Power Query, which is inside of both Power BI as well as Excel. So I'm sure many, I'm not sure if you're seeing comments on this, but I'm sure many of those that are attending today are probably maybe a little familiar with Excel.
Yeah, there's a few in there who are like, we've used Power Query before, use Excel, and I always love talking about how Power BI came directly from Excel, right? We just celebrated its 10th birthday last year.
Yeah.
And it's built from these components that were just added into Excel and kind of overloaded Excel. These aspects are still there, but Microsoft was like, let's take them, put them into their own platform where they can really shine, make it easier to work with, and that's how we got Power BI. So for Excel users, I love to bring that up because it can help reassure you that you have skills to do this. It's just taking what you already know, and then how do we translate that now into Power BI?
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, so if you feel like you're pretty comfortable in Excel, so a lot of those skill sets will translate and you can be brought into the Power BI world here. So data cleansing, very important process that's going to be done using a tool called Power Query, as we mentioned. Then the idea of data mashup, or another way of phrasing this is your data modeling phase within inside of Power BI. This is when you're going to connect the multiple data sources you're working with, because generally speaking, when you're building a Power BI solution, you're probably not going to find all the data that you need in one central place. If you do, you're very fortunate, because larger scale projects, usually you're going to be pulling in data from multiple data sources. And so the idea of data mashup, or this data modeling phase, is where you're going to be pulling in those different data sources and relating them or connecting them together with inside of your Power BI semantic models that you create. And we'll talk more about semantic models as we go a little further on, but those models are where those relationships, those tables, all that information about the structure of your data is stored in your data model. Now you can jump right in at this point and you can start to explore your data. You can dig in, you can ask questions of your data, you can start to experiment a little bit, you can even build visuals rather quickly if you wanted to get quick answers. So the exploration phase is where you can get quick answers about your data, be able to ask quick questions, get information back, and that can be done by simply dragging in visuals, or it could even be done strictly within inside of the data, the table views or the Power Query editor to get quick answers that way as well. But you have that capability within inside of Power BI to have a more exploration view or exploration capability to dig deeper into your data, right? All right, so the part that most people think of when they think of Power BI is the data visualization phase. So this data visualization phase is where you can start to build reports, visuals, dashboards, all of those capabilities where you're presenting the results is part of the data visualization phase. Power BI has loads of visuals that are built into it, but you're not limited to just those visuals. There's also custom visuals that you can add into Power BI. And in addition to that, you can even build your own visuals. Again, like I mentioned, the custom connectors where you can connect into custom different data sources. Not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but it is possible to build your own visuals with inside of Power BI as well. Probably more of a developer type of thing to do, but it's certainly something that can be done. Now, all of the items that I have on my screen right now, let me freeze my screen here for a moment. All of the items that you see on my screen right now can be done for free within inside of the tool called the Power BI Desktop. So the Power BI Desktop is a free application that you can download. I will mention now that it can only be done with inside of Windows operating systems. So if you're on a Mac, you do have the ability to do a lot of these things, but you would do it through the web browser experience for Power BI. Through the web browser experience at powerbi.com, you can sign in. For my Mac users, we're not going to be going this route for today. But for my Mac users, a lot of the things I'm going to be showing today can be done. It's just going to be done a little bit differently through the web browser experience.
Exactly, and we actually already had someone ask this in the chat about a Mac download, which Power BI doesn't have the Mac download. So what's great is you can do that in the service if you have that license. If not, you do, and I put a link and we have a video here on our channel that goes over the process. Angelica walks you through it, but you'd have to run another program on your Mac to be able to run Windows, to be able to download Power BI if you wanted to go that route. So if you do want to do that, you can always pause us, go watch that, do that, and then come back and pick us right up.
That's a great point. Yeah, so this session today is going to be more geared towards Windows users, so I want to tell you that up front. But as Allison just shared with you, there is a way that you can run the Power BI Desktop on your Mac by basically having a virtual environment, right? So Power BI Desktop can only be installed on Windows operating systems, but it is free, and you can do all the things I have on my screen right now for free using the Power BI Desktop. And again, for my Mac users, there's also through the web experience, there's ways that you can do these. It's just going to be a little bit of a different experience. I'm not going to be going down that route today. All right, so those things can be done for free. So the question is, when does Power BI licensing come into play? That is when you want to share your results with others. So when you want to take the solutions that you've designed in Power BI and share them with others, you're going to need a Power BI subscription. And as well as those that you're sharing with will also need a subscription. Now, we're not going to get too deep into the licensing of Power BI today, but do know there is a Power BI Pro subscription that individuals can be subscribed to. And then there's also Fabric capacity subscriptions that you can do, which is more on the workspace level. And there's some additional capabilities that you get with that. We'll talk a little bit more about Fabric throughout the day, really later in the day. The Fabric licensing that you could have will also enable things like Copilot. So as we talk about Copilot later in the day, you have to have Fabric capacity, Fabric licensing on a workspace to be able to do Copilot with inside of Power BI. We have some other really good sessions or videos on our YouTube channel around that as well, so make sure you check that out. But the sharing step, when you want to share your results with others, that's when the licensing for Power BI comes into play. Anything I'm missing there, Allison?
No, you covered all of it. I think we got the basics. We have a good overview, a good bird's eye view of all the steps of the process.
Okay.
Now we get to go fill them in, give them that step-by-step instruction to really get everyone moving and grooving. But so chat is excited, ready to go.
Awesome. Well, here's what we're going to do then as we get further along is we're going to start to actually look at the tool itself that we're going to be using throughout today, which I just mentioned is called the Power BI Desktop. So the Power BI Desktop is that primary application that we'll use as we're designing Power BI solutions, and we're going to jump into it right now. As I mentioned, it is free, and you can download it by going to powerbi.com is one way. There's a download path there. Or the other way is when you're on your Windows operating system, you can use the Microsoft Store, and you can download the Power BI Desktop from there. I think we generally recommend using the Microsoft Store path. Why is that the best route to go?
If you download it from Microsoft's website, it's great. You can pick the version you want. However, then you're kind of not necessarily stuck with that version, but that's the one that's on your machine. But the cool thing with Power BI is that it gets updated every single month. They normally take a month off around the holidays, so that's why we're kind of a month out from this one. But that is great because they are updating it constantly, giving you new features, fixing bugs and glitches. The downside, though, is you need to stay up to date. And if you get your download from the Microsoft Store, that will auto-update for you.
Yeah.
Fantastic. If that's available to you, definitely go that route. We know that a lot of you may be on your organization's device, so you may need to be getting approval to download, or they might even have a special site that you go to download all of your applications that are approved versions. And so you might need to just, again, check with your IT team, check internally what that might be for you.
Yeah, great point. So I'm not going to go through the download process. If you don't have the Power BI Desktop already installed, I'd pause us, take a few moments to go download it. It'll take less than 5-10 minutes to be able to do that, and then you can play to catch back up. But again, you can use the Microsoft Store to be able to download the Power BI Desktop. And again, the big benefit of doing that is that gives you the ability to ensure that the Power BI desktop is automatically updated. As Allison mentioned, it's updated usually on like a monthly basis. So if you want to make sure you're always running the most up-to-date version, the Microsoft Store is the way to make sure that you have that without having to constantly re-download it. All right, so to get started, we're going to launch and open up the Power BI desktop. Again, I'm making the assumption you have that already installed on your workstation. If not, pause us, take a moment to download that, and I'm going to launch the Power BI desktop on my screen. It'll take a few moments here to open, but as we get the Power BI desktop open, the first thing that I'd like you to do, for those of you that are following along, is we're going to start with a blank report, mainly because I just want to be able to get the blank canvas started here so we can talk a little bit more about the tool. So for those of you following along, go ahead and hit the blank report button right here, and then that'll just get us open and viewing the Power BI desktop without any other interference here for a moment. So let's go ahead and click blank report.
माँ, दुगनी ताकत का क्या मतलब है? क्या इसका मतलब है मुझे कोई गिरा नहीं पाएगा?
गिरा पाएगा, पर तोड़ नहीं पाएगा।
क्या अब सारे प्रॉब्लम्स इजी हो जाएंगे?
इजी तो कुछ भी नहीं होगा, पर हर सवाल का जवाब दुगनी ताकत देगी। इसीलिए तुम्हें रोज देती हूँ बोनवीटा, जो दूध में विटामिन डी, आयरन और जिंक को दोगुना करे और दूध की शक्ति बढ़ाए।
You thought AI was supposed to make your work easier, but when every query gets met with the same vague response, you start to wonder how much you actually know how to use it. That's exactly why Koenig built Beast AI, not one more tool to figure out on your own, a way to finally tame the beast. Inside the program, certified AI experts walk you through hands-on workshops built around your actual day-to-day work, not generic theory. You walk out and suddenly the reports write themselves faster, the decks come together easier, the proposals stop eating your evenings. Back at your desk, you're not the one falling behind anymore. Become an AI expert with Koenig's Beast AI. Inquire now.
All right. So this is the Power BI desktop canvas experience that you will normally have. So when you're starting to work with inside of the Power BI desktop, you'll see a screen that looks like this. We don't have any visuals on our screen. Obviously, we haven't brought any data in yet. We haven't pulled in, connected into any data sources that we're going to be working with. So this is the first place that you'll view when you launch the tool typically. A couple things I want to highlight as we get started is one, if you want to verify the version of the Power BI desktop that you're running on your workstation, there's a couple ways that you can do that. You can start potentially by one path is you can go to the Help menu up top, and underneath the Help menu, you can click About to be able to see the version of the Power BI desktop that you're running. Now again, usually the Microsoft team has a update just about every month. I think right now they might be a month behind just because we were in the holidays. But you can find out the version that you're running by clicking Help and then About. Now, the other thing that I want to highlight is depending on your experience, you may see something a little bit different on the right-hand side of your screen. So on the right-hand side of my screen, I have what is called a build menu, and you'll see a bunch of visuals that I have available to me to use here today. This is because I have a preview feature that's now the default, is actually the preview feature's turned on. So this preview feature is called On-Object Interaction. And I have it turned on because it is the default for many of you. If you're installing Power BI for the first time, you'll likely see this same thing. If you don't see the word build up at the top right here, it says, what does it say, Allison? Visuals, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, it says visuals. So if yours looks,
visualization pane.
Visualization pane. Yeah, so it may be a little different over here on the right-hand side, and I want to guide you into making sure yours looks the same as mine. So as we go through this next couple hours together, you're not seeing something a little different than me. So to ensure that we're looking at the same design experience here on the right-hand side, you're going to go to the File menu in the top left. So I'm going to go up to the top left here and hit File. And then under the File menu, we're going to go to the very bottom left, and you'll find Options and Settings under the File menu. Once I select that, in the middle of my screen, we'll have Options again. All right, once I select Options, this will bring up a rather large Options menu. There's a lot going on with this. And just to repeat how I got here one more time, again, you could always rewind me and see it, but I went underneath the File menu in the top left, and then Options and Settings on the bottom left, and then options again. And that brings me to the options menu that we see here. There's lots of things going on in this menu, but the area that we are particularly focused on is the preview section found right here, the preview features. All right. Now there's a lot of preview features that you can have turned on or turned off. You'll see as I navigate over to that part of the window, I have many turned on, I have many turned off. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you want to have on or off. One thing worth noting though is after you make a change in this window, it's going to require that you close the Power BI desktop completely and then relaunch it. So anytime you make a change in this window, you're going to have to close the Power BI desktop and relaunch it, relaunch the application to be able to see those changes in action. Now the particular feature that I'm highlighting that I mentioned called On Object is found, let's see, I have mine checked. Must be
somewhere in the
there
middle.
It is, right there. Yeah, there's so many here. It would normally be in the middle, but I scrolled down.
I also want to say, depending on your version, you will see different preview features in here, right?
Point.
If you're running a version from July, different things aren't available yet. So you might not have the 100% things, but On Object, it's crazy. It's been there for almost 2.5 years already, and it's still hanging out in preview features.
Yeah, you had a child during this time, and
did.
at this point is much older.
It is.
And this feature is still in preview.
Has the whole kid, and now he's almost 3, and it's still here.
So on-object interaction, that's again the feature I want to make sure you have turned on, so that way our experience is the same throughout the day. That's the only really thing I want to highlight here in the preview window section. There's some other things that you can optionally turn off on if you want. For example, there's some Copilot features. One's called Prep Data for AI. That's some buttons that you may or may not see on your screen depending on if you have that turned on, but I have that turned on. And again, that one's totally optional. You don't have to turn that one on. But the on-object interaction one I highlighted just a few moments ago, I do want to make sure you have that on so that way our experience is the same today. Okay. All right, once you click OK in this window, as I mentioned, you may be prompted to close and reopen the Power BI desktop. That's okay. You can pause this, you can close, reopen, and that way your experience will be the same for you as it is for us throughout the day. And the only big difference that you'll notice is this area on the right will look different after you make those changes. All right, that's the setup. Let's now talk about the bigger picture of what we have inside the Power BI desktop and what areas of the tool we're going to be working in during different segments, or let's say life cycle stages of a Power BI project. The first area that I want to highlight for you is the data discovery section of the tool. So I'm going to go ahead and freeze my screen and draw on this a little bit so that we get a good idea of the different areas of the tool that I want to highlight. So to begin with, you have these two buttons up top, the Get Data button and the Transform Data button. Anytime you start a new Power BI project, you're going to begin using the Get Data button to connect to whatever data source it is that you're working on. So the Get Data button is the first button that you'll likely click on whenever you're working with inside the Power BI desktop on a new project. The Transform Data button kind of goes along with that. And I would say that this part of Power BI is your data discovery, or some might call it your data ingestion phase. That's where you're connecting into data, and not only are you going to connect to the data, you're going to perform any kind of data cleansing steps that you might have. So that Transform Data button that I'm highlighting, that's where you're going to perform those data cleansing steps. So in this first phase of your Power BI project, you'll do data cleansing. You'll also do things like, let's see, did I spell that? Yeah, I spelled that right. You'll also do things like add different business rules to your data. So when you hear data cleansing, think of creating business rules to fix your data. And that's all going to happen here. But this is also where you'll go through the phase of connecting to your data, all within that first phase of your project. All right? So when we get started in a few moments, our first thing that we're going to likely do is we're going to go to the Get Data button and we're going to connect to whatever data source we're working on. The second phase of your Power BI project tends to happen with these 4 buttons on the left-hand side. Now, you may not see all 4 of these. There's actually a total of 5, but we're going to talk about 4 of them here to begin with. The first one here is the Table View. You then have the Model View. There's the DAX Query View. And then there's the TMDL, or the TMDL view.
I call it the too long didn't read view, but
too long didn't read view. Yeah, I like it. So these four buttons or views on the left-hand side are part of the second phase of your Power BI project. Now, by the way, I'm sure we probably get this question a lot about this point. The tool that I'm using to draw on the screen is called Zoom It. It's a free tool that you can go download.
We shared also, we have a video tutorial on it too. So
perfect.
We love it. We're not sponsored by Zoom, but we just love it.
We are not. It's free, so yeah, even if we weren't. But so this is called Zoom It. It's a great tool for presentations. That's why we're using it today. But the items that I have highlighted right now, the table view, model view, DAX query view, and the TMDL view are part of the data modeling phase of Power BI. So this is the second phase that we'll be getting into a little towards the halfway point of today's class. But during this phase of your Power BI project, you're going to be doing things like creating relationships. So you'll create relationships during this step. You'll also do things like create hierarchies if needed, which are pretty common. So we'll create hierarchies during this phase. You may also have things like DAX calculations that are necessary at this point. Now you may be hearing that phrase DAX calculations and wondering, well, that's an acronym. You're going to explain that one? Yeah, absolutely we will. DAX is the formula language that you use inside of Power BI to create calculations. So anytime that you want to do something like, say, for example, I want to calculate a year-over-year average of how we're doing in revenue, that would require that you write a DAX calculation. And so that's typically done inside of this data modeling phase. And that phrase, when you hear DAX, that stands for the Data Analysis Expression Language. The E is silent, but expression language. And that language is going to be used as part of that data modeling phase to create those formulas, those calculations, those measurements or metrics that you want to have is all done during that phase. Anything to add there, Allison?
No, you covered it all.
Okay, all right, cool. So that's phase number 2. Phase number 3, we're going to see if I have space on my screen for. We'll flip to orange for this. Phase number 3 is going to happen actually in the screen that we're looking at right now. It is the report view. So inside the report view, which you see in orange on my screen, that is phase number 3. And if you want, you could also include this build menu as part of it as well. But that phase number 3, I'll bring it way over here so we can see it. Yeah, we'll kind of connect those two together. So phase number 3 is going to be your data visualization phase. And during that data visualization phase, that's where you'll start to use report visuals. We'll just say use visuals. And you're starting to build reports and report pages.
I always like to stress here, because this is a very common point of confusion. Inside of Power BI, you are building one report at a time, just the same as if you pull up a Word document, right? You're not going to write multiple books in the same Word document, right? You're not going to write multiple emails in the same window. So that's the same thing. And I think because there's so many buttons, people get overwhelmed really easily and think, oh, I'm just bringing all this stuff in here, kind of like SQL Server Management Studio, right? You can pull up multiple queries kind of in the same thing.
Right.
People can get confused. But in Power BI, you work on one report, you save your report, you close it, you open it up for your next one.
Yeah, it's a great point. Anytime I'm working in the Power BI desktop, the output of this is kind of two-form. One, there's a model we're creating, a semantic model, but the other part of that is a report. So a common thing that we teach, and it's just kind of a little bit of a Power BI lingo thing, is you're building reports here. You're not building dashboards. They might look like dashboards. They might interact like dashboards, what a lot of people have in mind. But anything as far as Power BI lingo goes and the way that the Microsoft team refers to what you design here, it is a report. And the reports can have multiple pages.
Definitely a little bit of a adjustment lingo-wise, from especially for Excel users moving in, who create a dashboard that's interactive. Here we're creating an interactive report.
Absolutely. All right, so that's phase 3. It's all about visuals and visualizations. Then we move on to phase number 4, which is grayed out on my screen right now, but it's this button right here. It's the publish button. It's a little bit grayed out. It's a little hard to see. But this is phase number 4, and I'm going to call this our data sharing phase. So as part of this data sharing phase, you've gotten through everything. The first 3 phases all happen inside the Power BI desktop. We're going to be working in the desktop tool to ingest our data, to create our semantic model, to build visuals. And then in step 4, once we've done those things, we want to share the results with others. Well, what you're not going to do is you're not going to take this Power BI file and email it around to a bunch of people. That is the big no-no. You're not going to do that. You're not getting around Microsoft licensing or anything by doing that, really. You're making a little bit of a mistake. But what you would do instead is you would take the solution that you've designed here and you would publish it to what's called the Power BI service. So the Power BI service is the web experience for Power BI. Rather than using the desktop application, you can use the web experience and you can publish and share your results with others. So when you publish to the Power BI service, your first likely step is you would then share the results with others. So you can share here. You can then also do things like apply security. So for example, you can say not only can you see this report or not, but you can go more granular than that. And you can say you can see these rows of data or you cannot see these rows of data. So you can get really granular with security. Or you can keep it at a higher level, meaning you can see the report or you cannot see the report. So you have the option to do both. And then this is also where you can do things like schedule data refreshes. So if you want to make sure that your data actually stays up to date, you would do that and a scheduled data refresh. So inside of the web browser experience, using the Power BI service, you have that ability to schedule data refreshes to make sure that you're always looking at the most up-to-date view of your data or that your users are always interacting with the most up-to-date version of the data from the web experience. So this is where you would begin that. You would hit publish and you would publish from the desktop tool to the service. And then from within inside of your web browser experience, you can view, you can refresh, you can set up security, all that good stuff there. Now I'm going to add a fifth step here.
Ooh,
because we're getting into a new world of AI, right? So there's new things that you can do in Power BI to really enhance your experience. And it's going to be this final two buttons on the top of my screen called Prep Data for AI and Copilot. This is a newer set of features and capabilities within inside of Power BI. I'm going to call this phase number 5 here. And this is your AI/Copilot phase. And so once you build out your data model, once you build out your visuals and you publish, you can then also set up your solution to be able to interact with the AI capabilities that Microsoft's provided you via Copilot. There is some Copilot capability in the desktop itself, but then there's also a whole Copilot experience within inside of the web browser experience, and then there's even on top of that, there's another experience called Fabric Data Agents, whole another thing to talk about that we have some other videos you can find on our YouTube channel. We won't be getting too deep into that today, but that's really where the whole world is going, right? Everywhere you go is something about AI, and that's also exists within inside of Power BI, and you have that capability both within inside the desktop tool, but also from the web browser experience. All right. So those are our 5 phases of our Power BI projects here. What we're going to start to get into next is our example, and I'm already going too slow, but hey, that's all right. We're going to be here 5 hours together, but you're going to love every minute of it. It's going to be great. So I'm going to clear my screen. If you want to take a screenshot of this, again, it's YouTube. You can pause at any point, but I'm going to clear this out, and we're going to start with our process here. So let's set the stage a little bit, Allison. Maybe you can be my customer, my pretend customer for this.
We need to wear some like fake wigs, hats.
Yeah. You gotta be like ultra businesswoman suit kind of thing here for us.
Can I have an accent, please? Just kidding, I won't do that.
But maybe set the stage. You're our business. You're my customer that I'm working with. Okay. Tell me a little bit about what we're going to be doing today.
Okay. So I would like a report that gives me some information, and I'm coming to you to build that report for me.
Okay.
So I work for a bank, and my boss told me that I need to figure out where we're going to put some new bank locations, like some physical brick and mortar locations. Okay. Which, great. It's easy to go in there, right? You can get more money than an ATM, right? All the good things about why you need a brick and mortar location. But I don't really know where to start. I don't know where to go. I don't know how to figure that out. And we've got really limited internal data. So I'm going to turn to you, the data expert, to find me some data and build me a report to figure out where should I build some banks? Or also on the flip side, where should we not build some banks? Are there some places that they've just not done well?
Yeah.
And then we got to dig into the data. Right? We got to figure out, well, when are they failing? Where at specifically? There's so much we can dive in with this data, and I'm counting on you to figure that out for me.
Okay, all right. That's a lot there, but I like it. All right, so maybe in the past we relied on like a gut feeling of, hey, I feel like this area of Illinois, we need to open up another bank, something like that. We probably looked at some of our internal data. We likely have internal data that tells us about where our density of customers are, which is really helpful. But what we're going to do in this session today, in our class today, is we're going to look at some external data that we can pull in. And part of this is because, hey, I want everyone to be able to participate as easily as possible. So we're going to be bringing in some public data that shows us, as you mentioned, where banks have not been successful. And I want to use that information to tell us perhaps where we want to avoid. You know, we have the density of where our customers are, but let's just imagine we do. But I want to know where perhaps is a bad area to open a bank. And so we're going to be looking at some public data. This is going to be from the US government, and it's going to be from the FDIC's website. FDIC, in case you're not familiar with it, I had to write it down because I always forget about what that is as well. But it's the Federal Department Insurance. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Corporation.
Insurance,
Yeah,
yes,
I wrote that
yes,
down somewhere, and now I'm not able to
yes.
find it. Yeah, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to pull some public data that can easily be found. And by the way, if you have any issues following us through getting this public data, perhaps your organization blocks the website we're going to go to, you can find the file that we're going to be using in the class files. The class files, as a reminder, are pinned to the top of the chat. Or if you're watching this at a later point, you can also find it in the description of the video as well.
Exactly. And if you're following step by step for us and you have no restrictions in your company, you can start right from that blank Power BI report that we pulled up and go from that. We have that data there as that backup just in case, right? Your organization might have some restrictions here or there. So just to really make sure all of you can follow along with us today.
Beautiful. All right, so because we're going to be pulling in public data, I'm going to direct you to go to your web browser of choice, whatever you prefer. Edge, Chrome, Firefox, I don't know, whatever you prefer. But go to your web browser of choice. I'm going to go to Chrome myself. I like them both, though. I'm not too particular.
What about Internet Explorer?
Well, maybe not that one. But we're going to go and navigate to fdic.gov. So for my international folks, this is a U.S. government website, but you should be able to navigate to it just fine. But I'd like you to go to fdic.gov. So enter that into your web browser. And again, if you have any issues going to this website, perhaps your organization blocks it, make sure, as we mentioned, you can find in the class files the file that we're going to be using.
That's right. Quick. Hello, madam. Welcome to our store. Would you like to have more?
Oreo Golden, the new twist to vanilla.
All right, so after you navigate to fdic.gov, we're then going to use the search on this website where it says search fdic.gov in the top right, and we're going to search for failed banks. All right, so take a moment, type that into the search, and then hit enter. Once I do that, the website's going to return back a bunch of different data sets. As you can imagine, the one that we're interested in is the one that I've been to here before. But I'd like you to, after you type in that into the search, go ahead and select the failed bank list option right here. So navigate to that with me.
That is crazy that it has been since 2000, which is now 25 plus years ago.
Oh my gosh.
My brain, I always joke that my brain froze in Y2K because if I think 20 years ago, I think the 80s.
Yeah.
No,
it's oh my gosh. Don't remind me of that. I've got a 16-year-old kid now. All right, so let's go ahead and select the failed bank list option here. And then this is going to take us to a listing of all the failed banks that have been collected since the year 2000. Now, we could interact with this from inside this web browser experience, but you'll notice that we have some pagination here, right? There's multiple pages of results. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll even see that there are 23 pages of failed banks. So rather than going through each of the different individual pages of banks, what I'd like you to do instead is you'll see right here, there's an option to download the data. Now, real quickly, before you left click on that and download it, what we're going to do that's a little unique to Power BI is rather than downloading the file, which is an option, we're going to actually capture the link to where the data is found, where the file is found, and we're going to use that URL as the data source within inside of Power BI. Now, why, Allison, is that better to do than just downloading the file?
Well, first off, you don't get the clutter of having just a million files just like hanging out on your desktop. But the more important reason is that it stays up to date. So anytime, unfortunately, whenever a bank fails, it gets added to this list. So if we took a pause and, right, our boss tells us to go work on something else for 6 months, we come back, I would have to go out, go see if there's new data, get that added in, and it would be a lot more of a process versus using that web link where I'm always connected, and we're gonna set up, spoiler alert, a automatic refresh at the very end of our session once we go into the web version, and that is gonna allow us to be hands-off. Once we build this report, we don't have to do anything. It's going to stay up to date. It's just going to go out, see if there's new banks that failed, pull them back in if they are. So it's going to be really setting our future selves up for success.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, otherwise we're having to download a new file every day or every month or whatever it may be. So if we want to capture the link to this to this file rather than downloading it, what you would need to do in your web browser is right-click on the download data option here. So right-click, not left-click, right-click on the download data option. And we're going to select that we want to copy the link address. Now I'm in Google Chrome, so mine says copy link address. Yours may say copy shortcut, copy link, something different. But again, what I'm gonna have you do is you're gonna right click on this. Let me draw it out here for us so we're all on the same page. Right click, and then we're gonna copy the link address here, okay? All right, so go ahead and do that on your screen as well if you're following along. I'm gonna do it on mine. I'm gonna copy the link address. And then you're going to take that link that you just copied and we're going to bring it back over to the Power BI desktop. So let's navigate back over to the desktop that hopefully we still have open, the Power BI desktop that is. Here's the Power BI desktop that we were drawing on earlier. We talked about the different phases, and now we're going to start to do that phase one, that data discovery, data ingestion phase. We're about to jump into it. So if you are with us, you hopefully remember I told you the first button that we're likely to use whenever we're working with inside the Power BI desktop is going to be that Get Data button. So to get started, we're going to do exactly that. We're going to look at the top of our screen inside the Power BI desktop. You'll see the Get Data button here. Click the area where the little arrow is right here. If you click the top part of the button, it's going to launch another screen, and there's a little bit more to discuss than I have time for today. But we're going to click the little down arrow, and it's going to show us some of the common data sources that are available within inside of Power BI. However, there are loads and loads and more. There's hundreds more different data connectors, and if you're interested in looking at those other ones that are available, you can click the More option on the bottom. Don't actually click More for now. What I want you to do instead is we're going to be connecting into that web data source, that website, the fdic.gov website. And so if you're following along, you're going to select the web option here. And we're going to paste in the URL that we copied just a moment ago. If there's any folks on the class here that had difficulty getting to that website and are having to use our class downloads, you would use the text/CSV option. But for us, everyone that's kind of going together here synchronously, we're going to use the web option. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and select web on my screen as well. And then in the center of your screen, you'll see a new dialog box that's going to guide you through connecting to that website to bring the data in. And all you have to do is paste the URL that we copied just a few moments ago. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that URL. You can right-click and paste, or you can use Control-V to paste, whatever your preference is. And you can see that it's got the URL for that failed banks list inside of our dialog box here. And it is a CSV file, but it's also pointing to that CSV file from a website. We're not going to get into the advanced section. There are a few things that you can do in the advanced section. If you wanted to parameterize the URL, for example, you can do that there, but we're going to stick to the basics for today. All right, once you have that pasted in, click OK. And my friends in the chat will provide that link just in case you have any issues getting to that link that I used. You'll find that in the chat as well. All right, so once you click OK, it's going to take you to this next dialog box. This will appear if this is the first time you've ever connected to this data. If you've connected to this data previously, it might skip this screen. But what this screen is asking us to do is to determine, or to basically tell Power BI how we're going to be authenticating into the data source that we're using. Now, because we're connecting into a public data source, we don't really have to use a username and password to be able to get into this data. We can actually just leave this as anonymous, which is the default that you're seeing on the screen right now. But you can see on the left-hand side, you do have other options as far as how you can authenticate or connect into the data that is available to you. In our case, we're going to be leaving this as the default, which is anonymous, and then click Connect. All right. Once you click connect, that's going to take us into our next screen where we're going to get a preview of the data that we're working with. So this gives you a view of generally the first 200 rows of data that you have. Sometimes it might be less depending on the number of columns that you have, but it's going to give you a little preview of the data that you're working with before you bring it into Power BI. Now, one thing that you might notice that you see on my, or at least I see on my screen that's a little unusual, is you're seeing that there are these little oddities in the data and the columns. You'll see it here as well. These are Unicode characters that have been brought into our preview of our data. And there is an easy way to fix that. If you want to make sure that you are looking at the correct view and the correct column names and things like that within inside of our data source, we can actually change up in the top left right here where it says File Origin. We can tell it the type of format of the file that we're working with. So if you're following along, what I'd like you to do to change with me here is we're going to go ahead and change this from the Unicode option to the one on the very bottom of the list here. So you can scroll all the way to the bottom of the list and you'll find this 1252 Western European. We're not going to get into the weeds on why we're choosing this versus that, but just know that's the option that we need to choose to be able to bring this file through in the correct format.
Exactly. When you're working on your regular Power BI projects later on, you never know what form your data is going to be brought in from your organization. So you might need to get a little creative, see what works, change things around a little bit. But we know for this set, we don't want the Unicode, we want that Western European Windows.
Yeah, so this may be something exclusively you do for this option. This is not something necessarily you'll need to do it for every file you connect into.
Exactly.
All right, so I'm going to select that Western European file format. And we'll see those little question marks, diamond question marks that we saw a moment ago disappear, so we know we're in good shape there. And then on the bottom of our screen, we're going to note there's a couple options here that we can choose from. You'll see Load, Transform Data, and Cancel. I think cancel is pretty self-explanatory. I'm not going to spend any... Yeah, don't do that. So I'm not going to explain cancel, but let's talk about the other two here briefly. The load option, so option 1 here is load. And what load means, when you go to click that, it's going to immediately load the results into your model. All right, so it's going to immediately take the data we're working with and load it into our data model. And that's okay to do, but generally that's probably not going to be your first choice. The reason why is because if you're going to immediately load it into your data model, that assumes that your data is already perfect. There's no data cleansing you need to do. There's no manipulation you need to do to make sure that the data is properly formatted. That's probably pretty rare. So you're unlikely to start with load. You're more likely to start with the transform data option. And so, Allison, actually, I'll go ahead. No, tell us what transform data is. I'm sorry, I saw you about to type, so I pivoted.
Oh, no, you're good. So I like to think of this transform data button here as a shortcut, because earlier when you did the nice little walkthrough, and hopefully you all went and screenshotted that to have that easy to access, you showed a button, and that's the main button that lets you open up the Power Query Editor at any point in time. Well, right now, if we were in this window and you hit that load button, we would need to sit here. It wouldn't be long, but we'd have to sit and wait for all of our data to load into the desktop. And then we're like, great, we need to make some changes. Let's go over to Power Query. Using transform data right here is like a shortcut. I know that I need to make edits to my data, so I'm going to take my little shortcut and go right to the Power Query Editor without first loading my data here to the desktop.
I love it. I love it. So a shorthand version of that, if I click Transform Data, it's going to allow me to launch the Power Query Editor, that's the area where we would do all those data cleansing steps. Now, as Allison mentioned, if you accidentally hit Load instead of Transform Data, we will be, if you're following along, we will be clicking Transform Data, so you can go ahead and click that if you'd like. But for those that accidentally clicked Load, that happens, it's okay. You can still get to Transform Data. You would just get there by clicking on Transform Data up here. So no worries if you accidentally do this in a different order. You can still get to that same area by clicking Transform Data on the top. But for what we're doing today, go ahead and click on the Transform Data option right here. Now, as I noted just a moment ago, this is going to launch the Power Query Editor. And this is where we can perform all kinds of data cleansing steps and organizing the data that we want and fix any kind of data ingestion issues that we want to work on. A couple things I want to highlight within inside of this area of the tool is this is a separate window, first of all. So this did launch a totally new window. You'll see the Power BI desktop in the background, Power Query Editor in the foreground here, and there's a couple areas of the tool I want to highlight. First, in the left-hand side, this is where you'll see your list of queries that you will eventually have. Right now I only have one, but it's likely that you'll have multiple queries over time. each query is essentially equivalent to a table. Now there's some exceptions to that where maybe you have functions and things like that, but generally each query that you see on the left-hand side will eventually become a table in your data model at some point. On the right-hand side of your screen is the query settings area. This is where you can, for example, change the name of your query. That's one of the areas you can do that. And it's also where you can find the applied steps section. This is a really important area. In fact, let me zoom in just on the applied steps section here for a few moments. The applied steps section allows you to see all the data transformations that you've done to your query. So every time you make a change to a column, every time you change a data type, every time you create a new column, anytime you make changes inside the Power Query Editor, those changes are listed in the applied steps section. So at some point, if you make a change and you realize it was a mistake or you need to make an edit to that change, you would come to this applied steps section on the right-hand side to be able to make any kind of changes or edits to transformations that you've created over time, or steps. So that's the area on the right-hand side. It's a very common area to review and make changes to over time. If you wanted to make a change to a step, you can do that by clicking the little gear icon right here. So that's how you can edit a step. All right. If you wanted to delete or remove a step that you've done previously, you would click the little X on the left-hand side. So one will edit the step, the other one will delete the step. So we're not going to need to do anything like that right now. I just want you to be aware of how to use that area of the tool to either delete or edit steps that you're working with. All right. A couple other things that are noteworthy here as we're inside of the Power Query Editor. You'll also see as you look at the columns that we have within inside of our data set, you'll likely note that you'll see in the top left-hand corner of left-hand corner, that's right. The left-hand corner of each of our columns, you'll notice these little indicators here are telling us the data types of these columns. So when you see ABC, that's telling you that these are text columns. If you see 1, 2, 3, it's a number column. If you see something like a calendar icon, that indicates that it is a date. So you'll see the data types of each of your columns in the top left, and you can change the data types by clicking on those little icons. If you're new to the concept of data types, it's essentially what type of data can be stored in that field or in that column. So if you have a text data type, it's going to store text data. If you have a number data type, it can only store numbers. If for some reason a text value appears in that column, it's going to cause a problem. If you have a date column, like you see here, then it's going to have only dates in it. And if something other than a date appears in that column, it will cause a problem. Part of that is done intentionally for data validation purposes. You want to make sure you only have that certain type of data in those columns. All right. The other thing that you'll notice whenever you're looking at the column headers is on the right-hand side, you'll see this little down arrow. And that down arrow is where you can do things like sort the columns, you can filter the columns, all within inside of the column header area here. And we'll do some of that as we continue our way through, but that little down arrow to the right of the column allows you to do the filtering and the sorting of those columns. All right, now for our example, what I want to do, and generally what you'll do whenever you get started, is you want to start by renaming your query. The name that came into our Power Query Editor is not necessarily the name that I want to keep. And if I want to change the name of this query, I can do so by going to the query settings on the right-hand side. So on the right-hand side right here, you'll see that underneath query settings, I have the ability to rename my query. Right now my query is called download data. It's a pretty terrible name. Because remember, these queries are eventually going to be the tables that I have, and I don't want to have a table called download data. So what I prefer instead is to actually call this failed banks and hit enter, and that will rename the query for us.
गर्ल्स ट्रॅक एक्साइटेड पिरियड झालेत नेमके आजच यायचे होते ट्रॅक खूप लांबचा आहे नेच थकलीस तर केवढा चढ आहे बघ
म्हणजे फ्लो पण जास्त
एकसारखं पॅड पण चेक करत राहावं लागेल
पिरियड्स मध्ये कितीही टेन्शन असलं तरी पॅड चेंज करायचं टेन्शन आता अजिबात नाही नवीन स्टे फ्री सिक्युअर एक्सेल डबल लीक लॉक टेक्नॉलॉजी सह फर्स्ट लॉक तू एकदम सुरक्षित असतेस पण सेकंड लॉक म्हणजे पॅड बदलायची वेळ झाली निघूया स्टे फ्री सिक्युअर एक्सेल झिरो टेन्शन डबल प्रोटेक्शन
Kiss me, close your eyes and miss me. Cadbury Silk, how far will you go for love?
I have a quick question I want to pull up on the screen.
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay. So I want you to talk on this for a second, because it's a really good thing that I think even I had a hard time wrapping my brain around when it started, is, all right, we're looking at a snapshot of our data right now. We're pulling in less than 1,000 rows, this preview. How do we know all of the data is like that? How do I know in the future what am I going to change? Can you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, so whenever we go to connect to this data, it is essentially a snapshot. It's a point in time view of this data. And you can see, if you look on the bottom of our screen here, and let me know if this is what you're thinking as far as the answer, and you can add to this as well, Allison. But on the bottom of our screen, we can see the number of rows that we're looking at right now. We have, in this data set, 572 rows. But keep in mind, even if you have beyond that, you're only going to see typically the first 1,000 rows show up in this editor. It's not going to load, if you have 100,000 or even millions of rows, those millions of rows are not going to be brought into the Power Query editor. It's only going to show you a sampling of the first 1,000 rows. So things can happen over time. You might have new data comes in over time that varies from those data types we talked about, or the transforms that you've created in the past. Perhaps the transforms don't solve all the problems for the new data that you have come in. But the good news is, when that new data does come in, if you've connected or you've refreshed the data that you're working with, any transforms that you've created here, the next time you refresh your data, those transforms, those data cleansing steps are applied to all of the data that you have. Even the new data that's been brought in that wasn't there previously will have to go through those set of rules that you've created. Is that kind of what you were thinking?
Exactly, right? When you are setting this up, right, you're doing your best, right? You're looking at the data as is. Maybe you pull it up in that CSV file and explore it a little bit before you pull it into Power BI so you know what's going on. There's also tools in Power BI in your column headers. You can see, all right, are these all columns full, right? What's the distribution of my data? Maybe it's text, maybe it's numbers. So you can make those good decisions. So that way in the future, right, when new banks fail, I know that they're filling out the same exact structure. It's going to have the same text, numbers, dates in them, so I can make confident decisions of that snapshot of data, knowing that the rest of that is going to match that data.
Yeah, that's a great point. Great question. I didn't see who that was. Who was that, Allison? Do you have it handy still?
It was a letter number combination.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for the question, letter number combination. We appreciate that. All right, so we've done our first step. Our first step here was to rename our query. That should always be the first thing that you do whenever you come into the Power BI desktop, is give appropriate names for your queries. Remember, the names of those queries are likely going to be the names of your tables later on. The next thing that I would do is I would limit the columns that we're bringing in to just the ones that I actually need. This is a common issue, is often individuals will bring in every column that you have. Yeah, it's too much. You'll bring in every column that you have from the data sources that you're working with, and in many cases, you could be working with fairly complex data sources that have hundreds of columns, and you need like 10 of them. So one of the first things that you should do is as you come into the Power Query editor, is just select the columns that you actually need. Now, if you realize later you need one of those columns that you removed, you can come back and you can fix it. You can add them back in later, right?
Yeah, they're not permanently deleted. They're just kind of like smushed in the background for you, which is a great space saver.
Exactly.
I love little efficiencies wherever you can save a little bit of space, because it adds up over time, especially if you're building a report and you hope that report lasts you for years and years. You could be pulling in potentially millions of rows of data.
Yeah.
And that's going to cost you in the end if you have a lot in there.
Absolutely. All right, so if I want to remove columns that I don't need, even though this is a much smaller data set than you might work with in your use cases, if I want to remove columns, there's a number of ways you can do it. The way I'd like you to get in the habit of doing this, though, is using the feature on the top of your screen. You'll see the Home tab right now we're on. Underneath the Home tab, we're going to select Choose Columns, and then Choose Columns again. So again, a little guidance here. We're clicking on Home. If you're not already looking at Home, then we're going to select Choose Columns and Choose Columns one more time. All right, so if you're following along, go ahead and make that selection. I'm going to do it on my screen as well. And then you'll see in the middle of your screen a new dialog box open where you can select the columns that you want to remove. Right now, all of the columns are selected. That means they're all kept. But I can uncheck the columns that are not necessary. Let's say, for example, the CERT column and the Fund column aren't necessary. Then I can uncheck those two columns. You can do that with me here as well. So uncheck those two. And then after you uncheck those two columns, on the bottom of the screen, you'll see where you can hit OK, and that confirms the columns that you have removed. It's a pretty simple step there. Uncheck two columns, then click OK. And when I do that, you'll see it does indeed reduce the number of columns that I see in this data set. So it's something that's a little bit more manageable to work with. It's just the columns I actually need. We don't have unnecessary fields being brought in. Easy enough. Now, if I ever needed to go back and make a change to that, we highlighted this earlier, but you can go over to the right-hand side of your screen and you can click on this little gear icon here to edit that step, and it will launch that dialog box back open again where you can add in columns that maybe you mistakenly removed. All right, the next thing that I want to do is a little bit more of a fun, or maybe let's say slightly more complex transform. And the problem that I want to solve with this is regarding our cities and states here. So you'll see our city and state column that we have is brought in, and there's a challenge with this that I want to think through a little bit with you here, Allison. And I'll start us off. I know you're typing, so I'll start us off here and you can jump in. But I want to be able to solve this problem where I have instances where there are multiple cities with the same name in different states. So we're in the geographic region of Jacksonville, Florida, but there are multiple Jacksonvilles in the United States. There's lots of them.
Oh, yeah. Springfield, of course, there's like, I think 34, 35 of them out there. And that's just in the US. Once you go global, you're going to run into this issue so much more, where you don't want to be presenting, showing your report, and all of a sudden your boss is like, wow, that data doesn't look right. Why is that number so huge? And you realize you just lumped 5 cities of data together.
Yes. So we want to be able to remove that ambiguity here when it comes to our cities. And so whenever we're talking about Jacksonville, we want to make sure it's talking about Jacksonville, Florida. Or if we're talking about Springfield, we want to make sure it's Springfield, Illinois. So there is a way we can solve that problem here where we can concatenate those two fields together. And there's various ways that we can do this, but to show you a little bit more of an advanced feature within inside of Power BI, I wouldn't say it's a difficult feature, but it's a little bit more of an advanced one to know about, is there's a feature called Column from Example. And what's really neat about this feature is you can provide an example of what you want the data to actually look like. So you provide the end result of what you want the data to look like, and then Power BI will figure out the transforms necessary to provide that answer for every row in your data set.
Exactly, and it works so easily. It's very smart. Even though I know M, the mashup language, which is the code that's behind the scenes for you in the Power Query Editor, it is still quicker most of the time to go have column from examples, make me exactly what I want, can do a few tweaks in it, and it will get me there so much faster than sitting there writing out that entire line of code by myself.
Yeah, and it's great too for folks that are new to Power BI, new to Power Query, where you want to perform something to make the data look a certain way, but you don't know which transforms to make it happen. You could use something like column from example to give it what you want the end result to be, and then Power BI will figure out how to make it happen.
And it's so smart. I'm shocked it's been there for so many years, this existing helping you out.
All right, well, let's take a look. Let's go back to my screen here, and we're going to, at the top of our screen, we're going to flip the tab that we're in right now. So we're going to go to the Add Column tab now. And underneath the Add Column tab, we're going to choose Column from Examples, and then we're going to select from all columns. So a little guidance on how we got here. We're going to select Add Column, Column from Examples, and then choose from all columns. You can do from selection. I wouldn't do that for this example, but from selection we'll base the example just on certain columns you have selected, but we're going to do it based on all the columns. So just choose the option you see on my screen right now, Add Column, Column from Example, from all columns.
From selection is great is if you have a really big data set and you have a lot of similar columns where it could get confused. For ours, it's a really small data set. There's really no chance of it getting confused.
Yeah, great point. All right, so once we select that, you should see a new field, well, it looks like a new field, on the far right-hand side of your screen. If I zoomed out for a moment so you can see a bigger picture view of this, but you'll see this on the right-hand side of your screen. This is a column that's completely blank. And what Power BI is waiting for you to do is you're going to provide examples of what you want to see in the final data, the final result. And then when you feed that into this blank column, Power BI will figure out how to replicate that for every row. All right. So what we're going to do for our example is we're going to put your cursor inside of the first cell. Underneath column 1, double click with inside of column 1, the first cell here. And really what we're trying to do is we want to combine the city and state together, Santa Ana, Texas. So to do that, we're going to put our cursor in the first cell of column 1, and we're going to type in Santa Ana. And by the way, there is this feature called IntelliSense here that will help you a little bit. It kind of pre-populates some of this for us. You can click on this Santa Ana here if you want, or you can type it out. Either way is fine. I'm going to go ahead and click on it. But I'm going to type in Santa Ana, comma, Texas, TX. Now we're giving it the two fields, the city, comma, state, and then when you hit enter, check out what happens. This is really cool. When you hit enter on this, it's going to take that example that you provided and it's going to replicate that for every row that you have in your data set.
Oh, it's like the throw confetti moment. It's always exciting.
That's super cool, right? So we didn't have to know, hey, select these columns, do this, transform. We can just feed into Power BI what we want the end result to look like, and it will figure out how to do it. I love it. All right, so let's go ahead and rename this column. So right now you'll see the column is called merged. Let's change that name. You can change the name by double clicking on the column header right here. And we're gonna rename this city state and then hit enter. The final thing that we'll need to do here is click OK, and then that will finalize this step. Now, if you're really curious what column from example did behind the scenes, I can zoom out here for a moment, and you can see right here, here's what column from example is doing. It's writing, Allison mentioned M code earlier. That's the language behind the scenes with inside of Power Query. Here's the M code that's being written for us automatically to solve the problem that we had with our data. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and click OK now. So click OK right here. And when you do that, it's going to add in our new column called City States at the end of our list of columns here that now merges those two together. Looks great. You'll also see, by the way, another step got added into our applied step section here based on that new add column from example feature.
Cadbury Dairy Milk Milkinis, filled with milky creme, filled with fun.
Lakme 9 to 5 Forever Matte Lip Cream. It's playtime for your pout.
All right. What kind of questions are we getting, Allison? So we're about ready to be done in the Power Query Editor. Any interesting ones that are worth bringing up at this moment?
Oh, well, the one I'm answering right now is why, and let me actually, I can even pull it up so we'll all look at that together.
Yeah.
Why are we only doing the first row?
Ah, great question.
And it's a nice answer as well.
Yeah.
It's smart enough that you generally only need to do the first row and it will figure out the rest.
Yeah, that's a great question. So you're exactly right. So when we use column from example, the idea is you give it an example, that being the first row, and then it will figure out how to apply that to the rest of the rows. So if we wanted, we could have started on row number 5 and it would have worked as well. But you provided an example that's contextual based on the row you're looking at. So I can't give it an example of some made up city and state. It needs to be an example based on the row that you're looking at.
Whatever you would want to actually see in that cell, whatever data that you would expect to be there, that's what you're actually writing in there. So you wouldn't have to, we were referencing the city column and the state column, we didn't have to write that in. We didn't have to say, right, if you're writing an Excel function or a DAX function that we'll do later, and we saw it wrote that M code for us where it pointed to the city column, it pointed to the state column, and then it iterates and moves row over row over row all the way down. So you only have to do one. Every now and then, especially if you have a lot of very similar data, that's where it might not get it the first time. So that's where you can go to the second row, drop down, repeat the process again based on the data in that row. And then a lot of times by the second time, it can figure it out. That's also where column from selection can come in to play.
That's a good point.
Where you can tell, hey, only look at these, stop getting confused, let me help you out, let me just pick the columns for you to look at.
Yeah, so there may be some, if you don't see perfect results the first time, you might need to give it more examples and then it will fine tune that. All right.
Oh, I meant to deselect that.
That's
we
okay.
already looked at that one. There we go.
All right, so we're happy with what we've done in the Power Query section. There's loads more we can do, of course, during this data cleansing, data ingestion step. We're going to keep it a little bit more basic for today's class. This is kind of beginner to pro, we're assuming you're beginners here, so we don't have to go too in depth here. But when we're done with our data cleansing step, we can go and bring this data into our data model by going to the Home tab. So look up at the top left-hand corner of your screen and go to Home, and then click on Close and Apply, and Close and Apply again. So Home, Close and Apply, and Close and Apply again. So what does this mean? What are we doing when we click Close and Apply? What close and apply means, first of all, the close is very obvious. Close means close the window that we're in right now. If you remember from when we started inside Power Query is a separate window that got launched within inside of our Power BI desktop. So we had the Power BI desktop open in the background, and when we clicked that we wanted to transform data, it launched a separate window, that being the Power Query Editor, what we're looking at right now. So what close and apply means is, one, close the Power Query Editor, and then apply means apply the results to our data model. It's going to actually start to load the data that we've been looking at into our data model, so we can start to go to our phase number 2, our data modeling phase, or we can start to build visuals, we can start to write DAX. That's kind of the next steps. So close means close this window, apply means load the results into our data model.
Actually, and also another question to bring up that is perfect in here is someone asked, do we have to hit save before we close out of the Power Query Editor? And I think this is a spot that gets newbies tripped up a lot, where you'll try to save in the Power Query Editor, but you don't save your actual Power BI file. So you don't need to save in the Power Query Editor. Closing the Power Query Editor, it takes all of our changes and starts running and applying them, and then we'll save here at the desktop shortly.
Yeah, good point. I mean, just like any tool, I would recommend saving frequently. But yeah, we don't necessarily have to do it here. We can do it, as Allison mentioned, once we go ahead and hit this close and apply. Let's do that. Let's go back to my screen here. And we're going to go ahead and do what I have arrowed out. Let's say close and apply again. And this is going to actually load the results from that Power Query Editor into our data model. You can see it in the middle of my screen, actually loading the rows. I froze my screen here for a moment so you can see this. It's going to probably be done for you already, but it's loading 572 rows into my data model. Now, if you see this goes a little slower for you, we might have a number of people all doing this at the same time, so it could be slower for you. We have a little delay here, so I'm about 20 seconds ahead of you, but it loaded mine in pretty rapidly. Yours might take a few extra seconds to do. And if you had issues, remember we have a backup file within inside of the class files for you. All right, so it's loaded this in. Now, the first thing that you'll likely be able to notice and to ensure that you know that it worked is on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see there is a data pane. Okay, on the far right-hand side of your screen, you should hopefully see a data pane. If for some reason you don't see it, it could be collapsed. So let me show you over here on the right-hand side. You'll see this data pane and you'll see my failed banks table here. Hopefully you're seeing that as well. That means that we made it past that first phase. If for some reason this got collapsed, you can also always reopen it over here on the pane switcher. So this gives you the ability to kind of switch back and forth between different things. Power BI initiated this over time to give you a little bit more real estate. But the main thing I want to highlight here for you right now is under the data pane, you should see our failed banks table right here. You should also see, if you expand that table, the columns within inside of the table. So when you hit the little expand or collapse button, you'll see the individual columns that we're working with here.
गर्ल्स ट्रैक एक्साइटेड
पीरियड्स है आज ही आना था इसको
ट्रैक लंबा चलेगा नित्स थक गई तो
चढ़ाई तो देख
मतलब फ्लो भी ज्यादा
बार बार पैड भी चेक करते रहना पड़ेगा
पीरियड्स में जितनी भी टेंशन हो पैड चेंज के बारे में नॉट एनीमोर नया स्टे फ्री सिक्योर एक्सेल विद डबल लीक लॉक टेक्नोलॉजी फर्स्ट लॉक तक you're fine पर सेकंड लॉक यानी पैड चेंज टाइम चले स्टे फ्री सिक्योर एक्सेल जीरो टेंशन डबल प्रोटेक्शन.
All right, so what I want to do to get an idea, make sure that we can actually see this is working properly, let's build our first visual. We're going to jump a step here. It's always lovely to see some data in a visual.
It is, especially when you worked so hard and you're just staring at all those. You're like, I need to see some proof that what I'm doing is working. I need some instant gratification. That's something here.
Yeah, so I want to see that we actually got this working, that our data is being brought back properly. And so we're just going to do a simple bar chart, something super simple, easy enough to do. Yeah, very easy. There's a couple areas that you can select the bar chart in. You can either select it in the build pane right here, or you'll also see the insert menu up at the top here. There's a couple different areas that you can add it. But we're going to add to our design canvas here a simple bar chart. So you'll see the bar chart listed in the build pane right here. So if you're following along, you can go ahead and select that bar chart to add it within inside of your report design canvas. I'll select it right here, the stacked bar chart. And when we add that in, and again, you can add it at the top of your screen as well, but when we add in the stacked bar chart, you'll see this new visual appear in the middle of your screen. Okay, and you can resize it, you can make it however you want, but this is basically just a placeholder for your eventual visual here. And it tells you right now what it's waiting for you to do. It says select or add data to populate the visual. So it's waiting for us to do something else. Now there's a couple different ways that you can add fields to your visual. If you prefer, you can do it from within the build menu over here on the far right. or you can optionally also do it from these buttons that you find over here within side of the design canvas. For our example, what I'd like you to do, and I'll kind of do this just because this is an easy way to add data points to this visual, is I want you to make sure you have that bar chart selected, and you can tell you have it selected because you'll see the little indicators around it letting you know that it is selected. But with the bar chart selected, we're going to add a couple fields to it. So what I'd like you to do is from your data pane right here, inside of your failed banks table, we're going to add in the state column right here, and you can either check it off or you can drag and drop it into the y-axis right here. So click and drag the state column into the y-axis, or you can just check it off, that'll work as well. And then what I'd like you to do next is take the bank name column and drag it into the x-axis. Now, if you just hit the check mark on the bank name, it actually might put it in the legend. So I recommend you click and drag the column name into the x-axis here individually. I'll show you that here in a few moments. But I'm showing you on the screen right now what I'm about to do. You can get ahead of me by a few steps here and go ahead and do it on your screen. All right, let's go ahead and do it on my screen here. I'm going to grab the state column and drag and drop it into the y-axis. And then I'm going to grab the bank name and I'm going to drag and drop it into the x-axis. If for some reason it accidentally got put in the legend, like so, you can just grab it and move it. Okay? Now notice what it did. When I brought in the bank name column into the x-axis, notice right here it's doing a count of bank name. So why is it doing that, Allison? Talk me through that for a moment.
So we didn't have a metric. We had no calculation in here, no number to pull in. But Power BI wants to help you out. It understands, hey, a lot of people are jumping into this tool without having any real knowledge of how to generate things, right? That's why you all are here. So to help us out, it creates what is called technically an implicit measure, where it's like, you know what? You give me a text field, I will count that text field for you. So it is giving us, we gave it a column of names where every field is filled out, right? Every column, every row rather, in that column has something. So it just counts all of them for us and gives us a number. And so we can use that in our visual to correspond and give us the correct answer, which is really, really handy.
I love it. So let me zoom out here so we can see the results. So here's our results of that. So we have a count of banks. So you can see that right here, count of banks by state. So maybe a little surprising there. You wouldn't think.
Biggest loser there.
Yeah, Georgia. Georgia is the state with the most failed banks, followed by our home state.
We can't say much there with Florida right behind.
So interesting to see. So there's a good mixture here. The top 5 here looks like we have Georgia, Florida, Illinois, California, Minnesota round out the top 5. But it's very interesting to see. Maybe there's more local, regional banks in the South. I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
And that's part of what we can dive into as we're building out our report, is figure out where in Georgia maybe there's a single city where everything's failing at, or when, right? We all know that this data covers a very tumultuous banking period in the 2009, 10, 11 era. Maybe all of that was around that. So we can, get some visuals in here as we go through to really help us figure out what is going on in Georgia.
Yeah,
along
absolutely.
with the rest of these places.
Very cool. Well, thank you for coming through that first phase with us, everyone. We're going to jump to phase number 2. We're at least going to get you started on that. We will take a break here in a few moments, probably about 15 minutes or so. Before we do that, I do want to get I don't want to just wait around for 15 minutes, so let's get a little further within our different phases. We completed phase 1 there, right? We got through phase 1, we did the data cleansing. We're now going to start the process of phase 2, and we'll probably continue that once we come back from break. So, phase 2, if you remember from our drawing earlier, was the data modeling phase. That's where we're organizing our semantic model. We likely have multiple tables. We have only a single table right now. Most data models are going to have multiple tables, if not dozens of tables.
I like to think of it, some of them you look at them and it's like a subway map where all of the bridges between them are moving and grooving all over the place.
Absolutely. So that's what we're going to begin with our data modeling phase. Is we're going to bring in a second table, and you could potentially long-term have multiple than that, but we're going to have 2 tables in our example for today. And we're going to start with a date table. Yes. Okay. A date table is is probably the most common table that any data model that anyone ever creates has, is a date table. And so maybe we talk a little bit. I'm going to go whiteboard on my screen. Let's go back to my screen here for a moment, and let's talk about why a date table is important to have. So I'm going to whiteboard here. We're going to talk about a date table, not a data table, but a date table, and why a date table is important. So first of all, why do you need a dates table? Not data, dates table, there we go.
And this is why you will see we're going to name our date table calendar table because of this date data.
That's a good point.
Up a lot.
That's a good point. So one of the reasons why you might need a date table is to compare special date values. All right, so what do I mean by that, Allison? What's an example of a special date value?
Oh, I would say like holidays, weekends. Is it a weekend? Is it a weekday? There's so many different types of calendars out there as well, right? If you're working a retail calendar, if you have specific school type calendars, which I think might be the next thing you're going to type right now, fiscal calendars.
Yeah. So having a special table devoted to dates allows me to have special filterable columns like holidays. Is it a weekday? Is it a weekend? Is it a sale? Maybe we got something special going on in the calendar. It also gives us the ability to integrate a fiscal calendar into it. Now, we're not going to get into that today. This is a beginner class. That we do have lots of videos on that, by the way, that you can look at. In fact, Allison, you did a video on a newer feature around that as well, didn't you?
I don't think it's out yet. I think it might be just out or going to be out soon. I'll have to check and see. But yeah, they improved some of the functionality and gave us some really cool options on that. So I'll grab that link and drop it in the chat if it's already out. Yeah. So if you are interested in learning about how to do a fiscal calendar, there's some new features in Power BI. Allison's going to share one of her videos where she walked through that new feature. I knew your video is out because I remember watching it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you could do that. Yes.
All right, so those are a couple reasons there. Another big reason why you would want to consider doing a date table is for something called time intelligence. And this kind of starts to get into that DAX capability. So DAX, that data analysis expression language, there are special functions that when you have a date table, it allows you to do some special things like period over period analysis. It also allows you to do things like year-to-date analysis or month-to-date or quarter-to-date or whatever it may be. You can do all the week-to-date even. You can do all those things when you have a date table. It helps you in building out that kind of solution.
And I think something to help people easily understand that, we have a date column currently on our table. One column that has dates. But that's like a random grouping of dates. Banks aren't failing every single day, thankfully, probably. So if we try to do calculations with that column, they're not going to be very correct. So Power BI wants to have a date table so that way they're like, please give me a column of dates. We got a start date, we got an end date, all those dates in between. We're not skipping anything like a calendar. And I can give you any calculation you may want, but we have to give it that dedicated, correct date table for that to work.
Makes sense. All right, so if that's the reason why we should have a date table, let's talk now about how do you create a dates table. Maybe you don't have a dates table already, and you need to create one. You might be fortunate enough that your organization already has one and you can use an existing one. But if you're not that fortunate, then how do you create your own date table? Well, there's a number of different ways that you can do that. One way that you can create your own date table is that you can, as I mentioned, if your organization already has one, you can simply import the dates table from your data source. Again, you may not have that as a luxury, but that would be your first choice. If you're working within a data warehouse, for example, that's something your IT organization could have organized for you, then you could, I guarantee your data warehouse, if you have one, has a date table. And it likely has the fiscal calendar in it, and it likely has everything that you would really need within inside of it already.
We have a great one personally. It tracks, is it a weekend, is it a holiday, all that nice stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's say that you don't have that luxury and you still need a date table, then you have two other ways that you could potentially create one. One method is better than the other method, but let's talk about them both. So you could create a dates table inside Power Query using an M query or an M query set of functions. So you can write an M query that creates a date table for you. In fact, we have a script. I'll have Allison will find that and share that in the chat. But we have a blog post that we have on our website where you can find a M query where we have already created a date table for you. This would be the preferred method of creating a date table. There's one last way though. Let's go ahead and mention the last way, and then we'll tell you what way we're going to do today. You can also design a dates table using DAX. Remember, DAX is the data analysis expression language. My typing has been adequate today.
As soon as I start sharing my screen, my typing skills go out the window.
But the third way is you can create a date table using DAX. That would be by creating a calculated table. That's the less preferred way. That is the way we're actually going to show you today. The reason why I'm going to show you that way today is because it's an easy way to introduce you into the DAX formula language. We can get some basic DAX understanding using this method, but if it were completely up to me and I was starting a project from square one, I would likely use option number 2 listed there, create a date table. Actually, option 1 would be my preferred method. Then I would do these in order. Option 2 would be my next option. And we're going to share a blog post with you. You likely have already done that. That shows you how to do option number 2. But
I will say the DAX option, really great if you are just doing a quick project.
Yeah.
If you're like, hey, Allison, find these numbers for me. I need these in, 30 minutes. I go pull a few things. I'm going to really quickly, I'm not going to go look up my credentials to get into the SQL Server to go get that. I'm going to write 5 lines of code and have a functioning table to be able to get that answer.
It makes sense. Yeah, it's a very quick way to do it. Some will argue, oh, you should never do it ever. I see a lot of argument out there, but hey, I do it too. I do the same thing
I fully agree. Long term, I'm not going to publish a report that I want a lot of people using that I hope will be lasting for years to come with a DAX date table, but in a pinch, it's very helpful.
I agree. I'm with you. All right, so we got a few minutes before our break. Let's get that started, and then we're going to show you some problems that creates as well. So let's clear my screen now that we've talked about the why and the how. We're going to actually show you the step-by-step how to do it. All right, so to create a date table, and again, we're going to be using that DAX method that we mentioned just a moment ago. To create a date table, what I'd like you to do, if you're following along, is to go over to the table view with me. All right, the table view is right here. It can be done other places as well, but this is probably the best place to do it because it's a little easier to see what you're creating. So follow me to the table view that I'm pointing at right now. I'll go ahead and do that on my screen as well. And then once we're inside the table view, by the way, the table view, we haven't gotten here yet. This is our first time visiting this. The table view, literally, this is almost like an Excel experience. Like you see the data here. You can't edit the data, but you can see the data you've brought in from your various data sources. You can look at it. You can apply filters here, but it's not really filtering it in the data set. It's more of just to be able to view
Exactly. It's just here, in here, you're exploring around. You can filter, you can sort, get your answers, and then move back to your report view to do everything. Nothing you do in this view right here, filter sorting wise, affects that data, as you said.
All right, so if we want to create a new table, we can do that by going up to the top of our screen. And at the top of our screen, we'll see underneath Table Tools, there's an option here called New Table. Right here. So if you're not looking at table tools, make sure you flip to that, and then we're going to select new table together. This is going to create a calculated table. There are some other purposes for calculated tables, by the way, as well. We're not going to get too deep into those, but you could create like a subset of a table that's filtered from another table. There's some fun things you can do with that. But for today's purposes, let's go ahead and select new table. Now, when we select new table, you're going to see this formula bar appear on your screen. This is our DAX formula bar where we'll write out calculated tables or calculated columns or calculated measures. One little tip for you, if you want to make this a little larger, a little easier to see, you can hold down your control key on your keyboard and you can use your mouse wheel to zoom in on that. You can zoom in or out using your mouse wheel to make it a little easier to see.
Oh, I get every time I have to go back into Excel and I don't have this, it makes me so sad. But it's so nice. Come in, you can make it larger. If you don't have a wheel on your mouse, you can hold control and use the plus and minus buttons next to the backspace key. So nice.
Yes, absolutely. I love it. It's a great way to teach, but it's also, if you have poor vision like me, I like to have that zoomed in regardless. So.
And most of the time when you're making errors and you have problems and your DAX isn't working, it's because you miss something tiny. You miss a comma, an apostrophe. So the larger it is, the less likely you are to make that mistake.
Agreed. All right, so thing to point out here as we're working with inside of the DAX formula bar, you'll notice the equal sign. Everything to the left of the equal sign is going to be the name of the object you're trying to create. So it's either the name of the table, the name of the column, the name of the measure. That's always to the left of the equal sign. And then to the right of the equal sign is going to be the definition of that object. So you name it, then you define it. Let's see if I can spell correctly. I don't know about that. All right. But we're going to name it to the left of the equal sign. We're going to define it to the right of the equal sign. So when I say define it, that means you're going to write your DAX that defines what makes up that calculation you just created, that you named. The other thing I want to point out here to you as well is as you get to create lengthier and lengthier and lengthier DAX formulas, by the way, I'm holding Shift-Enter to go to multi-lines. You can go to multiple lines of code here. But one common question that we get here is, what do the numbers mean over here? Are they impacting my code in any way? They are not. That's just a line number to be able to tell you, hey, you have an error on line 32 kind of thing. So don't get too hung up on those numbers that you see on the left-hand side. They're not actually impacting your code. All right, so let's get back to writing our calculation here. We want to create a new table, and to the left of the equal sign, we'll name the table. So let's replace the word table. So it's calling our table right now. Let's call our table instead calendar. Okay? And then to the right of the equal sign, we're going to define what calendar actually is. What does calendar mean? We named it, now we need to define it. So to the right of the equal sign, we're going to use a DAX function called calendar auto. And you'll notice this little pop-up here, by the way. This is called IntelliSense. This pop-up is trying to give you guidance, so that way you don't have to memorize every DAX function there is in the library of DAX functions. As you start to type in a function name, it will pop this up, and it will give you the ability to choose from similarly named functions. All right, so the one that we're going to use in our case is this one called calendar auto. Very briefly on what calendar auto is going to do is it's going to look at all of the dates that we have within inside of our data model, and it's going to auto generate a date table for us based on the dates that we currently have. All right, so let's go ahead and type in calendar auto right here. And all you have to do to finish this up, you'll notice there is an optional parameter here if you're dealing with a fiscal calendar, but we are not dealing with fiscal calendars here. So we're going to do an open and close parentheses like so, nothing in the middle of it, but calendar auto with an open and close parentheses, and then hit enter. That's going to create our date table for us. And you can see a couple things I want to highlight here. One, you'll notice in our data view on the right-hand side, we have a new table that's been added, the calendar table. You'll also notice if you look very carefully, there's a little calculator icon on top of it, which indicates that it is a calculated table. The other thing that you'll notice is in the middle of your screen, as long as you're on the table view still, you see our new column. We have one column that was automatically created for us here called date. And we're going to add additional columns to this as we continue this example. So that's our date column was automatically added for us. Now, if we want to add a few additional columns, we can do that by selecting New Column at the top of our screen. So for those of you following along, go back up to the Table Tools bar, and then select New Column this time to create a couple additional columns. We're going to add 3 or 4 more columns in here to kind of finish this out before we take our break. All right, so let's go ahead and select, if you're following along, again, underneath Table Tools, select New Column. And this time, we're going to create another column here that is going to return back the year. So it's great that we have a date column, but I want to kind of parse out the date column and have a year column and a month column and that sort of thing in here. So again, to the left of the equal sign is going to be the name of our column. We'll call this year. And then to the right of the equal sign, we're going to use a function inside of DAX, also called year. So we'll use the year function here. Here's the IntelliSense helping me out. And then what the year function is expecting me to do is it wants me to pass in a date field into it to be able to parse out the year from the date. Now, as you do this, what you'll do is you're going to type in your column name. Remember, our column name here is the date column. You can start, if you want, if you hit the single quote, that will return back the table name first. So table name is usually inside the single quotes, and then the column name is in those square brackets. So real quickly here, you're seeing the table name here, the column name here, and they're separated by these brackets for the column names, and then the table has single quotes around it.
I love how we can type one tiny character in, and our IntelliSense is there to help us out. It makes writing DAX so much easier and also quicker to be able to type something in, see your tables, see your columns all in one spot, which I know I will always use my IntelliSense because I'm going to spell something wrong.
Yes.
If I'm going to try to type this out manually on my own, I will spell it wrong 100% of the time.
And I use it because I'm lazy. So there's
that as well. That as well.
Yeah, but you can see Allison's absolutely right. Look what I typed. All I typed was a single quote, and then this IntelliSense popped up the rest of what I needed. So for those of you that are following along, what I want you to select is this calendar date field. This is the field that you're seeing right here. So you could either type it in or you can use the IntelliSense like I'm doing here to be able to select it and bring it into the formula bar. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do that here. I'm going to add the calendar. Calendar is the table. Date is the column. Now, one thing worth noting is the table name here is optional. You don't have to have the table here because we're in the calendar table. It kind of implicitly understands that we're bringing the date column from the calendar table, but it is a good practice just from like a documentation standpoint to include the table name before the column. All right, so to wrap this one up, we're going to do a close parenthesis like so, and then when we hit enter, that's going to create our new column called year. All right, so we now have 2 columns that have been created. We're going to create 2 more, and then we'll take our break. All right, so let's go back up to our Table Tools ribbon or tab up top. So for those of you following along, you can see our formula right here. Remember, you can pause me at any point. Don't ask in the chat, can you show that again? Just pause me, rewind me, you can still see it. But we're going to create another column here. We're going to go back up to Table Tools for right here, and we're going to create another new column. We're going to do this 2 more times. So go ahead and follow along. We're going to do Table Tools, new column. This time we're going to create a column called month number. And there's a specific reason why we're calling it number. You'll see that here in just a moment. So the name of the column is month number. Then to the right of the equal sign, we're going to use the month function, similar to the year function we did earlier. But this time we're going to use the month function, and we're going to pass in, just like we did the first time, the date column again. Now, one common mistake here is you may accidentally select the year column. Don't do that. Let's pick the date column. The month function is expecting you to pass a date into it, so make sure you pick the date column. If for some reason you see yours doesn't work here in a few moments, double check that you use the date column and not the year column. All right, so we'll use the close parentheses here to wrap that up. Here's what the function looks like. We're going to call on the month function to parse out the month from the date, and then hit enter.
Awesome. While that's loading, I have a question to pull up that I don't think we necessarily touched 100% on. But the question is, really with Calendar Auto, something that I think we should mention is if you have multiple columns of dates, it is going to look at every single column of those dates. Which if you've got a sales table, you've got a budget table, you've got this, that, great, fantastic. But what happens when you have a customer table with birthdays on it? Calendar Auto is going to pull those in. It's an all or nothing. You can't tell Calendar Auto to only look at some of them. That's where the calendar function comes in. So you can use the calendar function and you can specify the exact start date and the exact end date if there's a lot of dates in your model that are outside of what you actually care about. But for Calendar Auto, great in a pinch, great if you don't have a lot of other dates in your model, but that is something to consider.
Excellent point. Yep. And did you have a second one you said too? Okay, here we go. Wait.
Oh, nope, that's the same line. I was gonna say we can talk about this one once we get our date table all loaded in.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, so we're gonna create one more field and we're gonna take our break. We'll come back. We'll probably address a few questions when we get back from our break. But let's get our final column here. We're gonna, again, last time we're gonna do this, we're gonna go back up to Table Tools and select New Column again, like so. And this final one, this is gonna be, I'm not gonna call this month number, I'm just gonna call this one month. And again, you'll see why when we come back from break, why we're calling these a certain way. This time, I want to return back the name of the month. So if I want to return back the name of the month, we're going to use a special function called format. Now, what the format function will do is you can pass in a value like a date, and then you can have it format the date in a particular format for you. So we're going to use the format function. Then we're going to need to pass in the value that we want to format. Remember, we're going to use the date column for this. So make sure you select the date column and not one of the other columns that we've been using. So we're going to select the date column. And then we're going to hit comma to tell it that we want to format it as a month name. Now to format it as a month name, you're going to put inside of double quotes this time 4 lowercase m's. That 4 lowercase m's is an indicator, or it's a kind of a key phrase into the format function to tell Power BI that you want a fully spelled out month name. Now you can do 3 m's and it'll do an abbreviated month. You can do 2 m's and it'll do like a 2-digit month. There's a number of things you can do. You can tinker with the format function, but for us, for our example, we're going to use the 4 lowercase m's and then hit enter.
And I will drop in the chat the link to the Microsoft documentation for the format function to show all of the other formats that you can utilize.
Perfect. All right, so we've got our date table created. We've talked about this earlier. Save your work. Save it frequently. Save it often. I'm going to save my work here because we're going to go ahead and take our break. We're going to call this our Learn with the Nerds. You can call yours whatever you want, but I'm going to call this our Learn with the Nerds Power BI Beginner to Pro. Hit save. And then what I'd like you to do, one last button to click so that way we're all aligned when we come back. Let's go ahead and pivot back over to our report view. And then when we come back, we're going to start to use this new table that we just created. So let's go ahead and pivot back over to the report view and hang tight here. Have your work saved if you haven't already. And then when we come back from our 5-minute break, we're going to continue forward and show you how to use this table. We're going to start to build some visuals. We're going to start to get into hopefully some Copilot stuff. So I know this is a lengthier session, but come, pause us, come back later, finish off with us later if you needed to. But we do want to insert a quick 5-minute break for everyone. And then when we come back, we'll continue forward. So we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Sounds like a plan.
Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? Our 3 to 4 day boot camps are designed to get you from beginner to expert fast. Whether you're just starting out or sharpening your edge, you'll gain real-world skills through hands-on training and personalized instruction. By the end of the week, you won't just understand the content, you'll own it. Become the expert your company needs. Sign up for a Pragmatic Works bootcamp today.
Ready to take your skills to the next level? With Pragmatic Works Season Learning Pass, you get full access to our on-demand courses, our updated labs, and to expert support. Enjoy unlimited enrollment in our hands-on week-long public boot camps, plus you get 3 hours of private virtual mentoring. So whether you are upskilling or diving into something new, we will guide you every step of the way. So unlock your potential with the Season Learning Pass today.
Developers, 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 developers. Developers, 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 developers. Yes!
Thanks. All right, welcome back. Hopefully it was a good, quick break. It was very quick. But we are going to continue forward. We got lots to cover, and hopefully I've prepared you. We might go a little over the 3 hours we promised.
I mean, we're YouTube. You can pause this, you can come back. We'll still be talking, but you can come back and get us.
Hey, who's going to complain about free extra time? It's like overtime in a baseball game or football game, right?
I mean, you could stop us at 3 if you want to. That's fine.
All right, so just before break, we created a date table. I think, did you say you had some questions as well when we came back? I can't remember if you mentioned that. Are we good? You did mention one, yes.
Let's bring that up. Let's bring that up. All right. So we had a few people mentioning, hey, when I look in my data pane and I'm looking at my table of data, there's this little extra icon next to the date column. And if I click on that, I have a whole hierarchy where I have a built out year, month, quarter, day. Where is that coming from? Why do some people have it and other people do not?
Yeah, Jason, can we let's show our screen for a moment to highlight this question here. So if you're looking inside of my data pane, the question is regarding what you see on this closing date column. So this closing date column has a hierarchy that's already automatically created for us. You can expand that little arrow that you see there, and you'll see that there is this thing called a date hierarchy that you can expand. You can see the year, quarter, month, date in there. And this is, Allison, this is created because of some auto date time functions are likely turned on within inside of your Power BI desktop. You can choose to turn those off. It's actually, in many cases, considered a best practice to turn those features off. Because we are creating our own date table, we'll likely create our own hierarchies and do our own things with date. So there are those features that you can find if you go underneath the File menu, and don't feel like you have to do this step, but I do want to highlight where if you do want to turn that off, where you can do it. So again, the thing I'm talking about here, just to make sure I clarify before I start clicking around, is if you wanted to, you could turn off this automatic hierarchy here. And that would be done by going under the File menu, Options and Settings, way down here on the bottom, Options and Settings. And then inside of the Options menu here, I don't know if you happen to know where that is off the top of your head. There's so many options here now. Is it data limit?
Yes, so you have to technically do it twice. So there is 2 sections in your options, your global and your current file. So for each of these, you would want to set this up. So for your global data load, which is that default first tab we're on, right there towards the bottom middle, there is that check mark, and you can uncheck that. Now, if you leave it checked, that is totally fine. Your file will work just as well as anyone else's. However, the reason you would turn that off is because that's one of Microsoft's fail-safes that they put in there for Power BI, because they know if you are doing time calculations like we mentioned with DAX, you need to have an accurate count. And they know that a lot of you aren't going to put a date table in, as we just did. And so this is that backup option, so that way your calculations will still work correctly. Now, unfortunately, it's not the most space efficient one or way to go, which is why it is recommended to turn it off for those real reports you're publishing out that you're going to have a lot of data in.
Yeah, so totally optional discussion there. That was more to answer that question. Don't feel like you have to go and turn this off. But again, just to repeat, the reason why is if you're creating your own calendar table, you're likely creating your own hierarchies, you're doing your own thing. As Allison mentioned, this is kind of the fail-safe for folks that don't create a date table and don't know what they're doing and why they need a date table like we discussed. So good option there to talk about at least. I'm going to cancel here. I'm going to leave mine there just so mine looks the same as everyone's. All right. Any other questions? Or are we ready to move on?
We are good to go.
All right. So continuing forward here then is our next element that we're going to look at is actually using that date table that we created before our break. So we took a break just a few moments ago. Before that break, we actually learned a little bit about how to create a date table using DAX. And now I want to use it. I want to take advantage of that date table. I want to be able to look at maybe some trends over time of how many failed banks we have over the course of years or maybe within a single year. And so to do that, I'm going to build a quick visual.
And by the way, it's worth mentioning, this is a common behavior when you're working on a Power BI solution, is you'll likely create visuals throughout the process to be able to prove out that you're actually doing what you think you're doing. So as you're working with inside of the Power BI desktop, you add a new table, you'll probably build a visual on it and test it out. And then you'll find that there's a problem until you'll go back to your data model and make changes. So there's a lot of back and forth between building a visual, making changes to your model, going back to that visual, did you fix the problem? That's not unusual to do, where you'll go back and forth between the report view, where you build visuals, and back to the model view as well as the table view. So you'll pop back and forth between these different views as you're working on your design. So for our design, I want to test out the date table that we created in the table view a few moments ago. To test it out, we're going to build a new visual. So let's look at it together here, and we'll build our second visual that's going to show us over time our number of failed banks. So the visual that I'm going to choose for this example, we're going to keep it pretty simple for this. We're going to select the column chart found right here, the stacked column chart. So if you're following along, you can select that. Now, before you select it, let me give you a little word of warning here. Just make sure that you don't have your other visual on the screen selected. If you have the existing visual selected, Power BI is going to think you're trying to make a change to it. You're trying to change it from a bar chart to a column chart. We don't want to make a change. We actually want to insert a totally new visual here. So if we want to insert a new visual and not edit the previous visuals, just make sure you have nothing selected in your design canvas. Just click somewhere in the blank space first, just to make sure you have nothing selected, and then click on the visual that you want. Sorry, I put a timer there by accident. Then click on the column chart after you make sure nothing is selected. All right, so we've created the column chart. We can see that column chart in our screen, and you can grab it, you can move it around. So you can just click on and grab and drag around and resize that column chart however you'd like. But with that column chart selected, and again, you'll know you have it selected because you'll see these little anchor points around the edges here. Once you have it selected, we can start to add data into the visual. We can populate the visual with data. And again, it tells you that right here as well. So with the visual selected, we're going to start to bring in some different data points or different fields into the visual. What we want to do is over in the data pane on the right-hand side, we're going to grab the month column, so that would be right here. We're going to grab the month column and we're going to drag and drop it into the x-axis right here. All right, so click on the name of the column and drag and drop it into where it says add data underneath the x-axis. And then what we're going to do for the count of banks is the same thing we did earlier. We're going to grab the bank name column and we're going to drag and drop that into the y-axis right here. Get my arrow there. All right, so month goes into the x-axis, bank name goes into the y-axis, and if you remember from our last example, bank name, whenever it gets placed in the y-axis, is going to try and count the banks, right? So if you're following along, go ahead and do what I drew on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and drag in the month column into the x-axis like so. And I'm going to grab the bank name column and drag that into the y-axis right here. And again, you'll notice that it has the month and a count of banks. Even though bank name is text, it's going to assume we want to do some kind of measurement of that, and it's going to count the banks. Now, when we zoom out, we're going to find an issue with our new column chart that we just created. If you look carefully at the column chart that was created, you'll see we have the same exact number of failed banks. Let me zoom in this so you can see the number. We have the same exact number of failed banks in every single month. Every single month just happened to have 572 failed banks. That seems fairly unlikely. So there's an issue. This is actually a very common scenario that you'll see that's pointing to an issue with our data model. It's telling us there's a problem with their data model. And the issue that we're having with our data model is a relationship problem. So we need to ensure that when we connect and bring in a visual that uses two different tables, so note over here in our data pane, we're using a column from our calendar table, and we're using a column from our failed banks table. When we're using columns that are from two different tables, we need to make sure that those tables are related or connected in some way. And whenever you see the results like we see on our screen right now, where all of the data is being brought back and this kind of Cartesian product of all of the values, that's your big indicator that there is a problem with your relationships. All right. So to fix that problem, we will go visit a different view. So this is going to be our first time visiting the model view over on the left-hand side. So for those of you following along, to fix the problem that we've just exposed, we're going to go over to the model view on the left-hand side that you'll see right here. So by selecting the model view, you'll see the two different tables that we've created in more of a diagram view now. So these two tables are diagrammed into a nice, kind of like an ER diagram, if any of you have heard of that term before, but basically it's like a database diagram essentially, but this is a view of our model. And you'll notice that the two tables we have are not connected together at all. They're disconnected from each other, which means whenever we go to create a visual that uses columns from both tables, Power BI gets a little confused on how to present it to us. So to create a relationship, it's fairly simple to do. You would find, when you're looking at the two tables, what is the commonality between the two tables you have here? So when you look at the calendar table and you look at the failed banks table, ask yourself, what is the thing that these two tables have in common? And the answer will hopefully be the date. We have a closing date within inside the failed banks table when we have a date column within inside of the calendar table. I don't have to have the exact same name, but that's really the commonality that we have between the two. And so we want to create a relationship between these two tables based on closing date and date. Now, there are multiple types of relationships that you can create. The most common and the most desirable type of relationship is one called a one, let me take my cap lock off, one to many. All right. So a one to many is the most common type of relationship, and that is the type of relationship we're looking at right now. There are other types I'll mention briefly. We're not going to dig into them, but there is a one-to-one relationship. There's a many-to-many relationship. Those are different types of relationships, but this one-to-many or many-to-one is the most common and the most desirable type of relationship that you want to have. What does that mean? What does a one-to-many relationship mean? That means that in our date table, we only have one instance of every date. So think of January, right? We have January 1st, 2026. We have January 2nd, 2026. So every instance of a date exists within inside of our date table without any misses, without any extras. We're never going to have January 1st, 2026 appear inside of our date table more than once. That is what the word one means. It's one distinct list of dates. On the other end of the spectrum here, the many means that you can have multiple instances of that date, which makes sense because a closing date, you're not going to limit banks to only close on certain dates. You're allowed to have a bank close on any date within inside of the year. So if you're allowed to have a bank close on any possible date, there's very likely that you're going to have multiple banks happen to close on the same date, right?
I'm also pretty sure whoever's job this is to actually fail out the banks just does them on one day a month. So you'll see a lot of repeated ones because that's when they're going to be like, oh, let me check, see who didn't make it this time. And we'll go through them all at that time.
I'm laughing, but it's really sad.
It is really sad.
Yeah.
So sorry to any real bankers out there.
So the idea here, though, is on the closing date side, on the failed bank side, we're going to have a variety of different dates, but they can be the same. So we could have a bank closes on December 20th, 2025, and then we could have a bank close on January 2nd, 2026, and then, oh, look, we have another bank that happens to close on the same date, January 2nd, 2026. It's not unique. That's the many part of the relationship. So it's the one here to the many here. That's the idea of what a one to many means. Okay? Hopefully that helps kind of clarify that meaning as you're looking at the relationship types. All right, so now how do we create that one-to-many relationship is actually super simple. I spent a lot of time talking about something that's going to take us 2 seconds to do. But the way that we actually create the relationship is by clicking and dragging one of the columns, either closing date or date. It doesn't matter which one we start with. You can start from calendar and drag to failed banks, or you can start from failed banks and drag to calendar. But you're going to click and drag the closing date column and drop it on top of the date column. So drag and drop one to the other. Doesn't matter which direction you go, they will create the same relationship. So when you drag closing date on top of date, a new dialog box will appear on your screen to create a new relationship. So the relationship that's getting created is between failed banks and calendar, and then the column that it's creating the relationship is also highlighted here. So it's creating the relationship on date and closing date. The cardinality, if you scroll down a little bit here, you'll see the cardinality is that relationship that we talked about earlier. It's the one-to-many or many-to-one relationship that's being created, okay? You'll also see the cross-filter direction. We're not going to spend too much time talking about that, but that defines the direction that filters can occur within inside of your data model. So a single direction means you can filter from the date to the failed banks table, but it means you can't filter from the failed banks table to date. That's what single means. If you were to flip it to both, that means that you could filter in either direction. We're not going to actually make any changes to that. We're going to leave that as is and then hit save. A lot of talking for one drag and one click.
It is crazy because some organizations, companies, individuals will, like, their whole focus is data modeling, and the action of making the relationship there is so quick and easy. But the thought that goes behind what columns do you use? How do these tables relate to each other? Are my tables even set at the same level of granularity? You can go down a rabbit hole and spend a very long time trying to figure out how you can set this up so it will work correctly every time. But it is fantastic that once you figure that out, the actual process of making a relationship is super quick.
Yeah, it's a great point. There's a lot more to learn here. So, and maybe Allison, you can find this link and share it, but we do have another Learn with the Nerd session specifically on data modeling. I would highly recommend it. It goes much more in depth than we could possibly talk about today, because that's all they talk about is just this set of features here. So we'll share a link to that in the chat. So if you want to learn more about this specific area of Power BI around data modeling, we'll share a link to help give you more guidance. There's a lot more to understand here.
Yep, I linked that one earlier, and I'm going to bring it back in again because it is a good one.
Perfect. All right, well, let's get back to it. So back on our screen here, one of the things I want to highlight here that you'll know is as you look at the diagram, you'll notice there is a line that's connecting our two tables. That's called a relationship. There's a relationship between our two tables here. And you'll also notice this 1 and star. That's your indicator that this is the many side of the relationship and this is the one side of the relationship. You'll also see the little arrow in the middle of your screen. That is the, remember I talked about the direction that filters can occur? That is the direction where you're allowed to filter your data. So I can filter from the calendar table to failed banks, but as it's set right now, I won't be able to filter from a failed bank to a calendar, which really honestly makes sense to stay that way. There's not any reason why I would want to change it, and it can actually impact performance in some ways if you change that. So I'm going to leave it alone, but I wanted you to know what that little arrow means. It's the direction where filters can occur. All right, so the relationship or the model view here is looking pretty good. I'm happy with how this looks now. So let's go back over to the report view in the top left-hand corner. So if you're following along, go ahead and click back over here to go back to where we designed our report visuals. All right, so back over to the report view here now. In the report view, what's the major change that you see here now? Well, you should hopefully see that the visual we created earlier does not have those same values. Remember this had 572 failed banks for every single month? Well, that's different now. Now you're actually seeing different set of values appear for every month. That's looking a lot better now. It's actually a more reasonable amount of failed banks, I guess reasonable, for each month that you're seeing here now, so it's looking a lot better. All right, I'm loving it, looking good. However, this isn't perfect. If you look at the results right now, you'll notice that the way that the data is being sorted is it is sorting by the count of failed banks. So it's sorting in a descending order, the most number of failed banks on the left to the lowest number of failed banks on the right. And that's probably not how you would look at data that's showing in a trend line or in a column chart like this. Generally, if you're looking at data by time, you want to sort by time, not by the counts or by the numbers that you're verifying. So what I want to do on this particular visual is I want to change the way we're sorting the data, and I want to sort so it shows January here to December on the end. Unfortunately, December is on the end right now, but I want to fix the sort order of this. So we have a few things that we need to do to fix the sort order of this column so that it doesn't sort by the count of banks and instead sorts by the month. If we want to change the sort order, we'll start by going up to the three-dot menu, the little ellipses that you see in the top right-hand corner of the visual where it says More Options. This little guy right here. And you're going to click on the three dots, like so, and we're going to go down to where we can change the way the data is sorted. So right here, again, after you click on the three dots, you can click on Sort Access, and we're going to tell Power BI that instead of sorting on the count of bank name, we don't want to do that. We don't want to sort on the count of bank name. Instead, we want to sort on the month. So go ahead and change this here, hit the check mark next to the month rather than the count of banks, and that'll fix our little sort issue partially. So now we're seeing that the data is sorting by month, but it looks like it's still not quite right. The other thing that we're missing is we're going to need to go back into that same area again, and we're going to need to sort it in ascending order. All right, so go back in here one more time, go to sort axis again, and then click on sort ascending. All right, so make that change on your screen as well. I'm going to do it here. And then let's look at our chart again. So our column chart now is sorting in ascending order by month, but hopefully you're noticing that it's not exactly what we probably anticipated, right?
Yeah, we used the month field, which is a text field. So hopefully everyone's kind of clicking into why that order is there. Because it's a text field, it's looking alphabetically A through Z, which is why we have this lovely assortment of our data.
Exactly, yeah. So this is not what we probably anticipated. To fix this issue that Allison's highlighting here, we have one more thing to do to finalize this chart. We're going to need to go over to our data pane. That's on the right-hand side of your screen. So let me zoom out for a moment so you can see where that's at. Go visit over on the far right-hand side of your screen, right over here. So follow me over to the right-hand side. I'm going to zoom in on it for you now. Over on the far right-hand side of your screen, we need to make a change to our data model, more specifically to our month column inside the calendar table. So here's what I want you to do for those of you following along. I want you to click, and be careful how you do this, I want you to click on the month column, but I don't want you to click the checkbox. Leave the checkbox alone. Click on the name of the column. So find inside of our calendar table, find the month column and click on the name of the column called month. When you click on it, you should see a little gray box around it, right? You'll see this little gray highlighted indicator letting you know you have it selected. So we're selecting the month column so we can change the properties of it. Again, do not hit the checkbox, leave the checkbox alone, just click on the name of the column. Once you select the month column and you can find the properties, you're gonna look at the top of your screen now. So we're gonna go up, visit the top of our screen. And at the top of our screen, we'll find underneath column tools, right here. That should be the default view, but just in case it's not, make sure you're on column tools. If you don't see column tools, by the way, if it's not even visible to you, make sure, rewind me 15 seconds and make sure you have the month column selected properly.
Exactly, that is one of those bonus ribbons. This is the same as in like PowerPoint. If you click a shape in PowerPoint, you're gonna get those extra ribbons up at the top about whatever you have selected. So exactly the same here in Power BI. If you click on a column, you're gonna get column tools up at the top. If you click table, you get table tools, etc. there.
So it's like it's a contextual column you see just when you have certain things selected.
100%, and it makes it so you don't have that overload of having all of these options because there's a lot.
There is.
Nothing I would say in Power BI is incredibly difficult, but there's a lot of steps and there's a lot of things to click on, and part of the battle of learning it is just learning where to go.
Yeah, with a tool that's been out for as long as 10 years now, with a tool that's been out this long, there have been so many properties and changes and things that are stuffed here and there. So yes, you'll have a lot of contextual menus that'll pop up like this one. All right, so within inside of column tools, the feature that I'm interested in changing is the sort by column. So here's the idea of what we're trying to do. We want to display the name of the month, but we want to sort by the number of the month. So remember, we have these two columns over here. We have the month column and we have the month number column. I want to display the name of the month, but sort by the number of the month. That's what we're trying to do here. So again, with the month column selected, we're going to go up to the property here called sort by column. And we want to tell it that we want to sort by the month number rather than the name. That's the default right now. We don't want to sort by the name of the column. We want to sort by the number of the column. All right, so go ahead and make that change with me. I'm going to go ahead and select month number. And look what we got. So now our column chart is properly showing January, February, March, April, May, June, July, blah, blah, blah. But we can see all of our values for our months being brought through here properly.
This is another one of those kind of throw confetti moments where you feel like you had to take a lot of steps to get here. And it can feel that way, right? When you're first learning a tool, when it is brand new, and you're like, I just want to put the month in the visual and I want it to work. The first time through, right, it can be really confusing. The second time through, you do this step in all of 10 seconds. You just, once you know it's there, you're like, oh, I'm going to sort it by the month number and I'm going to sort this, and 2-3 clicks later, you're good to go. So it is one of those little bit of a learning curve on using a month name field in your data. But now that you know that, check that off and you will move through this a lot faster next time.
I have gotten the question before too is, hey, how often am I going to use that property? What are some other circumstances outside of this that I would actually use that? And there are actually a number. There's, for example, I've used this in accounting scenarios where we had a chart of accounts and all the accounts have account numbers. And generally from an accounting perspective, you want those accounts to be sorted by the account number, not by the name of the account. And so there's some things that you can do like that. There's
not as serious of a scenario, but we did a Olympic report design competition last year, whenever the Olympics was. Gold, you want gold 1, right? Silver's 2, bronze is 3, alphabetically, not that. So we had a little medal table where you could have the name of the medal and then the number ranking.
Makes sense. So I sort it by bronze, silver, gold, not by
bronze, yes, yep.
Yeah.
Whatever the alphabet is.
Yeah. So we want to sort it. Yes, I get you. Yeah. So very good. So we've got that corrected here. Now let's head back in. Let's see what we can do next. So we've got this visual here. Looks great. Let's build a few others, and then we're going to start to transition into our discussion around data visualizations. So there's a lot that we can do around the data visualization space. There's also things like hierarchies that we can create within our data model. There's more that we can do in the data modeling section. By all means, make sure that you take a look at that lengthier Learn with the Nerds that we did specifically on data modeling. But I do want to move on to our next section talking about data visualizations. And the first new visual that we're going to create now is going to be a matrix visual. So a matrix visual is essentially a table. I'd call it a fancy table, but it's a table that allows you to pivot on your data. So for those of you that do come from more of that Excel experience, what is this like in Excel?
Oh, a matrix 100% is like a pivot table.
Yeah.
There are even features in your formatting for your matrix that allow you to fully line this up with the style options of a pivot table, whether it's like the compact form or the tabular form, forget the third one, but you can set that up. So if you're used to, in Excel, putting your data into a pivot table so you have those easy aggregations, that's what the matrix visual does for us here in Power BI.
Makes sense. All right, so let's take a peek at how we can build a matrix visual within inside of our report. Let's head to it. All right, so as a reminder, anytime you want to create a new visual, make sure you have no previous visual selected. So right now, if I were to attempt to click on the matrix visual, I would be making a mistake because if you notice, I currently have this visual selected. So to prevent yourself from making that mistake like I was about to, make sure you click somewhere in the empty space of your report. So if I click anywhere in the bottom area, say right here, for example, that empty space, if I click that, Power BI will now assume that I'm trying to do something new rather than editing the previous visuals. All right, so with no visual selected, I can start by creating my matrix visual. To create my matrix visual, I will go over to my build menu, or you can go to the top of your screen as well and you can find your visuals there. But inside my build menu on the right-hand side, you will find the matrix visual right here. So take a moment and select the matrix visual. By the way, you'll also notice there's a regular table right next to it. The regular table is basically like a regular table in Excel. It doesn't do pivots. It's more of a standard view of your data. It's not going to do, it does do grouping, for example, but the matrix visual is a little bit more enhanced in that you can pivot your data on multiple columns and rows and that sort of thing. All right, so let's go ahead and select that matrix visual together. I'll do that on my screen here as well. And then with the matrix visual now on my screen, and by the way, you can move this however you want. I'm going to stick it underneath my column chart here. But with the matrix visual now selected, we can start to add new data points into it, or new fields into it. So again, make sure you have the visual selected. You can tell I have it selected because it's got those little indicators around it. We're going to add into my matrix visual, first of all, we're going to add in the bank name column again. We're going to add that into the value section because we want to aggregate or count the bank names. Now, one of the things that you'll notice is when I bring the bank name column into the value section is it returns back the first bank. That's not really what I want. I want to get a count of the banks, which you can change by selecting the data options right here. So rather than saying that I want to get the first bank, instead, let's just count the banks. You can also do count distinct, but I don't really want to count the distinct banks. There could be two banks with the same name. I want to count those separately, so we're going to do a regular count. All right, so we've got a count of the banks, and then what I'd like to bring in next is inside the rows section of the matrix visual, I would like to bring in the state. So we're going to grab the state, and we're going to drag that into rows, and I could bring in the city, and I'm going to drag that below it inside the rows section as well. So let's go ahead and select state and city and you might see city goes on columns for you like it did me. I'm just going to grab city and drag it up into the row section here. All right. Now, one of the things that I've kind of moved past, another thing we should have likely done in our data modeling section is I should have created a proper measure for the count of banks. I want to keep pressing forward and getting through some new stuff here. But we learned a little bit about DAX earlier, and one of the proper ways that we should be handling this count of banks is I should have created a more formal measure for it. We're going to get the same results as we see here. It's not really going to impact the results that we see, but that would be the best practice, is to create a proper measure for this, right?
100%. You always want to state exactly what your calculations are and what you want them to be versus relying on the kind of Power BI. If you pull a number field in, you can do a sum or a count or an average like you just showed, or even taking a text field and having that go for a number. Those are great, but that's relying on Power BI, and things with Power BI could change, versus if you are writing out in your formula bar, just as we wrote our table and our columns, that measure will then always have that logic that you decided that you wanted.
Yeah, great point. So we do have additional classes on DAX. We have additional Learn with the Nerds on DAX. We would definitely recommend. Hey, and I'll mention this too. We haven't really pushed too much of our paid services yet, but hey, we have loads of DAX training inside of our on-demand learning. If you're interested in that, you can sign up actually at a little bit of a discount here. I'll show you. If you go to your web browser and do prag.works, you know what? Let's do Allison40. How about that?
I'll take it.
If you go to prag.works/Allison40, you can get 40% off an annual subscription to our on-demand learning. So go ahead and go to that. If you're interested in looking into our paid training subscriptions, this will take you straight to the shopping cart with that discount of Allison40 already entered in. We have loads of training classes around DAX. I'd highly recommend that you take a peek at that, just to give you a little bit of peek at just the level of Power BI classes that we have. We have loads of them, loads and loads and loads of Power BI training, including DAX, including ones on certifications. Highly, highly recommend that you take a peek. You can even sign up for a free trial to see if it looks like we have what you're looking for. So great way to kind of get further along in your learning journey when it comes to Power BI. All right, back to our design here. So we created a matrix, and when we look at this matrix, you should be able to find that it is bringing back the list of our states. It's got a count of banks, but you may be asking, where is city? If you remember, we did bring in city into that. If I select the visual, we did bring in city here as well, but we're not seeing it. The reason is because this is acting like a pivot table. The matrix allows you to drill into particular states. So if we drill into Florida, for example, we can see each of the number of failed banks by city. So you can interact and drill in deeper and deeper into your data. You'll also notice that when you select individual states or cities or whatever it may be, when you look at, let's say, for example, Florida here, you'll notice that you can filter. When you click on the bar chart that we first created, it filters everything else. We'll talk more about that kind of cross-interaction between visuals later on, but wanted to briefly point out to you that there is this ability to cross-filter, cross-highlight between visuals. All right. The other thing that we can do in our visual is we can also sort the data. So right now it's sorted alphabetically by the state name, but we could change that, and we could actually tell it that we want to instead, by clicking on the column header, all I did was click on the name here, count of bank name, we can change the sort order to instead sort by the number of banks that have failed. So now I can see Georgia at the top, followed by Florida, Illinois, California, so on and so forth. But this matrix visual, it gives you more of a tabular view of your data where you can drill in and learn more of the details of the data, whereas other types of visuals are typically about aggregating or rolling up your data in some way, whether it be sum, min, max, average, count, that sort of thing. That's generally what your other visuals are going to be particularly good at doing. All right. Any interesting questions right now? Let me pause and see if we got anything noteworthy to bring up.
We are all over the place in our questions. We got lots of links for our other Learn with the Nerds going on there. And again, like we've mentioned, we do these every single month where it's live. It's normally an hour and a half plus, where we're here the whole time answering questions, going over it, and you get to really hang out with us and build it. So we have lots of them. We've been doing these for many years, so I'm dropping lots of links for all of those past ones in there, which of course, when you're on our channel here on Pragmatic Works, you can always also just go to the search bar and a little magnifying glass. I was like, I tried to make the shape with my hand. You go to the magnifying glass and you can just search in any term. And of course, it's not just Power BI. We have everything in Microsoft land and beyond. So
Yeah.
it's definitely, I think it's crazy. What are we at right now? I remember when I joined 4 years ago, we were at 30,000 subscribers, and now we have 322,000, which is absolutely bananas. We have over 2,500 videos.
Wow.
It's insane. So all of that is there for you all for free. Just hang
Awesome.
out. Of course, join us over on our ODL, where we also have lots and lots of hours of even more in-depth content over there. So.
Yeah, and if you like live instructor-led training, we do that as well. So we have live boot camps, we have a Power BI boot camp, we have a DAX boot camp, we have an advanced Power BI boot camp, we have a PL300 boot camp, we have a paginated reports boot camp.
Yeah.
There's probably others I'm not thinking of.
Fabric going
boot camp.
into the web space there.
So lots of other ones that you can, if you're interested, make sure you check out our live taught boot camps. If your preference is more of a live trainer, we have that as an option. And then in some cases, you may have something very specific you're stuck on. You may get stuck on a specific DAX challenge or data modeling design challenge that you're stuck on. We also do one-on-one virtual mentoring. I'm sure many that are in the chat today have experienced that. If you've used our virtual mentoring before, let others know how that goes. It's a great service that we offer to give people one-on-one help on specific problems that you have.
Oh yeah, there have been a few questions in here, very, very specific questions where it's like, well, we're not covering that in this training. Here's a video that kind of covers it, but a mentoring session would be the perfect place for it to be like, you share your screen, show us exactly with your data what's going on, and we can tell you exactly what to do with your project. And it's always so fun. I'm nosy, so I like to see it, but it's always so cool to see all of the different data, how you can use it, and how all different organizations and industries, from education to sales to transportation, right, how they can utilize Power BI to get these insights.
And all those can be bought directly on our website. So even the virtual mentoring you can find on our website. You can buy a small block of hours or additional hours if you want. The on-demand learning as well as boot camps can also be bought there. And then finally, I'll mention we also now do consulting services. We launched that service again here at Pragmatic Works in September. So the alternative there is if you don't want to learn how to do it, you don't have time to learn, you don't have the desire to learn, you can have us come in and build it for you.
If you went through this today, you're like, you know what, I don't think I'm going to be a pro at the end of this. Please just make this for me. That's all we'll do.
We can absolutely do that. You can find under our consulting part of our website, you can schedule a meeting where we can talk about how we can help you out. All right, back to it here then. So let's, I almost did the, I'm not even going to say it. I almost did the chat. Back to it then. All right, so here we go. So
let me know in the chat if you too are on Do It Lady.
All right, so back to it here. What we're going to do is we've built out a visual, a matrix visual, but I want to start to dive a little bit more into the visualization space with inside of Power BI with the time we have left here. I want to walk you through how we can enhance the visuals that we have. We talked about how all these visuals interact with each other. So as a reminder, when we're working with our visuals, you can click on things like the columns in the column chart or the bars in the bar chart. And when you do that, check this out. When I click on Georgia, for example, we saw this earlier, you see that it does this cross filtering, cross highlighting between the other visuals that you have. So when I click on Georgia, it's highlighting the proportion of values that are represented by the state of Georgia within inside of our column chart. If I hold down the control key on my keyboard, I can multi-select these as well. If I click somewhere in the background of that visual, it deselects those and it makes it so that I'm not filtering or highlighting anything. You can also hold down, if you hold control with inside of a visual, so you have to hold down control first, you can then draw a box around certain ones you want to filter as well. You have to hold down that control key first before you do that. There's lots of different ways that you can kind of highlight and filter results, just totally up to you, but anytime you want to deselect those, just click somewhere in the blank space or the background of your visual, and it'll allow you to reset that filter or highlight. All right. Now, the other thing I want to highlight for you is the ability to modify visuals to enhance or change the view of each visual, the formatting of each visual. So let's say, for example, I'm going to click on my column chart in the top right. So when we view the column chart in the top right and we select it, make sure you click it with me here if you're following along. And we want to change the appearance of this visual. If we want to change the appearance of this visual, we can do so by clicking the visual. And then we have two different ways that we can change the appearance. You can either select the format options found right here. That's one way you can do it. Or another way that you can change the settings of the visual is by selecting it and then going over to the format pane on the far right. So you'll see over here in the pane switcher, I have a format button found right here. And when I click on that, let me show you I'll do it a couple times so you can see it appear and disappear. When I click on that, you'll notice the new format pane appears right here. Now it's going to allow me to format or change whatever visual I have selected. So depending on the visual that you have selected, you're going to be seeing the settings for the visual that you currently have highlighted or selected. I have the column chart selected right now, so I'm seeing settings that are relative to the column chart. Now what I'd like to do is within inside of the format settings of the column chart is I want to kind of walk you through briefly that you have lots of things that you can do to modify the appearance of this visual. If you scroll through, you'll see there are loads and loads and loads of settings that you can modify. And as you expand each of these settings, you'll see there's new settings that appear and new options and new things you can tinker with. The one that I want to tinker with or change for this example is the data labels. I want to turn on data labels for our column chart. So if I flip on data labels and I zoom out for a moment, you can see data labels now appear within inside of our column chart right here. So we're seeing data labels show up on our column chart. And we can make changes to that. We can change the appearance of those by continuing to make changes within inside of that same format pane that we were looking at just a moment ago. So if I go back down in the format pane to the data label section again, I can expand the data labels area. So expand or collapse the settings. And within inside of the data label settings, I can modify how or where the data labels appear. So right now, the data labels are positioned using this auto function right here, but I can change that. Instead of saying that I want the labels to appear using the auto capability, maybe I want to be more specific, and I can say instead that I'd like the data labels to be inside the center of each column in the column chart. So just showing you that you can kind of change and modify the appearance of the visuals. In this case, I'm changing the location of the data labels, and when I zoom out so we can see the visual again, you'll see now the data labels appear in the middle of the columns rather than outside the columns. So the point here is just the fact that I want to show you that each of the visuals have their own settings, their own modifications that you can make to the appearance of them. So if you don't like how the visual is appearing right now, if you don't like the colors, if you don't like the size, if you don't like the data label color, you can change all of those things by simply selecting the visual and then going over to the format pane either on the right hand side, or you can also click on format here and you'll find some of the options available with the little indicator right here. So there's some options there. All right. So speaking of formatting or making changes to visuals, that was how you can make changes to one single visual. But let's say, for example, you wanted to make mass changes to multiple visuals all at the same time. I not only want to change the column chart, but I want to change the column chart, the bar chart, the matrix, all these visuals that we've added. I want to make changes to all of them at the same time. And there is a way that you can do that called themes. So themes within inside of Power BI allow you to create a style for your Power BI reports. And it's a great way, and Allison is like a master theme designer here. Allison has many videos I think you've done on themes over time, but Allison has great ways. Allison has like a particularly eye for design. That's actually her background before technology even was design, right?
Yep. Yeah. I actually started as, well, I have a fine art degree, which real choice there. But I actually did web design for a few years before I moved into management and training roles. So I love report design. I love getting in there, thinking about the color theory of it, where to lay things out, how to make sure that you have that storytelling element of leading your end users through the report to the information they need in the best way possible.
Yeah, so if I'm not that. I am not. I will create some really ugly reports, and Allison cringes every time she sees them.
I try to hide it.
Yeah, she's pretty bad at hiding that, but I'm kidding.
I can't. I have no poker face.
But yeah, you have the ability to create, and this is actually a great example where Allison's really good at that kind of thing. I'm really bad at that kind of thing. Allison, as the design or the artist within our organization, she can create a theme for our whole company. And then me, as maybe I'm good on the data analytics side, and I know how to build a data model, and I write DAX. Allison's good at that stuff too, but maybe I'm good at that stuff, but I'm bad at the design. She can create the theme for me or for the whole organization, and we can share that theme within the organization so everyone's following the standards that Allison's created.
Yeah, they updated that feature a few months ago, which is fantastic. I'll link a video on it too.
Oh.
It's so nice. You can easily go through, and we're about to see the theme window now. So there's a nice little spot in there for organizational themes if you have one loaded. So for some of you, let us know in the chat if when we get to that theme window, if you have any loaded in from your company.
Very good. All right, well, let's take a look at it. So if we're going to create a theme together, let's say, let's pretend like I know what I'm doing on the design side, because I know I don't. But if we wanted to create a theme together, we can do that by going underneath the View menu up on the top of our screen. So let me highlight where I'm at right now. In our Power BI desktop, we're going to go up to the View menu. So I want to make sure I highlight that so you know where I'm at. Inside the View menu, you can probably spot where we're going right here where it says Themes. We're going to go into the Themes area to create our theme. Now, we can also select from some predefined themes that are already inside the Power BI desktop. There's one for like high contrast, things like that you can find within inside the theme section, but you can also create your own. So if I wanted to create my own, I can go under the View menu, click the down arrow next to Themes right here, and you'll see there's several predefined ones I can select from, including ones like Innovate or Solar or Storm. Great names here. These have got to be good. There's my high contrast one. Yeah. So lots of ones that are predefined here, but I want to create my own. So if I want to create my own theme, I would come down to the bottom of my screen and I'd see Customize Current Theme right here. So this is going to take the current theme, which is just the default, and it's going to allow me to create or customize to build my own. So if I select Customize Current Theme right here, it's going to open up a new screen in the middle of our design canvas here where we can create a theme. You'll start by giving the theme a name. So I can come up to the top here and give my new theme a name. I'll call this something like Learn with the Nerds. Learn with Nerds. How about Learn with the Nerds? There we go. And then I can start to select the colors and the primary colors and the sentiment colors that I want to use within inside of my reports. Now you can have a lot of fun in here. You can make some silly looking ones. I'm really, like I said, pretty bad at this, so I usually end up creating something that's pretty awful. But just tinker with this, play around with it. You can't really make a mistake. You can always revert this back to the default if you don't like what you create. But try and create a few different options here and look at the kind of colors that you can present here. I'll go with, I like orange. Is orange a good color, Allison?
I mean, one thing you need to consider would be accessibility. So I'll drop also another link in the chat. Greg, one of our other trainers here, is really passionate about accessibility and making sure that when you're creating a report that all users, no matter any vision differences, would be able to see and understand that. So if your main colors are yellow and orange, there's not a lot of contrast there. Yeah. Yellow is also very hard to see on a screen. So there's tools out there that can tell you, hey, what is your contrast level? For some of you at your organizations, they may even be required to meet certain accessibility guidelines. So I'll drop some links for you all to consider. We have a whole playlist on universal design as well as report design as well. So I'll drop those in there so you can dive down that rabbit hole. It's a fun one to get into. Very important also. But we also, in a lot of our trainings, will like to do a ugly theme because it can help take that pressure off of you where you're like, I'm not a designer. I just want to know how this works. I want to see if I make this red, what does that actually change? Right. So taking kind of that pressure off of feeling like I need to make something nice, just do whatever. Change it to like neon green, neon orange, and purple and see where those colors show up. And the more that you do that, the more you are going to understand what colors kind of relate to each other.
Good point. Let's actually do that. Let's have a little fun here.
I like it.
Let's create, let's see. I know I won't be able to see your screen, but you'll know at home or at work. Let's create and see if you can create a very ugly theme with us here. So I think...
Goal is to make the ugliest one possible.
Yeah,
like
let's see what you can do. So I'm going to go, I know Allison was looking at my orange color.
I'm not judging your orange.
I feel your judgy eyes. That's all good. But I'm going to go orange. And by the way, you don't have to change all the colors here. Just change the color one. That's all we really have on our report anyways. And we're going to make some really poor decisions later on here as well. And don't worry that I'm teaching you bad practices here. We can reset this with one click of a button. So no biggie if we make some silly decisions here. But we're going to choose a color one of your choice. You don't have to pick the same one as me. You can then actually go through multiple settings here. So you can go over to the left and you can choose text and you can change the text that's used within inside of your report. Maybe you wanted to use a certain font family. Oh, I don't know. What's a good one, Allison?
Well, Wingdings, I think, is very legible.
Wingdings. Why would they even make that an option?
I ask myself that every day.
Wow. All right. Well, it is an option. So we're going to put Wingdings on our report. Terrible decision, but we'll see the impact. So to Allison's point, this is not a good practice, but it will point out where these changes impact your report. And then you can come back and make changes, but we want to kind of have a little fun here. So we'll increase the font size a little bit here as well. We can change the font color. If we really want to make it ugly, I can make it orange on orange. I won't do that to you. But let's do orange on green. That's a pretty terrible choice too. You can tinker with this all you want. You don't have to make the same decisions I'm making. Then we'll go over to the visualization section on the left-hand side, and we're going to change and add a background to our report. So it's actually not to our report, but to our visuals. So each of our visuals can have a background color if we decide. And so we can go into the background color of our visuals, and we can maybe make a little subtle gray or something like that. Or if you want to be really extreme, you can add another bold color in there. But I'll add it as a little bit of a subtle gray there. And then I'll also add some transparency to this. I want to make it about, I don't know, Allison, what do we normally do here?
It totally depends. So something to consider here is 0% transparent is full color. Like that's a wall. You see, you only see that color. 100% transparent, that's a window. It's clear. You don't see anything. So the closer you are towards 100%, the clearer it is versus if you are towards the other end, it's a little bit darker.
So if we want a more subtle background, we'll kind of go more this way. If we want it to be very obvious, we'll make it less transparent. Got it. All right, so I'll go somewhere around 64%. There we go. All right, and then the last thing that we'll make a change to here is under the border section. So again, if you're following along, click on border. I'll do that on my screen as well. And we're going to add a border to every one of our visuals. Now keep in mind, again, why are we doing a theme? We're trying to standardize our visuals. So if I add a border to my theme, that means every visual I have already created and any visual I create in the future will have a border. Now you can individually turn this off if you want, but if we're trying to create some kind of standardization here, I can turn on a border to my visuals, so every one of them will have a border to them.
It's also so much easier to set all of these things here in one place than, let's say you have a 10-page report with 10 visuals on every single page. You don't want to go visual by visual to make those changes. So that's why that theme will save you a lot of time.
Makes sense. All right, the last setting that we'll look at here is the radius. The radius is a setting of the border and essentially makes a rounded edge to your border. So depending on the amount of radius you add, so let's say I make a 20 pixel radius, that will add a significant or less significant rounded edge to the border. So if you like the idea of a sharp border, like a right angle border, then you would leave this at 0. If you want to see a little bit of a rounded edge to it, then you can increase the radius. All right, I'm pretty happy with this. It's going to be, brace your eyes here. This is going to be pretty bad. Let's go ahead and hit apply to our theme that we just created here. So I'll go ahead and hit apply in the bottom. Oh, that's
not too bad. You picked gray.
I picked gray.
It was very subtle, though I'm really hoping everyone in the chat is pulling through. We've got lots of sport-related shades. We've got some teal on black for the Jags. We've got some crimson and cream. It's coming from Emily, our president.
Nice, nice.
And then, of course, I know that it is fully Marshall who is going orange and blue for the Gators right there.
So you can see there was a number of poor decisions here. Now, a couple things I do like. I do like the border. I think the border's nice. You can see the little radius, that rounded edge to the border's nice. You can see my wingdings, terrible choice. Again, I don't know why wingdings is even in here.
I don't know why either.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
You can see it. My green text popped up in one area. So again, to your point, it's helpful to go in, make small changes, and see where it impacts it. Like I thought I changed the font everywhere, but apparently I just changed it in certain places here. So this is helpful to kind of see so I can go back into my theme and make adjustments. Now, once you are done looking at this monstrosity, you can flip this back to the default theme by going back up to the top. So if I don't like what I've done, I can come back up to themes here and I can flip it back to the default theme. So if I want to flip it back to what we had originally, you can select this, the font, the colors, all of that will revert back to what it was. So you'll be able to read it again. Again, the whole point of that is just to show you the idea of what themes are, how you'll use those to be able to make that massive or scalable change across multiple visuals. We can do it all in one place, as Allison mentioned, and then I can see it across all visuals in the past, but also in the future that I create. So nice capability there.
100%. And you can go very far down a rabbit hole of report design. Probably one of the nerdiest statements I ever say is, on LinkedIn, I follow a lot of report design competitions.
Oh.
Love a good report design competition. But you get so many good ideas of what's possible out there, and the majority of you will be in organizations who are like, we like black and white. That's all you get. But if you have, right, some personal projects, things like that, that's where you can get a little bit more fun and creative with what you're adding in here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe even like a picture of your dog as your background.
All right, well, let's keep going on the report visualization side of things. The next thing that I want to show and highlight for you is custom visuals. So we've seen the standard visuals that are built into Power BI, but there are more that are available to you. In fact, there's hundreds more.
Wait, there's more.
Yeah, wait, there's more. So Microsoft, but not only Microsoft, other partners have created additional visuals. So while we have this selection of 35 to 40 visuals that are built into Power BI, beyond that, there are other visuals that you can bring into Power BI and make part of your solution as well. And a lot of them are free. There are some paid ones out there, but a lot of them are free, and they can do some really impressive stuff, right? What are some of your favorite ones, by the way?
Oh, I actually have a video on probably the top 5 that I use the most that I'll link. We're going to probably do one of them that we use all the time, so I won't spoil that one. There's a lot of really good different illustrative ones, of course, those would be the ones I like.
Right.
But that can take your data and take it out of like the bar chart and line chart and put some pictures and infographics to it, which are really nice. There was a really good search bar one I love, but they incorporated that now into one of the standard visuals. There's some good ones. I'll link that video for y'all.
Very good. Yeah, so lots of good ones out there. Again, there's hundreds of them that I can't even keep up with how many they've created at this point. But they're, again, some created by Microsoft, some created by other partners. And we're going to explore how to build them, or not build them, excuse me, how to use them that have been published on the public marketplace here in just a moment. Now, one thing I do want to highlight before we jump to my screen is this may be a small roadblock for some of you,
yeah.
because you do need to sign in with a Power BI account to be able to view custom visuals. So if you attempt to follow along and you hit a little roadblock here, don't get too hung up on that. Just pause for a little bit and catch back up to
Exactly. And there could also be some of you that are like, I am signed in, but it doesn't work. And that is because every organization gets to control your settings. And so as a whole, especially for really large organizations, your poor IT team is like, I don't want to manage this. I don't want people going out and grabbing all of these random visuals. And so they can put restrictions in play to kind of stop that or stop what types of them are coming through.
Yeah, that's a great point. All right, well, let's get to it. Let's actually start to show you where these custom visuals can be found, how you can utilize them, and we'll try one of them out. So let's go back to it. All right, so back in my screen, I'm going to get rid of some of these different panes that we have, by the way. It's becoming a little overwhelming, so you can always collapse these by hitting the little arrow here to minimize what you have on your screen currently. And we're going to focus in on the build menu for a few moments here. Inside the build menu, if we would like to explore or use some of the custom visuals that are available to us, you can do that by selecting the little 3-dot menu that you see right here. When you select that 3-dot menu, it's called Get More Visuals, and you can select Get More Visuals again. Now, one thing I will point out, there was a little recent funky update where some of the standard visuals were even made not visible. And yeah, a little bit of, I guess you call it a bug, I don't know.
And I think it was almost purposeful, but it got it glitchy because you can see that on Devin's screen, the 4th visual on the right has a little lightning bolt. So that's the card visual. A card visual is great for showing a single value really big, right? So you can see those important metrics. However, they made a bunch of updates and they created a new card visual, and that's the new card visual. So they eventually, it was like a year in process, they hid the old card visual, but you can find it if you go to the ellipses at the very bottom of that visual pane, and you can go to Restore Default Visuals. It will show any of kind of those, like, I guess there's kind of sunsetting some of them out of there. So if you already have it working in a report, it's still there, but they're trying to push you to use that new visual.
That's a good point. Yeah, so if you happen to notice that you have more or less visuals than me, it might likely be less unless you've already added some custom visuals. You can click on the little 3-dot menu here. Shout out to Emily, by the way, for finding the solution to this the other day. But hit the little 3-dot menu here, and you can hit Restore Default Visuals. And if you're missing any, you hit OK here. If you're missing any, you may see them pop up after doing that. All right, back to the idea of custom visuals. So custom visuals, again, can be found by clicking that same three-dot menu that says Get More Visuals, and then the Get More Visuals option found right here. So click the three dots, and then click on Get More Visuals. All right, we'll do that on our screen. This is where you will likely be prompted to sign in to Power BI if you are not already. So this could be a roadblock for some of you. If you get to this point and you're asked to sign in and you don't have a Power BI account already, this may be a brief roadblock for you. Don't worry, we're not going to be in this for too long, so just hang tight with us for a few minutes as we cover custom visuals for everyone else. The way that you can tell whether you're signed in or not is in the top right-hand corner of your screen. You'll see right here, I am already signed in. And if you're signed in, you'll likely see your name up there as well. If you're not signed in, when we clicked on Get More Visuals, it will prompt you to sign in. Once you sign in, you can then look and explore all the custom visuals that are available to you in here. There are literally hundreds of them to choose from, and there's lots of them that are really good. There's some that are not so good, but we're not going to talk about those. We're going to explore some that we think, or at least one, that we think is particularly kind of fun. It's very simple.
I will say we've had a lot of love for the aquarium visual in the chat. So if you want to show that one off for anyone who doesn't yet know what that is.
Yeah.
I love that one.
So think of like a boring bar chart. You're just showing categorical data. Oh, wow, they've changed it and made it really neat over time here.
Yeah, they've added in. So there's a free version. You can totally use that. You've got some set fish. And then there's a fancy one with fancier aquariums and fancier fish. Yeah.
Got upgrade.
Exactly.
To get that
Which maybe if you work for like a pet company, that's the one you want to go with.
Yeah, I could see this used in education maybe. Yeah, there's some different ways you could use this. So just think of, like I mentioned, if you have a traditional column chart or bar chart, you're showing categorical data, and you want to be a little more creative with how you show that categorical data, maybe an aquarium visual might be interesting. Sounds like the chat is getting hot on the aquarium visual. All right, we're going to head back, though. I'm not going to add the aquarium visual. What we're going to do instead is we're going to add a visual called the play axis. The reason I particularly like this visual is because it allows you to take what might be a pretty standard report and you make it animated. You can actually show changes in your data over time using the play axis visual. And so that's what we're going to take a look at here. So together, if you're following along, search in the search bar here for the play axis. All right, so if I can type right, there we go. We'll type in the play axis visual, and then we should see pretty quickly the play axis visual appear right here. It's a great visual, it's free, and again, it allows you to be able to show animations, essentially show changes in your data over time inside your report. So
it's great. It's a dynamic slicer. So instead of having a field where you're like, oh, I'm going to pick Alabama, and then you're like, okay, cool, here's all Alabama's data. Next, we're going to pull Georgia. Next, we're going to pull Florida, right? Going one by one, that's like that manual action you have to take.
Yeah.
What's so nice about this visual is, right, if you're doing a presentation and you have your report on the screen, you could just let that go while you are just kind of showcasing things. We even use this on some reports we have up around the building where we can just walk by, our data's moving and grooving, we see what we need to see, and it just keeps going, which is really nice to have that hands-off for your data.
It's a really cool one. You will likely find a good use case for this one in something that you do. All right, so to add the play axis visual, we're going to go ahead and select it first of all. And then once the visual is selected, it will take a moment to load, but then you're going to select that you want to add this visual into your report. So you'll simply click the Add button, and it'll take a few moments, really just a few seconds, and then you should see something in the middle of your screen confirming that that visual has been imported. Just click OK once the visual has been imported, and you'll be able to find that visual over here on the right-hand side now, added into the build pane just like all of your other visuals you have.
Now also, some of you, just like organizational themes, right? Your company could set you up with a theme. Some organizations set you all up with custom visuals, and so they'll be like, hey, here's the visuals that we use the most, or maybe here's the 5 you can use, right? And they'll preload those in, so when you open Power BI, you have those visuals there for you.
That's so cool. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. Well, let's try this one out. I'm going to move a few things around here. I'm going to shift our bar chart down because I want to put this play axis here in the top left. And so if I want to add a new visual, just like we've learned in the past, make sure you have no other visual selected. Click somewhere in the blank space and then add the play axis visual right here. Go ahead and click on that to add it to the design canvas. With that now added into our report page, we can go ahead and add in some kind of field that we want to see play across our data. Let's say, for example, something that is time-based would make sense, like year. So if we were to add in the year field, let me zoom in on that for you. If we were to add the year field into our play axis, so simply dragging and dropping that year field into the field area here, we can go ahead and drag and drop that in. And then when we view our play axis visual, or you'll see here that we can now hit the play button, and it will actually show us changes, and you might have to hit it twice sometimes. We'll hit it a second time, but we'll see changes in our data over time. And so this will show us a trend of the number of failed banks that have happened over the last, what did we say, it was 25 years? Yeah. So it looks like there was a big increase. There was a banking crisis in the mid 2010, 11, 12 range, and we saw a big increase there, and then it kind of settles back down over time. So we can see by using the play axis the changes in our data over time. So it's a really neat visual. Now, custom visuals, just like all other visuals, have settings that you can modify. So if there were additional format settings that I wanted to modify with the play axis visual, you can do that just like we showed earlier when I added in the data labels to our column chart. So if I wanted to make a change, say for example, change the colors of the buttons within inside of my play axis, I can do that by, again, making sure you have the play axis selected, and then go over to the format pane, which I currently have hidden over here on the right-hand side with my pane switcher. But if I add in the format pane again, I can see that I can change the colors of the buttons within inside the play axis by expanding colors, and just maybe I just want to turn them on and show all the colors. And so I could modify the colors here. I could also modify the speed at how fast it goes through each one of the years. So maybe it was a little too fast or a little too slow. You could change the speed of the play axis by going underneath the animation settings here, and you can change the time that it spends on each increment within inside the play axis.
Exactly. This is on milliseconds, so normally I'll set it to 3 or 4 seconds, so 3,000 or 4,000 will allow you to actually consume the data on the screen, understand what's shifting while it moves through.
Love it.
I actually have a good question.
Yeah, please.
I'm going to pull it up. We answered this in the chat, but I think it would be a good one to call out as well. And that is, when you have a custom visual, do you have to go get that custom visual for every single report?
Good question, yeah. So restoration victory with that question. So when you're using any custom visual and you add them within inside of your Power BI reports, they get embedded within inside of the Power BI file that you save. So when you save your Power BI file, it saves as a PBIX file, and that PBIX file has embedded within inside of it any custom visuals that you've added. So that's great news. That means whenever you go to share this report with others, or even if you share the Power BI file with others, that visual is included and they don't need to go download it.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, yeah, go, please.
I will say, if you want this to then be available for other ones, if you're like, I'm going to use the play axis 9 times out of 10 and I don't want to have to keep going, that's where in your visualization pane, you can right click on the custom visual, and that will pin that visual to your regular section. So that way it's there ready for you every single time you open Power BI.
Yeah, let's show what Allison's talking about there. So what Allison's referring to is when you look at that visual, so remember we added in this play axis custom visual, you'll notice there's a very distinct line separating that custom visual from all the other standard visuals. If you want to make it so that this custom visual is here no matter what you've done, so remember what I just said, it's embedded in the file, so that means if I go to create a new file, it's not going to be there. It's embedded in that file, so that file has left me and now I'm done with it. But if I right click on the play axis, I can pin it to the visualizations pane, which is what Allison's saying is if I go to open up the Power BI desktop again and create another brand new solution, it will be there for me every time I go to open it, and you'll see it even kind of gets added in like it's a standard visual at that point. So if I don't like that, if I don't really want it to be permanently available to me, you can right click on it and you can unpin it, and that puts it back down below that line that we saw, so that way it's only part of this one singular file we're working in.
Exactly, and that doesn't remove it from anywhere that it was used. It's just saying in the future, anytime you open up a new report, it won't be there.
Perfect, awesome. All right, so that is custom visuals. Again, there's of course, like everything, there's more to learn about custom visuals. I'm looking at the clock. I'd already told you we're going over in time, but that's okay. You love it. You eating this up.
If you need to pause, you can pause this and we'll be here ready for you.
That's right, but we got more to talk about. I do want to show you something. I'm going to do it a little fast, so don't follow me on this next one. I'm going to do it too fast, but it is a cool feature. If you want to follow me, pause, go slow, but I want
There may be some things that you need to set up on your end for it to fully work.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this kind of fast, but I want to show you because it's a really neat feature, and it's kind of like a.
It's the future of what Power BI is going to be, and it's going to be standard in the next year to 2 years.
Yeah,
so
I'm actually, we might be thinking of something different. I'm thinking of the tooltips is what I was talking about here. So.
Well, the tooltip is also fantastic.
The tooltip is also cool, but we're going to show that
I forgot
too.
we were going to share tooltips.
That's because I'm all out of order. You're like looking at our script, and I'm like way off script here.
I don't even know if you are. I just forgot the tooltips existed. Tooltips are fantastic. I'm excited for you.
Yeah.
But still pause and do this later.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this, and you're right about the other one. I know what you're talking about. This feature, the custom tooltips that we're going to show, it's not hard, but there's a lot of clicks. And just for interest of time, I'm going to do it a little fast. I will explain, but I'm going to do it kind of fast.
It also is a little bit different if you don't have your on object turned on.
That's a
the
good point.
location of things is a little bit different. So
yes, that's a good
we
point.
have a video on it. I will link it as well, where it's a little bit slower of a speed that might be a little bit easier to follow along next time.
Yeah, so if you don't want to just not stress it, you don't have to do this particular demo. This is a little side demo, but it's a really neat feature, and I want you to see it, okay? So what we're going to be looking at is tooltips. Your first question is probably, what the heck is a tooltip?
What's a tooltip?
Yeah, so let's look at my screen here. Let's go back together here and look at our screen together. A tooltip is anytime you go to hover above a data point, you see a tooltip. So whenever I go to hover my mouse above the state of Georgia, I get this little tooltip that pops up that tells me I'm looking at Georgia and the number of failed banks is 93. Whenever I go to hover above my column chart, it gives me a tooltip, that little pop-up that we're seeing that says the month is January and the count of banks is 52. That's a tooltip. Now what's neat is you can customize that tooltip and you can completely change the standard tooltip that's provided to you to something totally different. And it's a lot of clicks to make it happen, but I want you to see it because it's really cool. So to create a report page tooltip is the name of the feature that we're talking about. To create a report page tooltip, we're going to start by creating a new page. Now we haven't created more than one page yet, so we're going to have to go through the process of creating a new page, and then we're going to tell Power BI that we want this page to be a report page tooltip. So let's get to it. Back in my screen here, we're going to go down to the bottom of our screen, and at the very bottom, you'll see right now, I have one page called page 1, not a very good name. Let's go ahead and show you, you can rename that simply by double clicking on it and then typing a new name on top of the old name. So I'm gonna go ahead and rename this something like Overview. And then if you wanna add a secondary page or a second page here, you can click the plus button to the right to create a new page. You can already tell I'm talking a little bit faster, so don't feel like you have to follow along as we go through this. All right, I'm gonna rename page 1 now. We now have a second page called page 1, and I'm going to rename this one Report Page Tooltip. Oh, it's Tooltipo. Let me rename that Tooltip. All right. So when you have this new page, so again, you can have multiple pages to your report. It's all considered one report, but now we have multiple pages where we can view different parts of our data. With our new blank page, so don't forget, you can always go back to your first page there, the overview page. But with our new blank page, I'm going to tell Power BI that I want this blank page to be a tooltip. The way that you can do that is inside the format settings of the page, underneath page information, there's an option here where you can change the page type from standard to tooltip. So if I make this a tooltip, it's going to change some things, and I'm going to zoom out so you can see what it's done. When I make it a tooltip, you'll notice that it's made the design canvas really small. And it makes sense that it's doing this because a tooltip is a small little thing that's going to pop over on your visuals, a pop-up on your visuals. So it shouldn't be a pop-up that is the same size of the report page. So it's going to be a much smaller page. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a few visuals to this, so that way when we go to hover above Georgia or Florida or Illinois, it's going to show me a map showing me each individual state's failed banks. So I'm going to be using a map called the Azure map. Now the Azure map can be found within inside of your build pane here, where all your visuals are. You'll find the Azure map right here. You may see an older map. The older map is also available right here, but this one's being retired, so I would probably get used to not using it now. Go ahead and use the Azure map that's found that I'm highlighting right now. So I'm going to go ahead and select the Azure map. And then within inside of the Azure map, you'll see there are settings here regarding the location, whether I have a very specific like city-state location or an address, or you can plug in the latitude, longitude of the location that you want to identify. In my case, I don't have latitude, longitude, but what I do have is a city-state column right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the city-state column into the location. So let's go ahead and do that. Additionally, I'm also going to bring, as the size of the bubbles on top of the map, I'm going to base that off of the count of failed banks, like we've done a number of times. Again, I know I'm going a little faster here, so don't feel like you have to follow me, but I want to be able to bring in the count of banks into the size of the bubble shown on the map. Now, if I zoom out, this map is not working right now. In fact, it looks like it's just showing one data point here, Shelby Township, Missouri.
Way to go, Shelby Township.
Yeah, there you go. But what I want to do is I want to be able to see all the data points that we have within our map. Now, to do that, the issue that we're having right now is the city-state column isn't properly defined within inside of Power BI. So to properly define city-state, I would need to go to the properties of the city-state column. That involves you clicking on the name of the column, kind of like we did when we clicked on the month column earlier. You'll click on the name of the column, and then you'll go up to the properties window on the top of your screen. Again, I'm sorry for how fast I'm going. Just slow me down on your own.
You're good. They got the link for the next one. This is pure enjoyment for everyone.
Absolutely. So underneath the data category section here, what I want to do is I want to identify this as a place. You might think city, but it's actually a little bit more unique. Remember, we have city and state combined together, so we're going to do place. And then when I do that, that's where the map starts to function as you would expect it to, right?
Place is like the perfect generic, it's a location. So anytime, like we made that city-state column in the Power Query Editor, so anytime that we needed, it's words, right? Power BI is like, wow, cool, you made a word column.
Right.
You have to actually tell Power BI, hey, that's actually location data.
Perfect. All right, we got one more thing to do on this feature to make it work. And make sure you don't deselect or unselect the map for a moment. Just click somewhere in the blank space, because we need to do one more change here. Over in the page information, there's this area here called Show Tooltip On. And basically this is where you tell Power BI, whenever you use a visual that uses X field, X column, whether that's the state or maybe the count of banks. I'm going to do state here. I probably should have created a measure for this. But whenever I drag in something like the state column into this, like so right here. Again, this is, by the way, this is on the page information. So this is with no other visual selected. No visual selected, I'm just looking at the settings of the page. I can then drag in the state column right here, and that's going to make it so that whenever I have a visual that uses the state column, it's going to use my tooltip. All right, so, or at least it's going to be available to use. So now with that set up, we can go back over to my overview page that we started off with. So that's back down here. We're going to flip back to the overview page. And then anytime we go to hover above one of the columns or the bars in our bar chart, check out what happens now. So we get this nice interaction here that we can actually see where all the failed banks are occurring within inside of our map.
This is where there's like, ooh, ah,
yeah.
confetti jazz hands right there.
And you'll notice the bubbles are the dots or the bubbles in the map are particularly big. That is, of course, something that you can change and you can adjust. You can tinker with all these things, but we're seeing what cities those failed banks are occurring in just by hovering above them within inside of our map. So again, the main feature we highlighted there is what's called a report page tooltip, and that allows you to embed a report page inside of that little pop-up tooltip window we saw before.
Awesome. We got a good tip with this as well from Dyson, that he names all of his tooltips because you can have multiple tooltips. You can have as many as you like. You do need to make sure that the data that you pull into that field is unique, because otherwise it's gonna be like, which one do you want? So you do need to make sure the data is unique, but that's a good naming tip.
I like that, yeah. So what your typical habit would be is, I don't want my users to navigate directly to that tooltip page that we just created. So to the point there is, I would hide that page. You can hide pages within inside of a report. You only want your users to go to certain pages. I could hide the tooltip page, name it a particular way that like they describe. I love that, that best practice. And then you can choose which pop-up tooltip do you want each visual to use, because like you said, you can have multiple. So that naming convention helps you find it, right?
Super, especially when you're in a big report, you've got a lot of pages. It gets overwhelming pretty quickly. You're like, where did I put this tooltip? Which one's working on what, right? And you have to make a quick fix. A good naming structure is very helpful.
Absolutely. All right, we are in bonus time now. We are about to go over a little bit here, but I know you love it. You're eating it up. You said forget lunch, 5-minute lunch we had earlier. That was
I'm
enough,
pretty
right?
sure they're all eating lunch while we're sitting
Oh,
here.
so it's just me starving. All right, that's okay. Because there's a couple of things I want to highlight here as we wrap up. One is, what do I do with this now?
Exactly.
Right, we've got this. We built this in the Power BI
And also
desktop.
the feature that I thought you were going to talk about earlier.
That's okay. Yeah, I want to make sure we talk about that as well. But what do I do with this now? We've created this in the Power BI desktop. My next step would be I want to share it with others. Am I going to email around this file, Allison?
No, that's terrible.
No,
do not do that.
So I'm not gonna take this Power BI file and email it around to folks. Instead, I'm going to publish this to what's called the Power BI service, kind of Fabric now. And that way I can share it with others. I can set up security. I can set up data refresh you alluded to earlier. And there's some other things that come into play as well. So we're going to be pretty brief on this because I want to get to that feature that Allison was talking about. That's the really cool one. But let's show you briefly how do I publish this, and then I'll point you in the area of how I can make sure that the data stays up to date.
Perfect.
So once I'm happy with what I've done in the Power BI desktop, let's go back to my screen. When I'm happy with it, I can publish this by going up to the top of my screen, and we'll find the Publish button right here. Clicking on that Publish button, you do need to be signed in, as we mentioned earlier. This is where the Power BI account is going to be required. So you have to have a Power BI account to be doing some of these things we're going to show you next. If you don't have a Power BI account, sit back and relax. But if you have a Power BI account, we can publish this by clicking on that Publish button. And then it's going to prompt you first to save your work. So I'm going to go ahead and save my work. It will also prompt you to sign in if you're not already signed in. I'm going to go ahead and save my work though. And then you're going to be given a list of what are called workspaces. And I have a really big list to choose from. Workspaces are basically a container or a folder where you publish your Power BI collateral. And there's a lot of different ways to organize your workspaces. You can see I have a lot of them that are based on class names and conference names and things like that. But I have also created one for today called Power BI Beginner to Pro. Okay, so if you don't have a workspace for what we're doing for today, that's okay. You can also publish to one called My Workspace. My Workspace is like your own little personal repository that you can publish things to and you can look at, but it's really just meant for you and you alone. But if I wanted to be able to see a more fully featured version of what I can do in Power BI, I would publish this to my Power BI Beginner to Pro one that I just highlighted a moment ago. Let's spell Power BI right. There we go. So I'm going to select my workspace that I've created called Power BI Beginner to Pro. You might not have that, and you can publish to your My Workspace. I'll go ahead and select Power BI Beginner to Pro and then hit Select. It's going to take a few moments, and then it's going to publish off to the cloud. So this is my Power BI solution is now being put in the cloud, and I'm going to be allowed to share it with my other users. Once it's done publishing, you can find it and navigate to it by clicking on this little hyperlink right here where it says Open Learn with the Nerds Power BI Beginner to Pro.pbix. So I can navigate to it pretty quickly if I go to that link. Or you can go open your web browser and type in app.powerbi.com, and that'll take you to the Power BI service rather quickly as well. And you'll sign in there, of course. Now I'm already signed in, so I'm going to go ahead and click on this hyperlink here in the middle of my screen. And it's going to open up my web browser and take me directly to the Power BI report that we designed. So we can see a few things in here. Everything that we created in the desktop tool is still present here inside of the web browser experience. Notice here I am no longer in the Power BI desktop application. I am in my web browser. I'm in Chrome right now. You could be in Edge, or if you're Allison, you can be in Internet Explorer.
To be fair, I absolutely do not use Internet Explorer.
But you can come in here and you can view your reports. And you can interact with them just like you did from within inside of the Power BI desktop. So all that same capability is here, just like you had in the desktop tool. So very cool stuff here. Now this is saved in what's called a workspace. I mentioned that a little while ago. Those workspaces can be found on the left-hand side. Okay, again, I know I'm going a little fast for this part. I want to get to the main big hurrah at the end here. So I'm showing you this part a little faster. But the workspaces on the left-hand side, those are those folders or containers where your things are stored. So if I click on Workspaces, I can find my Power BI Beginner to Pro one, either by searching through this big list of workspaces, or I actually pinned mine earlier here, and I can navigate to it a little faster. So I have two, really what gets published when you come here, I've done this twice, one to prep for the class today, and then one as we did it live. But the one that we just did live is this one that we see right here. So this has two different objects that have been published. There's a report and there's a semantic model. The semantic model is all of the tables, the Power Query part, the relationships, any DAX that we wrote, that's all included within inside the semantic model. Whereas the report is the report visuals that we've created. So the column chart, the bar chart, the tooltip, the map, all of those things are stored within inside of the report section here. Now, when it comes to making sure that your data actually stays up to date, that is all tied to the semantic model. So the semantic model is where you can set up things like schedule data refreshes to make sure that your data actually stays up to date. Briefly, I'll show you that, and then I want to get to the final thing here for our class. In the semantic model, you can go to the settings by hitting the More Options button right here. You have to hover above it to find that. But you can click on More Options, and that'll allow you to set up a scheduled data refresh for the data that you're looking at. So if I click on that More Options and scroll down here, there's an option. You can click on Settings, for example, and that will take you into an area. This is the settings for that semantic model. And if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see a section here around refresh. There was actually a button earlier that I could have gotten here a little bit more directly, but I didn't want to fumble around with it. But there's a refresh button, a refresh section here that when you expand this, you can set up a scheduled data refresh for this data set. Now, the reason a lot of this is grayed out right now is I need to come up here and I need to set up some credentials for my data source. So there's a few.
That's actually really easy. For this one, all you have to do is hit edit. Oh, my words aren't wording anymore. We hit the 3-hour mark and they're done. All you have to do is hit edit credentials. You will occasionally see this depending on your data set every month, every 3 months, every year. It's really depending on the data set. How often are they checking in to say, hey, do you still have access?
Right.
What's your password? So that's really it all, right? We joined when we set up that very first screen with anonymous access.
Right.
And all we're doing is verifying, yep, anonymous access still good. And then as soon as you do that, you can continue on.
Yeah, so I did that really quickly while Allison was talking. I went ahead and hit edit credentials, and I told it was still anonymous access. I also told it was public. And then once I provided that anonymous connection, you can see down below, it lights up for me now. So now I can actually turn on schedule data refreshes. I can tell it I want it to refresh daily or weekly. If I want to do daily, I can tell it the number of times I want to refresh a day, or how many times I want to refresh a day. By the way, with a regular Power BI subscription, you can refresh up to 8 times a day. If you're using something like Fabric, then you don't really have a limit. You can refresh as many times as you want. The UI supports every 30 minutes, but there's even ways that you can refresh more frequently than that. So this is where you would go. You would go to the semantic model settings to be able to increase or create those scheduled data refresh intervals. What else? There's lots more we could talk about here, but yeah.
We could. I mean, as we talked about right in the very beginning, we could fully have done all of this here in the service. So maybe that's next year's version of this. We do that. So there's so many capabilities in Power BI, in the desktop, in the service, or getting more and more of those, in addition to all of the other bucket of services that comes with using Fabric as a platform and all of those other tools and programs that are associated with it.
Well, that's a great transition, actually, into our final thing I want to show. Well done. I think you did that on purpose.
I did not, but I'll say I did.
So Allison brought up Fabric. So Fabric, we talked about in the very first 5 minutes or so about this class, is the larger ecosystem of tools that Power BI is part of. Power BI is one of many tools that are part of Fabric. Fabric includes loads of other things for architecting larger scale solutions beyond just what we've done today. So there's a lot more we can do, and you can check out some of the Learn with the Nerds that we've done on Fabric. We have loads of them on our YouTube channel that you can find. But the final thing that I want to show you that involves Fabric is Copilot. So if you're interested in leveraging Copilot on semantic models that you've created with inside of Power BI, that is possible. You can use Copilot to ask natural languages or prompts against your semantic models to be able to get answers to questions that you have about your data. So the really neat thing about this is you don't have to be an expert in the data model. You don't have to know what column names are. You don't have to know what to really expect as far as the details of how the design of the data model was done. You can just simply ask questions and get responses that are returned back that answer questions about the data that you have. So if we were to do that, you can find, the big caveat, the reason I brought up Fabric earlier, is there are some major licensing requirements to be able to do Copilot in Power BI. So this may be this is likely a roadblock for many of you. To be able to do Copilot in Power BI, you need to have a Fabric workspace enabled. So Fabric is kind of a capacity model where rather than necessarily licensing individual users, you're licensing the capacity at the workspace level. It's a lot of big words to say that it's just a different licensing model, and it's not licensed per users, it's licensed at the workspace level. Once you have that, and I say that very nonchalantly, there's a little bit of work that you'll likely do with your IT group. Yeah, there's a little bit of work you'll do with your IT group to be able to get that licensing and assign it to a workspace. But once you have that set up, you are then going to be able to leverage and use Copilot on top of your semantic models. There's generally one other setting that you need to do on your semantic models to make it also work with Copilot. So let's go to my screen. I'm going to show you that setting, and then we're going to show you Copilot in action here. So we're looking back at the semantic model settings here. So I haven't gone anywhere. We're still looking at this. I'm going to turn off the refresh. I don't really want it refreshing this. But inside of the semantic model settings, assuming you've got all the licensing figured out for Copilot, and we just don't have time to cover that today, but assuming you figured that out and got the licensing working, you'll then want to turn on your semantic model for being approved for Copilot. So you'll see there's a section right here said approved for Copilot that you can turn on. And if I expand that, I can turn on certain semantic models to be available inside of Copilot simply by checking that box. Checking that box and hitting apply makes it so that this semantic model is visible inside of Copilot. And when I start to ask questions inside of Copilot up here, Copilot will be aware of this semantic model that we've created. Now, I've already done that on a previous example, and I don't want it to get confused between the two different examples, which is a legitimate problem. So I'm going to uncheck that because I've already done it with an identical example that I did before the class. So let's explore Copilot briefly. Let's go over to the Copilot button in the top left here again and take a look. Now, one thing that is very important to know when it comes to working with Copilot is that Copilot is a non-deterministic tool. What I mean by that, if that's a new phrase that you haven't heard before, non-deterministic means that I can run a prompt, you can run the exact same prompt, and we could get different results.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's just how Copilot works. It's how all generative AI tools work, frankly. It's not just Copilot. It's Claude. It's ChatGPT. It's all of Gemini. All of them work the same way in that whenever you go to enter in a prompt, you may get a different result than your neighbor who's looking and writing the exact same thing. So there's an intentional randomness to some of the things that Copilot brings back, and you've likely experienced that on your own, I imagine. So if you are able to get Copilot set up on your workstation and you try and use the model that we've used today, and you actually run some prompts against it, you could get some variety in the results that you get returned back. So when I'm inside of the Copilot window in Power BI, which I have on my screen right now, I then have the ability to run prompts to ask about the data that I have inside of the semantic model that we created in today's class. Let's start with a very simple question, something like, which reports, I want it to find a report for me. So let's ask the question, which reports, I'll zoom in on this for you, which reports tell me about failed banks? Now, the major benefit of this standalone version of Copilot here is I can ask very general questions like this, and Copilot will search all of the Power BI solutions that I've enabled for Copilot. Remember that Approve for Copilot button that we looked at earlier? It will search all of the data semantic models that we have approved for Copilot, and it will find which ones have anything to do with failed banks and return them back, and it'll let me choose which one I want to investigate. You can also be very specific. If you hit the plus button down here on the bottom, you can tell it that I want to refer to a very specific use case. Maybe I want to point to this semantic model versus others. But I want to start off, and I'm going to be very general here. I'm going to say which reports tell me about failed banks, hit enter, and let's see what we get. What I should get returned back is Copilot will return and tell me any reports, hopefully here, any reports that have anything to do with failed banks. It'll take a little bit of time. It's going to search the workspaces that I have and find which semantic models have anything to do with failed banks. All right, combing through the items. I feel like it's stalling here for me here. Maybe getting things ready. There we go. All right, so it found one report. This is actually one that I created before class that I wanted to intentionally make sure was set up here properly for us. So it found one report. There could have been others, but this is the one that it returned back, the Learn with the Nerds, LWTN, completed example. And then it gives me a little summary of what this report is about. Now it also says, would you like a quick summary of this report, or should I pull specific insights? You know what? Let's start with a summary. I'm going to tell it, create a summary for me. Because maybe I don't know what this report does. And if you've been working in an organization that has lots of Power BI solutions, and maybe you have an organization that's created hundreds or even thousands of Power BI solutions, you might not know what some of these reports do anymore because they've been sitting there for years. So that's one of the major benefits of this feature is you can use it and leverage it to be able to tell you about these data sets that have been sitting out there for decades, well, a decade potentially, that have been out there for quite some time. And I got a lovely result here. So let's try it one more time. Go ahead, Allison. I think you were about to say something?
I was also going to say, you might also be planning on chatting with this a little bit more and kind of maybe pointing this feature out in the desktop. But the prep your data for AI, right? How does that tie in to this right here, and what can we be doing with that feature in the desktop to make this work better?
Yeah, great question. So the prep your data for AI feature, I think we have some videos on that. We even have some classes that Justin has just recently created. They may not be out yet, but we have some classes and trainings on how do you prepare your data for AI. And it's really prepping for the moment that we're at right now. I've skipped some of that for today just for the interest of time. But prepping your data for AI helps you organize your data model so that whenever you go to run Copilot prompts against it, you get the expected results you would hope for. Because if you don't do that prep your data for AI step, and I'll show you in the desktop tool, you can actually find that right up here. If I skip this step, which I have done today, I'm going to oftentimes get results returned back from Copilot that are unexpected, or maybe it gets a little bogged down trying to find things that I don't care about. So the couple things that you can do in the prep your data for AI section is, one, you can tell it that you want to simplify the schema, which basically means just bring back the columns I actually need with inside of Copilot. So you can uncheck certain columns that you don't want Copilot to ever look at. That's one thing you can do. The other thing that you can do is you can create verified answers. So what a verified answer is you can look at a particular visual and you can say, anytime someone asks this question, I always want this visual to be returned back. So if somebody asked, show me the top 5 number of failed banks, I always want this particular visual to be returned back. So that's what verified answers allow you to do. And then there's one other element that you also have here with inside of the prep your data for AI, which is AI instructions. So you can create AI instructions so that whenever Copilot interacts with your Power BI solution, it follows a certain set of rules. So maybe you tell it that you always want it to use a certain table when this question is asked. Or maybe a user asks, hey, what's the most popular state to create banks in? That's a weird question to ask. But
not Georgia.
Yeah, not Georgia. But that's even a more weird question to ask, because what does popular mean? How do you define what popular means? Well, that's where AI instructions come into play. You can have it either define what popular means, or you can have it ask the user back more questions. Whenever someone asks about what popular means, clarify, do they mean popular by number of banks, or popular by revenue earned, or popular by density of customers? So AI instructions allows you to give the extra definition of what your users are doing whenever they're interacting with Copilot.
One more question before you jump back in is a good one, is who can see this? Who has access to this feature? And also, right, if you have Copilot turned on, you have that availability and you're looking at it, can I go find any report that's in my tenant? Can I only use ones that I have access to? And what is that little high level limitations around that?
Yeah, good question. So this feature will return back any reports that are part of your tenant that you have access to and have the approved for Copilot option checked. So that I showed you that a little bit earlier. So rewind a little bit and you'll see that approved for Copilot setting. So yes, anything you have access to and has the approved for Copilot option checked.
Awesome.
All right, so it looks like my prompt worked this time. Let's go back to my screen, take a look at it. I asked for a summary of the report it returned back, and look what it did. It actually gave me a little bit of a text summary. Yeah, pretty nice. But it's also created some visuals for me here that I can look through. Let's scroll through these. Looks like the highest concentration is in Georgia for number of failed banks, which had 93, representing 16% of the total. Looks like Florida and Illinois followed with 76 and 70 respectively. So pretty cool information here. Looks like it's mapped it out for me. I can see. I can keep scrolling down and look at the other visuals. And look, it even has our tooltips here as well. That's pretty cool. So it's giving me a summary. I don't know why that one got returned back. That's kind of an interesting one to return back here. That one I would not want to have. But it's giving me a summary of the report that we have with both text and the visuals returned back. And then any of these visuals, you can actually click on this little Explore Answer option, and you can make modifications to the results. You can add new filters, you can change it to a matrix to view the data. So there's other things that you can do inside of here.
I love that it brings each visual back and gives the explanation of it, because someone who is new to data, new to looking at reports, it's all gibberish. They're looking at me like, I don't know what all of this means. Just spell it out for me. And that's what this feature allows to happen. So you can have the report. So if you are more in the data, more in depth, you can dive in, slice, filter to your heart's content. But if you are looking at it and wondering, what in the world is this telling me, right, you can get this overview.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. I love it. And as you mentioned, there are additional Copilot features inside the Power BI desktop even that we didn't show. And there's some features in there that are pretty neat for like writing DAX for you, ones that help you document your model a little bit, like by creating description of measures that you have. So there's some other neat features there. All right, last 2 prompts I want to write before we wrap up here is one, how about let's ask it, I want to ask it, what about a line chart of failed banks by year? So we can ask it for something like that. Let's see, this is a visual I do not have with inside of my report. The previous visuals already existed, but here I'm essentially asking it to create a net new visual that didn't exist in my report. Let's see what it does. All right, come on, come on. I'm gonna go ahead and queue up my next prompt while it's going, and then I will explain it in a few moments. 5 states for failed bank. There we go, there's my visual. All right, so the visual that got returned back, this one didn't even exist in my report, but I've asked it for the total number of failed banks as a line chart. And look, it's built this new line chart and it's got my tooltip. We saw that right there. So it's got my tooltip here. It's showing me where all the failed banks are in each of those years here. Really, really cool stuff. Again, this is leveraging Copilot inside of Power BI. We haven't even talked about Fabric data agents. We're not going to talk about them today. We will have
that's a big separate conversation.
Yeah, we're going to have a separate Learn with the Nerds specifically on Fabric data agents. But to wrap us up, the last prompt I want to write here is a simple one, which is, what are the top 5 states for failed banks? We'll go ahead and run that, see what we get. Let's see the results. Has been running a little slower today. That could be a lot of prompts being written against Copilot today, maybe. But this is more of a simple question. What I would likely have done to answer a question like this is done something like verified answers that we talked about before. But let's see what it returned back. It's got us both in a form of text, the top 5 number of states by failed bank, and then it's also returned it as a visual. So really, really cool stuff here. That is Copilot in Power BI. So hopefully you learned something today. I know we went over.
Put one thing in the chat that you learned.
Yeah, that's a great point. Put one thing in the chat that you learned today. I know we went over, not as over as I thought we would go.
No, not too bad.
I thought we'd be way worse than this.
We did very good. High five for that.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Rocked it.
All right, so hopefully you learned something cool today. Share with us in the chat, what did you learn today that you didn't know before? Even if you've worked with Power BI for some time, I'm sure you found something new today that you haven't worked with or learned about before. Maybe even someone in the chat put something you didn't know. I love the idea about the tooltip naming convention. I thought that was a great idea. So, this is all a community. We're learning together. There's things that, sometimes I just don't have time to talk about in such a short amount of time. And there's some really cool things I'm sure they got shared in the chat. But thank you so much for joining today. I do want to remind you, if you are looking to go more in depth, of course we have stuff on YouTube, but take a peek at our on-demand learning. You can sign up for 40% off using Allison's code.
Prag.works/Allison40.
Prag.works/Allison40. Get our on-demand learning for a year for 40% off. By the way, that is an ongoing 40% off. So the next year, you still get it.
You're locked in.
You're locked in at that price. So
and I will say I have a 10-hour Power BI beginner class and then another 5 to 10 intermediate, another 5 to 10 senior. So you can hang out for a long time.
Yes.
Learn that.
You can learn lots. There's lots of Power BI. I think we have somewhere around 60 or 70 Power BI classes at this point.
Lot.
So if you're interested in learning other things beyond Power BI, we have that as well. Don't forget we do those live boot camps that we talked about. If you prefer to have a live instructor-led training class, everybody learns differently. Sometimes people like to have someone live talking to them. And then additionally, if you like that idea, that one-on-one mentoring, we have that virtual mentoring service. And then finally, I'll mention, like you said, maybe you don't have time to do all this. So you find it really interesting. You sat through 3 hours and 20 minutes, 25 minutes because you're interested in this stuff. But you don't have time. You're a busy person. Power BI is not your only job. This is something that you're being asked to do in addition to your day-to-day job. So if you need help being able to scale the work and you want someone to come in and do it for you, we have our consulting services. Allison can come in and build reports for you if you wanted to. So take a look at that on our website. All of those are mentioned on our website. On the consulting side, you'll find the ability to schedule a meeting with our consulting group to talk about the needs that you have, and then we can work with you on coming up with a great solution for you. Allison, thank you so much.
Thank you, Devin. This was awesome, and I am so excited to get all the feedback from people who are using this and learning Power BI. Maybe it was their 2026 New Year's resolution, and you're already off on a really good foot for this now.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you so much. Hey, just a quick reminder as we wrap up, we will have another Learn with the Nerds on Power Apps vibe coding in February. That's new. What is vibe coding? Maybe that's a new phrase to you. That's coming up next month. But thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين
Arey, what is this?
Mama, look how cool is this 30-second challenge. Let's do it with our evening glass of milk.
You and milk? Are you sure?
Yes. Ow, Mama.
बस मैं चेक कर रही थी कहीं मैं सपना तो नहीं देख रही
Mama, it's for real. Just add my favorite Hershey's chocolate flavored syrup in the milk.
Oh, अब समझी ये हर्शीज चॉकलेट फ्लेवर्ड सिरप का मैजिक है पहले मुझे 10 बहाने ढूंढने पड़ते थे टू मेक हिम ड्रिंक मिल्क बट नाउ वो खुद रोज नए आइडियाज लाता है हर्शीज चॉकलेट फ्लेवर्ड सिरप ने इवनिंग मिल्क का पूरा गेम ही बदल दिया है अबीर हियर इज योर 30 seconds चैलेंज जो सबसे बड़ी मिल्क मस्टैश बनाएगा वो जीतेगा
Yes, I'm gonna win this.
लेट्स सी
I can't.
No, yours. This time I can't even see yours. Show it here. See. किसकी बड़ी है?
I won.
Okay, you won. But getting my child to drink milk is hard. But there is Hershey's chocolate flavored syrup.
Así captamos en exclusiva el reggaetonero Anuel AA entrando a la Corte Federal de Puerto Rico. La jueza lo sentenciara a 30 meses en prisión.
Va perfilando tranquilo, en la muñeca rolecillo.
Gracias a Pablo por los kilos. Mirando culo en el TikTok. Diablita, modelito. Hoy está chinadito. Tequila, azulito. Blanquita como perico. Antes estamos el día, tengo novia nueva. Un dúo fuego, cenizas quedan. Entramos las pistolas para la discoteca. Somos 500, no somos 70. Está rica y en putazo, pero las tetas. Correa Gucci se me ve de 30. Si no ando con una Kylie, ando con una Kendall. Veo un fantasmeo y saco la 40. No se peleen por mí, yo nada más tengo un bicho. Se mandan mis conversaciones de screenshot. Tomo en guerra y la DEA me quiere dar con la rico. Narcotráfico como en la Dalia, el hincho. Los carros extranjeros y la glopeta chipeada. Ella quiere bicho, se le nota en la mirada. Se ahoga cuando se arrodilla y me lo mama. Le explota el totito como un lanzagranada. Ella aterriza priva del aeropuerto. Un baticuero rojo los asientos. Piscina con mi calma del apartamento. Mami, si chingas con un trillo yo no te lo meto. En mi mesa solo mis hermanos comerán. Los que estuvieron leales cuando me iba mal. En la G-Wagon bellaqueando con 2 putas atrás. Bofeta en las nalgas tienen mi mano marcada. Antes estamos el día, tengo novia nueva. Un dúo fuego, cenizas quedan. Entramos las pistolas para la discoteca. Somos 500, no somos 70. Está rica y en putazo, pero las tetas. Correa Gucci se me ve de 30. Si no ando con una Kylie, ando con una Kendall. Veo un fantasmeo y saco la 40. Se va Miri a veces con la capucha. Endemoniado con el cuerno y con tu puta. Los diablos, el cartel, la lavada, la ruta. Si no pa' Australia, por Europa pa' la USA. Una esposa y 2 novias las que tengo. No me pelean porque rico me les vengo. Les gusta el dinero, los kilos que vendo. Te secuestramos y me río como ñengo. Aquí es pa' Hermosillo, dinero como Amado Carrillo. Pa' costas de 100 en el bolsillo. Dimon desde morrillo, más poder que ti que tu corillo. La super fajadora amarillo. Totitos tus y rosa, muertos para la fosa. Crimen organizado, el botero en Barbosa. Con una puta te ubicamos y vas para la carroza. Si explota la guerra, vamos para la callosa. En Dubai me paseo. En el Bugatti voy tirando cambio con los dedos. El cantante quilero. Siempre que vienen los federales me les espero. Así que me dio el tiroteo. Siento las balas pasar y no me desespero. Hombres de guerra no hay miedo. Con enemigos de mis amigos yo no me enredo. Antes estamos el día, tengo novia nueva. Un dúo fuego, cenizas quedan. Entramos las pistolas para la discoteca. Somos 500, no somos 70. Está rica y en putazo, pero las tetas. Correa Gucci se me ve de 30. Si no ando con una Kylie, ando con una Kendall. Veo un fantasmeo y saco la 40.
أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون
मैच के सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट मोमेंट पे कर दिया ना चश्मे ने विजन ब्लर। और इनकी लव स्टोरी शुरू होने से पहले ही ब्लर हो गई। दे दिया ना चश्मे ने धोखा। जिम में इनका वर्कआउट कम और चश्मे का ज्यादा हो रहा है। हर पल चश्मे के भरोसे क्यों, जब जिंदगी बिना ब्लर के भी जी सकते हो। अब आप भी अपनी विजन को बना सकते हो क्लियर और कंफर्टेबल ASG आई हॉस्पिटल की लेसिक सर्जरी के साथ। ना चश्मे की टेंशन, ना लेंस का झंझट। अब आप भी चश्मा हटाओ और इनकी तरह कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ाओ ASG आई हॉस्पिटल की लेसिक ट्रीटमेंट के साथ।
कितनी बार बोले तुमको बबुआ, सर पे मारो या छाती पे, फिनिश करो, चैरिटी नहीं करनी होती है।
आप मिर्जापुर की सीमा के बाहर अब नहीं जा पाएंगे।
जब मन कहेगा जाएंगे, जब मन कहेगा आएंगे। मिर्जापुर का बॉर्डर हमें रोक थोड़ी ना पाएगा पापा।
قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت استكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم
तोड़ फोड़ खबर, यही वो जगह है जहां पर परिवार के परिवार हुए गायब। सब जगह देख लिया, इतने ऑप्शंस कहीं नहीं मिले।
अरे ऐसी रील्स आजकल कहाँ ही मिलेंगी। मेरी मानो तुम भी यहीं रुक जाओ।
मिलेगा क्या? मत पूछ, मिस्टर DIY है सब कुछ।
फिक्र मत करो, डाउनलोड करो वर्क इंडिया रिक्रूटर ऐप। वर्क इंडिया है इंडिया का बेस्ट बजट फ्रेंडली स्टाफ हायरिंग सोल्यूशन। सिर्फ 5 मिनट में जॉब पोस्ट करें, रेलेवेंट कैंडिडेट से डायरेक्ट कॉल पाएं, उनसे डायरेक्ट इंटरव्यूज कंडक्ट करें और 2 दिन के अंदर अपनी हायरिंग क्लोज करें। वर्क इंडिया पे है 4 करोड़ से ज्यादा स्किल्ड कैंडिडेट्स के प्रोफाइल्स और 25 लाख से ज्यादा कंपनीज का भरोसा। तो देर किस बात की, अभी डाउनलोड करें प्ले स्टोर से वर्क इंडिया रिक्रूटर ऐप। वर्क इंडिया, अब हायरिंग होगी टेंशन फ्री।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। वल्लज़ीन कज़्ज़बू बिआयातिना सनस्तदरिजुहुम मिन हैसु ला यअलमून أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون
देखो यार, सेट पे मन तो ललचाई जाता है, इसलिए मैंने सोचा कि एक गुड चॉइस ले लूं। मिलेट्स और ओट्स वाला न्यूट्री चॉइस। इसमें फाइबर तो है ही, ऊपर से टेस्ट एकदम अच्छा लगता है यार। मन करता है और गुड चॉइसेस ले लूं। योगा शुरू कर दिया मैंने।
ब्रिटानिया न्यूट्री चॉइस, एक गुड चॉइस लेके देखो।
What's up, bro? Let's groove. But period tip, how to move? Period panty will do the trick. But will it solve rash and ick? Green flag to the rescue, babe. It's a new soapy antibacteria. Period panty. With 360-degree deep absorption that prevents leakage and herbal shield. All night, skin still dry and hygienic. Introducing the new soapy antibacteria period panty. Your new period green flag.
قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون
એક દિવસ જોયું નવો આશીર્વાદ ચક્કી પ્રીમિયમ એમપી સે હોરિયાટા આવ્યો છે. પછી જોયું આ પારંપરિક ઘંટીની જેમ જ દળે છે. પોતે પ્રીમિયમ એમપી સે હોરી ઘઉં પસંદ કરે છે. આ સોર્સ સર્ટિફિકેટ પર બધી ગેરંટી છે. મારી નાની નાની રોટલીઓ ફુગ્ગાની જેમ ફૂલી. તમે પોતે ટ્રાય કરીને જુઓ.
قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون. أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون. وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون. إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين.
We spotted you and your son sharing the sweetest moment. How have you decoded this? What's your secret?
There isn't any secret. Every mom has it in her. Sometimes we just need the right reminder.
Getting my child to drink milk is hard, but there is Hershey's syrup. This evening, milk isn't just milk anymore. It's a little ritual my son and I look forward to. He once dreaded this glass, now he asks for it himself. What used to be a chore has quietly become one of our favorite moments together.
Mama, I love this. And I love spending time with you.
Oh, me too.
A question about your health can feel like the whole world is waiting. We understand the weight of this moment. It's your story, and your story deserves a clear, confident next chapter. For over 50 years, Torrent has powered industries, energized lives, and advanced medicine. Introducing Torrent Diagnostics,
the new standard of testing.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين. ذكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون.
ब्रेसेस में खाना फंस जाने से परेशान? अपनाएं इनविजिलाइन। कॉन्फिडेंट फील करें। हैसल फ्री स्माइल विद इनविजिलाइन।
قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين.
Hyundai Extra. Test drive today.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين. أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون
I need to tell you two things. Keki Korean ramen is spicy. Secondly, my great grandma is Korean.
K for crazy, K for Korean. Keiki Korean ramen with chili oil. 사랑해요.
قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون. هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين. فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون. أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون. وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون. إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا يستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين. أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون. قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون. قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون. هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين. فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون. أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون. وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون. إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين. أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت تعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون. قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون. ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون. وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون. إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين. أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين. فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون. أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون. وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون. إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين. ذكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون. قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت استكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين. أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله بينهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم أنتم صامتون إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا إلا ما شاء الله ولو كنت أعلم الغيب لاستكثرت من الخير وما مسني السوء إن أنا إلا نذير وبشير لقوم يؤمنون هو الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وجعل منها زوجها ليسكن إليها فلما تغشاها حملت حملا خفيفا فمرت به فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما فلما أثقلت دعوا الله ربهما لئن آتيتنا صالحا لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما آتاهما صالحا جعلا له شركاء فيما آتاهما فتعالى الله عما يشركون أيشركون ما لا يخلق شيئا وهم يخلقون ولا يستطيعون لهم نصرا ولا أنفسهم ينصرون وإن تدعوهم إلى الهدى لا يتبعوكم سواء عليكم أدعوتموهم أم إن الذين تدعون من دون الله عباد أمثالكم فادعوهم فليستجيبوا لكم إن كنتم صادقين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين. أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين. أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون. من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون. يسألونك عن الساعة أيان مرساها قل إنما علمها عند ربي لا يجليها لوقتها إلا هو ثقلت في السماوات والأرض لا تأتيكم إلا بغتة يسألونك كأنك حفي عنها قل إنما علمها عند الله ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون قل لا أملك لنفسي نفعا ولا ضرا
Sergeant at Arms is directed to make a proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Attorney Ligutan, counsel for the prosecution for the continuation of the direct testimony of our witness, Your Honor.
Yes, you may. Attorney Ligutan, you're recognized. Thank you, Honorable Chua. Ma'am Gina, patuloy po kayo magbibigay ng testimonya base po sa nauna ninyong panunumpa nung nagdaang linggo. Naunawaan niyo po ba yan?
Opo, Your Honor. May
So-
buntag po sa tanan.
So under oath pa rin po kayo at magpapatuloy po yung inyong direct examination. Good morning to you as well. Attorney Ligutan, your witness.
Magandang umaga. Good morning again, Miss Gina Acosta. Kumusta po kayo?
Good morning po, sir.
How are you?
Medyo kabal